Um, we got someone coming up here. Black Pressure. So I was watching the Big Three. Shout out to the Big Three. Happy birthday, Ice Cube. Happy Father's Day. You know, happy Juneteenth. I was on their live broadcast, which is on the X, and initially there was like 3,000 people on there. I think when I jumped on, a couple thousand. It eventually got to 100,000, and then it just started. It was just jumping and jumping and jumping. Eventually got to a million. Then it got to 2 million. When I logged off, it was just under 3 million. 3 million in closing. So this was the first time that they were able to broadcast live through the X, and it's like I think they said it's like a 3 hour event because essentially they play all their teams. First one to score 50 points wins that game, and then they do like a little mini halftime, and then they run another game. And man, it was really cool to watch. Too Short perform. They interviewed MC Hammer. It was held in Oakland, California, the kickoff to the season, seventh season. And uh, I know we heard that he had sold one team, but then I did repost that he also sold another team that I think is supposed to be in Florida. They have not yet named that team. And so it looks like the Big Three is doing big things, it's growing, it's getting ownership. They got a bunch of partnerships, sponsorships, whatever. So shout out to the Big Three and Ice Cube and everybody that's affiliated with it. Um, it was enjoyable to watch. It's half court, 3-on-3, and for the most part, they are ex NBA players. There were some international players, and just looks like a pretty good family type event to go to and watch and try to follow. So shout out to them for that. Obviously, there was the big reparations rally in DC. I've been reposting pictures that come across the timeline. It looked like it was a really good event, really packed, a lot of good speakers. Riza Islam did show up to this one. Shout out to him for that because he missed the last one. I saw footage of Big Daddy Kane, so shout out to him for that. I remember being a kid and we had a college station for the University of Pittsburgh, Pitt, WRCT. Can't remember. I'll never forget those call letters because they had the weekend hip hop show, and they would play the hottest, latest, newest rap music, and Big Daddy Kane's Raw, which he performed there, according to what I heard, was one of those records that they played live on the air, or curse words included. And as a young kid who was listening to rap, falling in love with it, that was one of those moments in rap music where you're like, this is taking it to a different level. A song like that. So shout out to Big Daddy King for that, and all the folks, all the little kids. Saw a lot of kid banners that were amazing. Shout out to the folks that brought the $40 trillion banner. Yeah, 40 trillion, let's go. And so shout out to everybody who made the time and effort to show up to that rally, to coordinate it, to organize it, and everything that it takes to get one of those things off. So if anybody's in the space throughout the night that's been to the rally, feel free to come up, talk about it, talk about your experience and everything. For me, like I said, I went to the one 2 years ago, and then we did something last year, and then I went to something in DC again this year. And as much as I absolutely love meeting folks and shaking hands and taking pictures and everything like that, passing out flyers, whatever the case may be, I feel like my energy for me personally is really got to be focused on Delaware as much as I possibly can moving forward. And, I've had some time off as I wait to get onboarded with a different company. And I'm just kind of like taking it all in. Ironically, going back to the big three, when the viewership got to 600,000, I was because the people, the commentators were saying, "Hey, we see you guys in the chat. Let us know what's going on. Shout out Q for his birthday, whatever." So they were reading chat messages, and so as I'm typing up 600,000, the numbers are rising so quick that I'm like, okay, well, let me do 650, and then as I'm still trying to type, it's already eclipsed 650. So I'm like, let me go to 675, but then that's too high. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna just do 666K. Boom. So as soon as I did that, it hit 666,000. I did the screenshot after the fact, but then I went over to Funded Socially. I looked at the membership, and we are at 666 members now. For those who may have never heard this, that is a number that follows me in triplicates. Typically, when I see it, I'll see it 3 times, um, within a short period of time, whether a day or two. And so um, it's just this. If you look it up, it'll say something about the angels or trying to tell you something, yada yada yada, whatever. But it is an interesting phenomenon that keeps repeating itself, and it's been happening for decades, to be quite honest. So that was interesting to see those numbers kind of syncing up that quickly, from one thing to the other. Um, so we got a lot of information. Shout out to the YouTube folks. I got different lighting on here. It's a little bright. I'm gonna have to get like a little blue bulb or something to get a red bulb. And then we got to get this embedded over on Funded Socially. So for those who are content creators, you can embed your YouTube links, your lives, your uploads over to Funded Socially, or fundedsocial.com. And it's very easy. It's very, 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 very easy. YouTube links work for the most part. The shorts don't work for some odd reason. And then I've noticed that some Black content creators, YouTube must have some type of code, that prevents those from being shared on Funded Socially. Now, we can share just about everything else, but the shorts don't work. And then again, these, for some reason, specific Black content creators will not transfer over to the platform. I think it's again, I'm just thinking it's got to be they're attaching some type of code in the link that prevents it from showing up over there. So there's really not a whole lot that we can do about that because it's YouTube's platform. They do what they want with it. But you can actually upload videos on Funded Social. I think it's up to 4 gigabytes is the limit. So those are pretty big. That's a pretty big limit for a video. Matter of fact, shout out to DJ. He's been able to upload entire movies over there that you can watch on the platform.
Hey, we still gotta we still need to set up to try to do maybe have a movie night for like the 24th because we didn't get a chance to do that last time. So yeah, maybe we can do that this week for Juneteenth. Maybe have a movie night for the 24th. Remember, and try to stream it through Funded Socially.
Yeah, I would love to do that. What you need is a computer or a laptop that can screen share. And there's I don't know if there's a graphics card that's needed. There's something that's a little stronger than what a cell phone can do, I believe. But I would love to have a regular weekly movie on the live that we can watch over there, then flip back over here and talk about it, and or just hold another live there and talk about it. Really doesn't matter at this point. That is like, focused on Black American issues, because shout out to the Only Mel Cruz. We did a couple with her feed, and the last one I believe was the Charles Blow, you know, South back Black to South Power or whatever that was called. And it actually was really nice. It was really good. It was well done. And for those who didn't have an account on whatever the streaming app that it was broadcast on, we got to watch it live in real time, as it was dropped on that streaming platform. So
I'm gonna ask her. I'm actually talking to her in the background, wondering if she used the Yard stream. Because then if that's the case, then maybe I can use that. I'll ask her now.
yeah, your stream. So man, there's so many of those things, right? And there's the one with the duck. Is that the Yard stream with the duck or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So there's something called Restream. The big three, they were running theirs through Periscope on that on through their X Live, because every time I took a screenshot of the chat room, it says something about you're not I didn't give Periscope authorization to re post my screenshots. So that's the first time I've ever been on Periscope. I know it's been around for a while. I don't. I think there's monetization through that one. If I'm remembering correctly from the few times I've heard about it. But yeah, it would be nice to see about the Yard streams. I think there's a couple other ones out there. It seems for some reason that YouTube, whenever they built that funded social, that Mighty Networks, they were thinking YouTube, compatibility. So they kind of originally set it up for that. And because they've been around for a while, these other streaming things, they may have not put a whole lot of energy or effort into it initially. I know I've asked and reached out about these other ones as well. I'm sure other people are too. So eventually, hopefully, they will open it up. They have added, they keep adding these features, and they're nice. It's always nice to get new features, but they're not necessarily the ones that I personally care about. But now in the chat, you can do a lot of different things that you couldn't do before. In the comments, you can post articles, you can post videos, and they'll be right there in the comments. Which that is super cool. Having multiple pictures in a post would be nice. Although if you do an article, you can actually put pictures and videos and a bunch of stuff all in an article. And DJ's like really good at that. I've done one or two of those. So there is all this feature ability and user ability that is there. I think they raised our storage capacity as well, and we're not even scratching the surface of that. So it's a really cool platform that we could do more with. It's underutilized, to say the least. But as I have this time off again, and I'm not breathing in gasoline fumes every single day, I'm developing a little more clarity on spending a little less time on Twitter and a little more time over there. I've made sure that I check check the chats every day. I check the notifications every day. I go through every comment that is there that I can see in the feed. And so and there are more people over there posting. So that's the other good thing, is that as more people join, more people are commenting, more people are posting, and so that is like a little thing that's growing over there, and it's extremely appreciated. And just got to kind of feed that thing, because again, sitting back watching that big three live go from a couple of thousand to 3 million, in the space of a couple hours, is like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? That's just crazy. And shout out to, and it was people, because people that were commenting, you can see people with different languages, so it's a global thing. So that's an interesting thing about what um, Ice Cube has, is that it is a global brand, and not just like, you know um, necessarily stuck here in the United States or whatever. So those are the type of businesses that I would believe Black Americans definitely need to be building, um, or businesses that affect global economies, where you can extract income from the planet Earth, and if you can figure out a way to monetize that through online um, streams, there's just no limit. There's really no limit to it. I've talked about AI a lot in different spaces, and for me, the next thing that I want to do that is not Black empowerment related, that is just strictly entrepreneurial, is to develop some type of AI business, which is like an AI entertainment business. Um, because it's like, there may be a couple 100,000 actors in America. There may be a few, maybe 10, 20, 30,000 athletes in America, at the highest levels. It's probably not even that much. It's probably like 10,000, to be quite honest. Um, and then as far as in music, you're probably talking about like maybe another 20, 30,000, if that, at the highest levels. And even if you add tiers beneath that. So it's a very small creative community, but they drive so much wealth. And the way I see this AI is, it's just a tool. It's legitimately a tool, in whether it's audio or video. It's a tool that can be utilized to develop a business that can reach the planet. Again, another global business. And you're not really limited to one genre, or um, one thing. You can actually do everything. It really depends on your imagination and your level of creativity. But just like how social really is funded, social is really to give our people an opportunity to have a platform, if they utilize it to have these conversations in depth. And shout out to the folks who are over there. There's folks over there that are writing, like, literally, they're writing. I don't want to say a whole book, but they're certainly writing like a whole thesis in the comments. And it's just like, our folks are so intelligent and got so much to give, information wise. And then Twitter limits you to like 180 character, whatever the limit is, so you can't even really get it all off. And the only way you can really express yourself, you got to pay a certain amount a month. And even that's still limited, likely. But over there is just wide open. You can really express yourself fully, and folks are really don't taking the time to do that. So I appreciate that. But the same way, that is an opportunity, a platform for people to be able to express themselves fully without limitations. This AI thing that I really am seeing as something that where you're getting in the beginning, because some of these AI tools, they just came online like literally a year ago. It was the Will Smith eating spaghetti that was all crazy, and people were like, "What the fuck is this?" It would look really weird. To today, where the shit is like ultra HD, hyper realistic, and that's in a very short period of time. Um, and so 6 months into the future, like, you're like, now is the time. You're on the ground floor if you have that creative energy and everything. And so I would see launching an AI entertainment streaming app where people can, upload their videos, upload their music, and they can monetize it. It'll be, completely monetized right from the beginning, subscriber based, and all it really takes is just you taking the time to get like understand these AI tools, and then using your imagination to create something, something that's unique and different and that has value. And so, yeah, I could see an AI streaming service that, you know, is like a YouTube or a, um, I guess I could say Netflix or whatever other streaming app that's out there. That's not so much for the commercial side, but for the creator side. I think YouTube is probably the better example of what I would try to see it as, but it would be monetized. There would be some type of subscription thing that's attached to it, but it would be open to a lot of different creators. So I really believe that's something that I really really see myself trying to invest in. Like I said, I mean, this bar, if not for a few biased individuals, we would I'd already be moving on to the liquor control board. I'd probably already have that scheduled, but I did go down there. I talked to them in person, face to face, and they seemed cordial enough so that it's really in the hands of the plumber to get his stuff done, and then we should be good. I should be good to go from there. So definitely looking forward to that. Shout out to Black American Homeland. Let me send you the co-host. I thought I had sent that already. We listened to chapter 5 last week. Chapter 6 is the military part of it, which is really important based on some of the conversations want to have. They are marching us toward World War III in every way possible, and that's not me being like over exaggerating or nothing. It is legitimate in every way. From the House passing selective service, which will be automatic, not voluntary, from 18 to 26 for men. And that'll likely pass because Biden, I mean, it is what it is. And also from them saying now that women will be required to be enrolled in selective service as well. This is another very diabolical twist on everything. I got two nieces that did serve, and I'm sure I got some aunts or whatever that may have served in the past, but those are the two most recent that I know about. I got a few male cousins that served, that are younger than me, but when you go from voluntary to mandatory, that's a game changer, number one. But it also says that they are intent on some type of conflict occurring and having the ability to refresh the front lines, if you will. So like all I can say is that I try to stay as aware of information as I possibly can, and kind of have been warning that this is where things are headed, and saying that we need to get into these black majority states as quickly as we possibly can to try to have some senatorial power, and have some ability to try to protect our population from some of these things that the federal government is likely to do, in whatever way, shape, and form that we can do that. There's also there was recently an article, and a lot of the stuff I post on Funded Socially, where I believe it's the Pentagon is attempting to commandeer the Space Force individuals in a couple of dozen states. So within their air force, these state-based air defense forces, there are some who have some type of Space Force training, and the Pentagon, the federal government, is saying, well, we want to be able to control them at a moment's notice without the governor's authority. So in other words, they want to, I think that, I don't know, in Black American Homeland can tell me if that's the 10th Amendment, I'm not sure, but in other words, where typically, and Bush actually did the same thing, and they had to rescind it because the governors pushed back. But where the president can simply commandeer these Space Force, trained individuals, and make them under federal authority without the governor agreeing to it. So that's something else that's on the horizon, which is kind of strange in light of the fact that they say there's only a few here, a few there. It's not like the entire state air defense forces, but it's some individuals within it. That's actually very disturbing, and hopefully these governors will push back. I think that's what was the gist of the story, is that these governors were pushing back against the federal government, essentially trying to take this power away from the states. So I don't know if I'll be able to find out on YouTube, but I will find that story and we can check into it a little bit later. Professor, you got it.
Yeah, what's up, Black Majority? Sister Rilla, how you doing? Black Homeland, good to see y'all up in the space tonight. DJ, I see you down there, bro. Black Pressure, the family up in here. Let's get these reparations. I was going to say, Black Majority, when I was in the military, I remember, and this is years ago, y'all, so that tells you how old I am, right? They were talking about moving towards this very thing back then, where it was going to make it mandatory to add females to being pulled into whatever provocation comes about in the future. So I just want to bring that to your attention. This was something that they was talking about back in the late 90s into the early 2000s about bringing women into this thing. And so I think we at this point now, if something breaks off, just know women, you'll be added into it and you'll go out there with the men to serve. So this is something that's been talked about for years, going back to when I first joined the military.
Hey, now let me ask you this, because when I posted about that, I say blame Biden, blame the LGBT, and blame feminism. Who would you put the blame on for that?
I'm going to tell you who I put the blame on it, because I don't think women should be out there. This is just me, because I'm an old-fashioned male, right? Because I believe men are protectors of women, right? So that's me. But who's to blame for it, Black Majority? This whole feminazi movement, feminist movement. Yeah. This is where the blame comes in at, y'all, because they've been sitting out here for all these years about women are supposed to be on the equal playing field with men, and guess what? This is what they've been asking for. That's where all this came in back in the late 90s into the early 2000s about women being up there with men doing the same thing. So now this is what they're going to do. They're going to put y'all out there on the front line with men, and I hate to see it. I just hate to see it. This is something that I didn't want to see, but blame your feminists for this. So I'm going to land right there.
Hey, Professor and Black, how you guys doing today? Actually, it's Sunday here, and happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. And how you doing, Rella and Professor and Black?
American Homeland. Shout out to all the beautiful fathers in the room. Happy Father's Day. Yeah. I'm gonna respond to you in a minute, Professor. I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish.
Oh, I'm done, sister. That was my take on it. That is the feminist movement. I think that's been particularly a bad movement, particularly for our women. And I know y'all have heard me say in these spaces that my mom even said that this was a movement that black women should have never joined, they should have never added themselves into it. But I'm gonna land right there, brother. Go ahead, 'cause I know you want to get in on it, okay?
No, because it actually didn't start with the feminists. Started with the segregationist, and even before that, President Harry S. Truman was the one that signed the bill into law where women actually served in the Navy, and they served as Navy nurses. And so I get the sentiment of going to war. It is it's seen as a male-dominated type situation. You're going to war to go fight. And in 2024, I don't agree that it just should be the men, because unfortunately women are already in the military, fighting in the military. I have a daughter who's in the military now. I have aunts. I have family members who have also fought in the military and have come back. Now, there are people who haven't come back. And I understand the sentiment of protecting the people who can reproduce the population here on this plane. But as it stands right now and what's happening right now, everybody needs to get ready to prepare themselves, period, because this is not the 1942. It's saying 1950. When they hit the shores, much like they were going to do, which is why Roosevelt wanted us to get into the war with the Asians, the same thing is getting ready to happen with Russia and China. They already testing the water. So whether you go out and join the military or you're here on this soil, you need to be prepared, male or female. So
I don't want my daughter out there.
That's fine. And I'm not going to argue you down and say you don't want your daughter out there, but your daughter needs to be prepared to protect herself. So whether she's in the military or not, Saturday, but if she needs to be able to protect herself, and she needs to show that she can. She knows either combat training or something while you were sleeping. In the rears of even having her concealed carry, walking around. People are picking us off. Even in our homes, they're running up in our homes. So the fight is not just in the military to me, but from a factual standpoint, was he a Republican or was he a Democrat? What was he?
Truman was a Democrat. He was a Democrat.
So it seems to me it's always been a democratic thing, or it seems to me a governmental thing that they would push people who knew how to do more than just fire a gun. People who also did nursing, people who got into the military for either ways to take care of their family or to learn skills, go to school, get an education. So there's more than just joining the military for the premises of it being a male-dominated thing or masculine thing.
Yeah, I don't see them putting women on the front line. That's the only thing that I probably don't advocate for.
Don't worry about it.
Black Homeland, I'm with you. I don't advocate for it, but this is something that has been debate for years.
No worries.
So I think now, because of what is happening all across the globe, and as you see what's happening in our country every day, I think now we are going to see women on the front line. And see, as a father of a daughter, I don't want to see it. But like Willa said, maybe young ladies need to just be prepared anyway. If you have a daughter, men, and I'm speaking to the men now. If you have a daughter, you need to be preparing her to protect herself anyway, just in case, because there's so much happening out here And so we need our young ladies to be ready to throw down at any time. So really, I agree with you right there. I just don't think women should be on the front line. And when Truman signed into the act, that was for women to serve in the military in different capacities, for us serving as in nursing and other areas, but not to get on the front line. He didn't want them on the front line per se, but they was to serve in other areas of the military. So if it was up to me, if this was my call, I wouldn't let women on the front line, because that, to me, that's not where women belong. Mm-hmm. Right. Everybody knows that throughout history, throughout time, and all across the globe, throughout history, that men have always been the front line of any war or battle or any provocation. It's always been the men that have taken on that responsibility, and women have always stayed at home to protect the children and to guide the children. That's just how it should be. I mean, some women might not like what I say, but this is how I feel. Now, I want y'all to understand, this is me speaking from a woman, which is my mother. Her birthday was yesterday, y'all. My mom was passed on, but her birthday was yesterday. So God rest her soul. Happy birthday to you, Mom. Thank you, Black Homeland. She would have been 68. But this is coming from a woman that said that feminazi or that femininity movement was not good for our community. That Black women needed to actually stay out of that movement, so that way they could protect the homes, and they could still have been with their husbands, they could have still been with their men. And see, this is what happened with that movement, y'all. White women got y'all into this damn movement, the feminazi movement, and they kept their husbands and their households, but y'all ended up getting rid of your men out of the household. See, that's what that movement did. See, that's what my mom was talking about. It destroyed. It was another way for them to destroy the Black family.
So I want to correct something. So joining the military did not push Black men out of the households. And if you're saying that Black men ran from Black women because they joined the military, that's a lie. Second of all, there was a brigade of women that actually fought. There's history of women that have flown and broken barriers. Even what was the woman's name? Oh my gosh, let me look it up. The Black woman. They have her in the museum.
That's great about the brigade, about the women and all that stuff. I'm just saying, speaking in.
No, I'm saying. No, because if you're speaking in general, I want you to speak in fact, not your personal opinion. Because to me, I understand. No, I'm not going to. I understand. I understand how you feel, but to make a blatant statement to say, well, white women and they can't. I ain't making a blatant statement. If you say white women, I ain't making a blatant statement. White women did. White women did have y'all in that movement. White women they kept their men. They kept their men in the household. Y'all they kept their men to be in the household. That's a lie, because we've had statutory and systemic issues that push Black men out of the household, starting with social services and the way laws were written. That had nothing to do with the military.
Really, I said that was many factors. I didn't just say the military.
But the military was not one. The military was not one factor. Is what I'm saying. No man, Black men left Black women because they joined the military. Is what I'm telling you. And matter of fact, people hold on. In the military.
Hold on. That is not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, as a part of this whole feminazi thing, that what they're trying to do is they want women to be out there equally on the battlefields, okay? I'm saying that women should not be out on the battlefields. And that's a big problem with this whole feminazi movement. They want women to be up there on equal footing with men in every area of the spectrum, and that's not true. You can't have it.
So I just,
it never will be like that.
But
it never will be like that.
I just gave a record of men who were in government who passed laws for women to join the military for various reasons, and one was not to be on the front lines, but it was for stability. It was access to income and skills. So how is that wrong? But you're trying to argue that women should not be a part of the military into today's time and call it it's a.
I said on the front line. I said the front line. I don't think front line. Yeah. I said front line. I don't think women should be on the front line, and I'm gonna stick by that. I don't want my daughter on the front line. I don't want my daughter on the front line. Okay, is that good enough for you? I don't want my daughter.
But they're not passing bills for women to be on the front line. They've only passed a bill for men, and it said young men 18 and 26. I don't want my son in the military if they're going to use them for body shields. How about that?
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm jumping in. I'm jumping in because we got two patriots. One is about a 2-minute video, and the other one is a little longer. And actually, this guy, Off Grid with Doug and Stacy, he kind of delves into a lot of these things. But this guy, I've actually seen him before too. So we're gonna get the Patriots' perspective because they are the majority, still the majority population. So they should be the majority of people that are sending their white daughters into battle. So let's get their perspective so we can get a sense of it. And then I'm gonna come back because I really got something else I want to add to the conversation. So here's the first Patriot.
Let me get this right. You want to pass a law to draft my daughter to send to another one of your foreign fucking wars for something you created so your arms manufacturers can make more money for your banker friends. Did I get that fucking solid right or not? Now, wrong, elephant breath. My daughter will not be joining the military any way, shape, or form unless it's to fight this fucking war that this government has started against its people. See how simple that is? The very fact that you don't understand the societal fucking rules about women and children, let me school you a little bit. Now, the fact of the matter is you can't make your fucking recruitment numbers because your recruiters told...
Say it again.
Your mic is distorted.
Oh, like I'm in the Matrix. God damn it. Okay. All right. I'll go in and come back out. Oh, damn it. Motherfuckers. I'm in the Matrix. I'm in the motherfucking Matrix. Okay. All right. Oh, starting off great here. Just got started and I'm already in the Matrix. Come on, bro. Yeah, let's reconnect here. Reconnection. Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Military, but I just don't want them on the front line. That's the only thing.
Yeah, how we sounding now? A little bit better?
You sound good.
Yes, a lot better.
Okay, let me know because this is actually pretty important. So let me just read the context of the thing. So now they plan to have women registered for selective service in the 2025 NDAA. This dude got it right, and then we'll play it. So the next one will actually explain the bill that is designed to draft women into the selective service. So this is a real thing that is actually happening.
Let me get this right. You want to pass a law to draft my daughter to send to another one of your foreign fucking wars for something you created so your arms manufacturers can make more money for your banker friends. Did I get that fucking solid?
God damn it. I wonder if it's that phone. And that's what's going to suck is... Okay, I've got to try to get the Twitter. Is it now? Do I sound clear, or is it just the phone itself that sounds matrixy?
You sound clear.
I sound clear.
I think it's your phone.
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, let me play this longer one, and then I'll try to find this one because I think this one is actually a really good emotional idea of what the fuck is going on right now. This one's a little longer, but like I said, this one should come in clear because it's coming off the laptop. But again, let me know if it's messed up in any way. Here we go.
Hey, Black, now you're going into the Matrix.
Wow. Okay, that says something.
now you sound okay.
That says something. Okay. Okay, all right, cool. Let me see if we can play it. Here we go.
All right, we're going to get right into it. I normally don't post videos on Saturday, but if you're new around here, this information is so good, okay, that I had to put this video up today because they did this last night while you were sleeping. House passes a resolution to automatically enroll men 18 to 26 into the military draft. The House of Representatives passed a resolution Friday that automatically enrolls young men for selective service and expands the mandatory draft age by 1 year to men aged 18 to 26. Young men are already required to register for selective services if they are between the ages of 18 and 25, but the new resolution would enroll them automatically. Although the draft has not been in use for half a century, it is considered a felony if an eligible man fails to register. Call me a felon. The resolution was included in the National Defense Authorization Act, which approves for the defense budget for next fiscal year. Snuck into another bill that was passed without anyone reading it. The NDAA passes the House in a 217 to 199 vote. By using the available federal database, the Selective Service Agency will be able to register all of the individuals required and thus help ensure that any future military draft is fair and equitable. Do you guys understand what's going on? Do you understand what's going on? Military enlistment is at an all-time low. People are waking up. You know, a lot of these young kids, they've been brought into the mindset that they don't even want to have guns or fight wars or anything. So that also is debilitating, okay, America and our readiness to defend ourselves. But I want you guys to understand something, man. Please keep paying attention to this stuff. I'm going to show you guys right now a couple of clips from Ukraine, because the Ukrainians are over there and they're taking kids away from their moms and they're stuffing grown men into vans and they're dragging them into the military bases to make them serve.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the volume down. So yeah, I don't know if you've watched these videos. I posted a bunch yesterday. In Ukraine, they go around in cars and in vans in squads, and they just grab grown ass men off the street, and they take them into fucking some type of training, put them in a uniform, put a gun in their hand, and ship them to the fucking front lines. And this has actually been going on for a minute. Like, this is not new, but you know, you got to kind of connect the dots here, because this is what is going on over there, and this is all for that particular conflict. Just so we're clear. The first video they showed is where I think the kid was 18 and the mother and some other folks I think the police were able to get him out. This one they showed, they actually got this person. He's in the van. He's screwed. He's going to war. I've seen a bunch of them where people have broken out of the windows of the vehicle and got free that way. I've seen ones where people in the street kind of intervened and were able to free the person. I'm going to fast forward this because he's got a lot of these in here. Okay, here we go. Getting back to him, jumping back in.
One big question that I get all the time is, Doug, what do you think's going to happen? Young kids, they're not going to join the military. They're not signing up for service. They're not going to fight the bankers' wars. They're going to be dragged into it. Don't you guys understand this stuff? The Democrats, they're supposed to be against the war program, which I was very shocked to understand this, but it's all part of the gaslighting. When Donald Trump was in office, we didn't have anything going on, okay? The place was pretty quiet. As soon as Biden got into office, I was talking to my son, you know, they're both in the military, and I was like, boy, things are really going to be quiet now. And he said, man, are you kidding? He said, as soon as Democrats get in office, that's when everything pops off. And I was like, are you serious? I never really paid attention to it. I just listened to the hype on the media all the time. But sure enough, as soon as Biden got into office, we had Afghanistan, Ukraine, all this stuff popping off, Africa, everything's crazy everywhere. Israel over there. Now, it doesn't stop there. That was in the House. In the Senate, you guys are going to love this one. The U.S. Senate Armed Service Committee intends to require women to register for selective service as part of the National Defense Authorization Act, FY25. Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down? Strengthening, this is right here, is the armed services right here. You guys can go look all this information up for yourself. If you guys are on our email list, I'll be sending out some links for you guys. It authorizes the funding and support of 4.5% pay raise for the military members. And it's also a present pay raise for DoD civilian employees. Amends the Military Selective Service Act to require the registration of women in the selective service. Introduces a number of provisions to improve DoD efforts related to traumatic brain injuries and blah, blah, blah. Do you guys understand what's going on? Now they're coming after our kids and they're going to put them in this bankers war, okay, this new world order war. I hope you guys can see what's going on. A list of all the Democrats that voted for your daughters to get drafted into service now. One's from New Hampshire, New York, Connecticut, Hawaii, Vermont, Massachusetts, Michigan, West Virginia, Illinois, Nevada, and Arizona. I don't know why that list doesn't actually surprise me. But Jack Reed, Shaheen, Gillibrand, Blumenthal, Hirano, Kane, King, August King, Elizabeth Warren, Gracie C. Peters, Joe Manchin, West Virginia, Tammy Duckworth, Jackie Rosen, Mark Kelly. Call their offices nonstop. That's a whole list of all the Democrats that actually voted to send your daughters into the draft service in America. So I hope you guys are paying attention right now. This is not like going to go away, okay? This isn't going to go away. They're moving forward every single day. They have a plan, and they are sticking to it. I don't know if you guys have also noticed, too. I'm going to share with you guys something real quick before you get out of here. And just let me know if you're seeing this same thing, right? But how many updates are you guys getting on your phones and your computers? Okay, how many updates are you getting on your phones and computers? Because my phone and my computer are getting updates almost every day, if not at least twice a week, or for sure at a minimum once a week for the last, I would say, 8 or 9 months. So leave a comment down below about your updates on your phones and stuff, because it's my belief, okay, that they are hard working behind the scenes to put in all this technology into our devices, and then they're just going to turn it on you, okay? And that's what's going to happen. But I want you guys to understand that they are coming for the kids. They are going to push them into the draft, and they are going to try to make them go fight these bankers wars, these new world order wars that are actually just designed to bring us into more tyranny, okay? Sad but true. Leave a comment down below. Did you guys hear about this? Did you hear about the draft for the girls now? And that they raised the age limit on Friday night, yesterday. Today's Saturday. They did this on the 14th of June, 2024. All right. Leave a comment down below if you had any idea about it at all. Share this video with your friends. It's probably information.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna try to find those and put them in the Jumbotron, if we got a Jumbotron, because yeah, you know, before this guy started talking, I was like, well, you know, through feminism, you get LGBTQism, and we got these men who are now women. All of a sudden, they went into the army, they got their transformation, and now they're women. And part of me is like, well, are these the people that are leading this call to bring women in because they're going to be able to get other people like themselves who went from men to being women into the military, and or allow the guys who want to use the military to get them to transform over to also come in under that umbrella, right? So there is probably some of that going on, but you know, this is in the federal government. This is the House doing one thing. This is the Senate doing something else. They're going to meet in the middle. They're going to agree on every damn thing right down the middle. Biden's going to sign that shit. And then all men ages 26 and under will be automatically signed up for the draft. And women will have to be registered. So that's the difference. They're not going to get the automatic unless it goes through that, you know, where they got to rectify the bills and they got to make them identical. If the House says, well, for, you know, because there's or no genders, right? Democrats don't believe genders exist, right? Now this is starting to make you wonder, why did the Democrats go along with gender not existing? Because if gender doesn't exist, it doesn't matter if you're drafting men or women, because gender is irrelevant at this point. So I could see where they could make that argument. They can make that case, and then they could say, well, you know what? We're not, what's the word? We're not discriminating based on gender, right? Because, and even if they don't do that, someone could bring a lawsuit that says some man could should pop up with a lawsuit that says, hold up, wait a second, no, gender doesn't exist. I'm found a lawsuit against the federal government because women are not, required to automatically sign up. Let's take this to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court's going to say what? This is what you wanted. You wanted it to be a genderless society. The Only Male Cruz, you got it.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the room. Thanks, Black. Yeah, so that's really interesting. I know for certain, though, that men or young men, I think it's 26 or something, could be a little bit older, and between 18 and X age, if they sign up for certain things, like they enroll for different government funded or government subsidy programs, they have an automatic responsibility to register. So that's different from being automatically registered, but it's almost like 6 eggs in one hand, half dozen in the other. It's damn near the same thing, except I think based on the news that you just reported, they're going to automatically be registered no matter what. I'm interested to know, though, how this is going to impact the trans, the LGBTQ community. I really want to know if there's going to be mixed emotions, or how they're going to feel about it. And then for the women who been wanting to just be in this armed services and do the things that the men do, because how are they going to respond? This is going to be so interesting. But I think a lot of women who I think the fact that the abortion laws are what they are now, the women that are in the military or those who do not wish to be drafted in, they are going to use pregnancy as an opportunity to get the hell out of that whole entire thing, at least up until the baby's born, and then whatever state or federal maternity leave stuff is available to them. So this is just going to be an interesting thing to watch from the sidelines. I land.
Yeah, I want to say this before I go. If Mel or you, I don't know if Black is okay with you or Trouble coming up and hosting while I get off for a couple hours, but I'm going to say, if the trans get drafted, which they should, I mean, they should. I don't know if that's callous to say, but they should.
Yeah, I don't think it's callous.
I mean,
go ahead. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, I just think that they should. And at the end of the day, if you want to, protect, like you said, like the women that are maybe going on maternity leave, like I said, my oldest, she just had a little one, and so I hope she can, stay, because both parents are in the military, so one would have to stay, and I hope she gets to stay. So that provides a level of protection. But at the same time, it just seems like Black Americans never get a chance to be able to stand up to want to fight, because we want to fight and protect our country. It's always white, non-Black politicians who are causing and creating wars that are, and then come and call on us to come in and stand up to fight and fix it and win. I think there's always...
Well, while their kids are sheltered and still crack pipes and all on the video.
Correct. Because Trump's kids are not going to be drafted into the military. Biden's son going to jail. So, do you understand what I'm saying? And all the other politician kids are older, so they don't even meet the criteria. The age is 18 to 26. So if you look at that, they make sure that they provide themselves with a level of cushion to help protect their own families, but they can't seem to protect American citizens. And in the wars that they create, They're the ones doing the disenfranchisement while bringing other people into the country. So I am of the mindset, if you're going to do that, then why don't you let the immigrants pass the bills to have the immigrants go and fight in the war?
Man.
Send them.
Bing, 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 bing.
Why
bing,
don't
bing.
you go and send the white
right
immigrants that come over here and they want to have anchor babies? Send them.
Fucking winner, dude.
Send their children. Obama was just on Twitter highlighting how most of the DACA kids are older now. Well, send them. Because you've given them all the support and all the resources and money to stabilize themselves. You should send them. You should not go after people who are economically disenfranchised. And they like to tell us we're 13% of the population. So we shouldn't go because our population doesn't make up half. So send the rest of the population that makes the majority. That's how I feel.
That's it.
You know I love y'all. I'll be back in a few hours. I'll tell you how the movie went.
Okay.
Wait about 30 minutes when we come back, okay? 30 minutes, 45 minutes. You know I love you, baby. Hey, look here. What's up? Yeah, I was gonna say.
No. Hello?
Hiya.
Hey.
Oh, is that Mimi? Is that you?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Don't put me out yet. Hold on.
Hey, okay, Mimi. Go ahead, Mimi.
Okay, I just want to talk about fighting children. Hunter Biden is a whole grown-ass man. That motherfucker older than me. He got a whole motherfucking attorney license. That motherfucker wrote a book. That motherfucker talk about he was Parmesan cheese, my favorite shaky that come in the can that got the cream. You know, Parmesan cheese. He said it. The fuck I'm gonna give a fuck about Hunter Biden and his kids. His daughter gonna left a diary in a hotel room. It was not a B&B. It was not an Airbnb. It was a Hilton or some shit. Hold on. Y'all sit up there and excuse those motherfuckers up there, them motherfucking bias. You are scared? Are you crazy? I think black Democrats, y'all disgusting. Let's talk about it. Because other than that, you support open borders, human trafficking. You up here supporting a motherfucking honky on that ass, redneck, a motherfucking white man that don't even like even. He don't even like. They're all right. What are you talking about? They're all right. The Bidens. Oh Lord. The Bidens is the only one. The fake president. Do you know the real Joe Biden died in 2018? Who you support? All right, y'all. Don't do it to yourself. Don't do it to yourself. Nobody but to sit here and argue with no crazy person. Don't do it to yourself.
She's drunk, y'all. That's our number one troll, Mimi, y'all.
No, let her spit. Hey, let her spit. Let her spit, man. She was spitting.
She was spitting what? What was she spitting? Did you understand what she was saying?
I just brought her back up.
Oh my God. All right, I'm getting up out of here. I can't. I'll be back, y'all.
All right, go ahead, Mimi. Go ahead and spit some more.
She was spitting.
Well, anyway, I don't need backup. Hold on, let me be correct. The real Joseph Biden passed away in 2018. Like, real deal. Like, pay attention to the children. Hunter Biden has a laptop. He called his own dad a pedo Joe. He did it on his laptop.
Yeah. That's true.
He didn't even like his dad. He don't even get along with his stepmom, which would be Jill Biden. Right? Now, let's talk about the daughter. Why the daughter up there care? Why she walking around with her big grown ass with a diary? What happened to a briefcase or maybe a laptop? Look, she ain't got no laptop. She writing this shit down. You up there, or anybody up there supporting these motherfuckers, the butt. Are y'all crazy? What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Like, I'm like, for real. Like, check this out. Like, I'm so jealous that you really believe J6 was real. Let me tell y'all something. This is how jealous I am.
Oh
I'm so jealous that y'all and the people that support that J6 or think Trump did it. Trump is still up there talking. I'm looking at a split screen on the TV. Like, how they gonna split I go to my remote and I can split my screen. Like, they did George Floyd the same way. And let me ask y'all something too. And I'm talking to the smooth skins. If y'all really believe
the smooth skins,
and I want to say it, and let me say it, let me have my res come for me.
What the hell?
Don't put me out over this shit.
Oh,
if y'all really believe Malcolm, oh God, if y'all okay, let me say it. Martin Luther King is no different than George Floyd, cause he jumped. Cause Martin Luther King, Georgia, why are you over there in Alabama?
What?
And why they killed Malcolm X? Why we don't have Malcolm X?
So your arms manufacturers can make.
We would have really had a real black president. I don't know why the Democrats don't like Malcolm X. Can you relate? Can any smooth scan? Tell me why y'all like Malcolm X. Any Democrat. Why you don't like Malcolm X? This is the story. Why you don't like Malcolm X though? Y'all need to y'all know Martin Luther King was a pedophile.
Right, majority. Make it stop. Can you make it stop, man, please?
Yeah. We moving on. Okay. So I want to play this 2-minute clip. This is another patriot. He's saying his daughter is not fighting these wars. His daughter's not. Absolutely not. He's not having it. Hopefully you guys can hear this one. I got it on the laptop now. This guy's kind of fired up about this. Here we go.
Let me get this right. You want to pass a law to draft my daughter to send to another one of your foreign fucking wars for something you created so your arms manufacturers can make more money for your banker friends. Did I get that fucking solid right or not? Now, wrong, elephant breath. My daughter will not be joining the military any way, shape, or form unless it's to fight this fucking war that this government has started against its people. See how simple that is? The very fact that you don't understand the societal fucking rules about women and children, let me school you a little bit. Now, the fact of the matter is you can't make your fucking recruitment numbers because your recruiters told so many lies like, oh, yes, you get the condo on the beach when you join up. Oh, you get to start here, but we're going to switch you to what you really want later. And the biggest boner up the ass, the VA will take care of you if you got hurt. Hey, the reason you can't meet the recruitment goals is because these young men have already voted with their fucking feet. They're not going to fucking fight. And the fact that you think you're going to get the women to fight, let me put it to you this way. It was one thing when you oppressed us with unbelievable fucking taxes. One thing, because we were living in nice homes and still eating pretty good. It's another thing when you spied on us to the degree that you did and made us realize that we don't have any freedom. It's another thing when you not only wrecked the fucking economy, but you fucking did it in such a way where you spent so much fucking money that went to special interest groups that the people never had a chance to benefit from it. And now, when you have people that are homeless eating canned goods out of the back of their fucking car, you know what? They may do that for themselves, but their kids are not going to go through that. Motherfucker, you're going to find out what people will do for their fucking children. You protect women and children. Let me get.
Yeah, so the question then becomes, would you take the felony over, actually going to fight these wars for these people? What would be the proper, response at this point? I'm saying, you get a felony, it's not the worst thing in the world, to be quite honest. It happens. And people still kind of go on, but they're not thrown into a war zone on the other side of the planet, where in which who knows what could happen in that situation. If you're in the Navy and they sink the fucking ship, everybody's going down with it. If you're in a plane and a missile hits your fucking plane, you're done. You're cooked. So what is what would you do with your children in this situation? Do you tell them, hey, we'll just support you in prison, it's not the end of the world, you're not on the front lines, yada yada yada? And to be quite honest, can they jail 1 million people? Can they jail 2 million people? There's definitely a numbers game where the resistance would certainly pay off at some point, and then you start getting rid of these people who voted for this shit. That's the other part of it. All the people who voted for this, who snuck this in on a Friday night while most people are out, having their weekend time, whatever that is. Get rid of those people.
Hey, Black, you know what? The 18 to 26 for men, I think that's like that's over 20 million men.
Mm-hmm.
So they can easily reach their 2 million. If they had a 2 million quota, they can easily reach 2 million men with from age to 18 to 26. And Black, there's another thing. Let's say we were being invaded. Let's say China was invading the United States from the West Coast. Russia is invading the United States from the East Coast. Look, you wouldn't have to, you don't have to bend my arm to join the military. I would definitely volunteer, because now you're protecting your family, you're protecting your property, you're protecting, everything that you built in your land for the past, your family built for the past 100 years. So if I'm being invaded, if we're being invaded, I'm 58 now, I'll be 58 on Monday. And if we've been invaded, then if I have to join a state militia, I would do that. I would fight. So that's the way I see it.
Let me say this to you, everybody. As someone that served in the military, some of the issues right now of why they're doing this at this point in time is because recruitment is down when it comes to the military. And I'm talking about all across the board, except one branch in particular, and that's the Air Force. Okay? One branch in particular, that's the Air Force. Everybody is trying to go to the Air Force. The other branches, not so much. So that's what this is all about, y'all. They're trying to find a way in case something goes down and they know something is going to go down. Okay, here it is. We got to now get this into effect, because we got to be able to put some bodies out there to fight on these front lines. And I'm telling you, that's what this is all about, because they said recruitment is down considerably across the board, except the Air Force. And the Air Force, you don't go on the front line in the Air Force. It's everybody else that's on the front line.
Professor, how much time do you need to prepare? Like, how much time are you going to need these civilians to be ready for war?
Well, here's the thing. With civilians, you're going to need some time, because civilians, a lot of them don't know how to use a gun. Sadly, a lot of civilians are right now in this space, don't know how to utilize a gun. They don't know how to change one out. They don't know how to clean one. They don't know shit about a gun. And then there's some in this space that do know how to use a gun. So here's the thing. You got to be able to have some time to be able to get your people prepared for anything that comes about, because these other countries or entities, they fight a dirty game, y'all. Such as, for instance, prime example, Japan. If you look back at World War II, what was one of their fighting sets that they used to use, they utilized? That was kamikaze. They would fly in and commit kamikaze, meaning suicide. They would fly in and commit suicide jets And they didn't care. They was committed to doing whatever they had to do for the cause. And they did what they call kamikaze. Okay? They would fly their planes into ships at any cause, and they didn't give a damn. Same thing with the people over in Afghanistan. They believe in suicide bombers. Okay? So this is what you're dealing with out here. You got people that say, hey, man, I'm committed to a cause. I don't care if I have to take everybody out. I will kill, and I don't care how I have to do it. This is why you got... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The reason why I asked that question is how much time do they have to prepare? Is because, we do have this Russian submarine outside of Florida, and something happened to that submarine outside of Florida, all hell's going to break loose. And we're flying over, we're doing all kind of crazy shit around it. So I'm like, and another thing is this too, I know for a fact that China has 2 million troops. We only have 1.4 million troops. So we 600 short in that aspect. Then Russia is way far bigger than that too. They have but they in the middle of Ukraine too, but they can split theirs up with, bringing a couple of troops along with China. But my thing is, how much time are we looking at? Because we also got this election coming up because they're trying to stop it. So I know they're going to try to get this war kicked off before the election. So that's why I'm trying to figure out, when they start this draft, I got a niece that's going to college. I got a daughter that's in college. So, and I got another niece going into a senior year. So this is looking heavy for us.
It is. It is heavy. And I'm going to tell you something. When it comes down to your military training, your army basically is 12 to 13 weeks of training to prepare. And that's what they do. They try to throw everything within a 13-week period to train you. Marines, you're looking at maybe about 13 to 16 weeks. They're going to try to throw that in there to get you trained. The Air Force is 6 weeks, I think. But remember, the Air Force don't go on the front line. The Navy, you might be looking at 8 weeks, but they also don't go on the front line because you're in the sea. But nevertheless, you got to have some time there to train people in every avenue of hand-to-hand combat. You got to have them ready for how to use a gun or how to use an AR-15. You got to be able to be prepared because the enemies that you're going to be facing, they're not going to fight fair. Just to be honest with you, they coming with all kinds of weapons. They're coming with all kinds of ways to kill you. They're going to be coming as ways of suicide bombers. They're coming as ways as kamikaze. They don't care. They just trying to succeed for the mission, for the cause. And that's the thing that makes these enemies like Russia and China and North Korea dangerous, because they're training their military to go at everybody at all costs. And that is, hey, if you need to die for the cause, you're going to have to die for the cause. We don't care. We want you to get out there and do what we tell you to do. And we're going to tell you right now, you're going to die for this cause.
See, about maybe 3 to 4 months, huh?
Oh, yeah. You're going to have some 3 months in there, yes.
And the election is in, what, 5 months?
The election is in 5 months, yes.
Hey, you know what, guys? Let's say if America was being invaded, right? If America was being invaded,
we are
do
being
you think?
invaded.
Okay, do you think Americans are prepared to protect themselves? Now, look, I saw last week, if I can remember these numbers right, I think they said 35 to 38% of American white households have weapons, and 22 to 25% of Black American households have weapons. Right now, when you look at other countries, right, like I think the Philippines is less than 5% of households have weapons, right? A country like China, less than 1% of households. Most countries, right? Weapons are. I mean, you have to be rich. You have to be in the wealthy class to own a weapon, right? So when it comes to these countries, I think Americans are more prepared than most countries in the world. If they are invaded by another military force. What do you think, Professor?
I think no. I'm gonna tell you why.
Yeah, exactly.
Because most white families might be prepared because you know why? Because they believe in that militia thinking and they stockpile
and they already training.
And they go out early with their children, like early ages with their children.
Yeah,
to shoot guns,
they already
and
training.
they prepare them. Black families are not doing that like they ought to be. But there's some.
I said 35% of white households have weapons, and at the lowest 22%. So 22%, that's very high compared to other countries where it's 1%, 3%, 5%, 10%. So 22% to me is extremely high, and so I feel like the Black community is prepared.
We mean that Black majority. I'm not saying that we don't have people in our community that are not ready to throw down. Now we got people in our community that is ready to do what they have to do. But here's what I'm saying: if you go to these other countries, they believe in soldiering from the early ages. Man, they teaching their young people at the young ages to be soldiers. I'm talking about they starting at 5, 6, 7 years old, saying, "Hey, son, your ass is going into the military. You better get. I tell you what, you better get ready right now. We finna get ready to put your ass in there." And I'm talking about over in China, over in North Korea, and even in Russia. That's why those militaries right now are bigger than what the United States have right now, which is what Brother Zaire just said to you. Their military bigger than the United States. That's where the problem is at. The United States, look, Black Homeland, I'm going to tell you where we at, where we're weak at right now. The recruitment is weak in the United States right now. We're not getting anybody in right now. That's what the concern is. Nobody is going into the military because they're saying that a lot of young people out of the Generation Z are not trying to go that route. Okay? They're not trying to do it. I'm going to tell you the reason why, right? Okay. In the United States, there's no fear of being invaded. In all these other countries, there's always a fear of being invaded. Taiwan, there's a possibility China might invade Taiwan. And guess what? The Philippines, I've been hearing for the past 2 years now, the Philippines, right, they fear that they can be invaded by China, right? Matter of fact, you have the Chinese, right, they're in the Spratly Islands, right, they're building these fake islands, right? And you know they have military presence on these islands, which are less than 200 miles away from Manila, right? So there's some fear there. So if you are in a country that there's a possibility that you can be invaded by anybody, right? Then your population has to be prepared from an early age. In America, nobody fears of being invaded. Matter of fact, when you guys were talking, everybody talking about that we don't want our kids to join the military because we don't want our kids part of being shipped to other countries. No, we never mentioned about being invaded. They're invaded. I think if we're being invaded, everybody will have a totally different tune. But we're talking about, sending our children to other parts of the world. So that's where we had disagreement there. So that's it. Yeah, I land there. Very good point, Black Homeland. Very good point. Because in America, as we look back through history, we have never had
And I guess you could say really a concern about being invaded. This country has never been invaded. Well, I take that back. Unless you want to talk about what happened in 2001. I guess you could say we was invaded.
No.
If you want to throw that in there.
No.
But
hell no. That was not.
Speaking, y'all,
No.
this country has never really been invaded.
That was not an invasion. Come on, man.
So, like what Black Homeland said, a lot of us don't have the fear of that, right? But let's say Russia, because they're sitting out there in the sea, and let's say they say, okay, you know what? It's time for us to hit the United States. Let's just go ahead and hit these son of bitches right now. We over here near Cuba. Let's go ahead and just hit them. Then that brings on a different mindset. Are our people ready for this?
No.
Everybody, I'm talking about everybody. Are we ready?
Absolutely not.
Because
not
Russia,
even a little bit.
I think, is trying to send a message. Now, I don't know what they are really going to do, but I do know they are trying to send a message to the United States that they are very upset about the whole Ukraine backing, that the United States continues to back Ukraine. And see, Russia now has the backing, of course, of China. They also have the backing of North Korea. Those are some very huge military units.
Yeah.
That's backing Russia, y'all.
Yeah.
Those militaries are bigger than the United States. I'm sorry. United States, you're not going to be able to compare to all of those arsenals that they have out there. Russia, China, and North Korea, that's huge. And this is the concern. I'm telling y'all, this is why they trying to do this right now, because they know the recruitment for the military is down. Nobody is trying to go in, except the Air Force. Except the Air Force. That's it. And I'm going to tell y'all what's the deal with that, because my daughter just went into the Air Force 2 years ago. Okay? She didn't want to go to any other branch. And quite frankly, I told her not to go to any other branch. I just told her, don't do it. Don't do the Army. Don't do the Navy. Don't do the Marines. And of course, she told me, she was like, Daddy, you don't have to worry. I'm not even trying to do that. I'm trying to go where it's going to be smooth sailing. She said to me, I'm trying to go where it's going to be smooth sailing. I'm not going to be on the front line or to be put in a situation where I might have to use my body. And see, hey, my daughter is smart. And that's not to say all the other kids that have joined those other branches are not smart, but my daughter is saying, look, she don't want to be putting herself out there on the front line for all this stuff that these politicians are setting up. Because that's what's happening, y'all. The politicians are setting this crap up. And they're going to sit back and they're going to protect their kids. And they're going to throw our kids out there to fight all of these battles. And that's what she realizes, because she listens to her dad. She hears me talk about politics all the time. And she gets tired of me. She gets tired of me talking about politics. But I talk politics to her because I told her she needs to know what is happening that could impact her and our community. She needs to know. And I suggest anybody with kids, talk to your kids about what's going on politically. Talk to them about what's going on with anything that's regarding Black America that could impact our community, because they need to know. They need to understand how this could come back to get us, to bite us in the ass. I don't want our kids out on that front line. I really don't. I don't want our kids out there. They need to throw these damn immigrants, like Rilla said. They need to throw these damn immigrants out there. And I really think we should push to try to see if they can get that bill or get a bill passed to have the immigrants' kids thrown out there. Since they want to come over here, these damn immigrants rushing all over here, we need to push these politicians that put these immigrants on the front line. Because you know what? You want to come over here? You want to talk about getting your money and your citizenship? Well, you need to earn it. That's right. You need to earn all of this.
Amen to that.
So get on this front line.
Amen.
And
And I know people say that might sound heartless, but shit, we don't need to be on the front line anymore. Our people been on the damn front line too damn long for every damn thing.
Forever.
Every damn thing, y'all.
Forever.
Absolutely. We've been on the front line for everything. I want to see these damn Hispanics and whoever else keep jumping all over here, these Chinese or whatever they keep coming across that border. You get on the damn front line.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And I'm gonna land right there.
Hey, Black, I see one of your tweets in the Jumbotron. You mentioned there's 400 to 600 million weapons or guns in the United States. I mean, most countries don't come even close to that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like in many of these Southeast Asian countries, right? I mean, when someone get murdered, right? It's usually like a knife or a machete or something like that. Gun violence or gun murders are very, very low in Southeast Asia because nobody has a gun. It's impossible to get it. So I'll land there.
Okay, so let me come back a little bit. So yeah, 400 to 600 million gun owners. It also says that 25 trillion rounds of ammo. But here's the problem. If you didn't see the movie Civil War, if you don't remember the Boston Marathon situation, what ends up happening is the United States goes into some type of emergency protocol. They tell everybody to shelter in place. And so people are kind of keeping their eyes tuned into whatever media that they get their news from, radio, TV, internet. And then what if for some reason the US military broke down to the point that there are actual ground troops invading the United States, they're likely to hit the major cities off the coast, because that's just, you're trying to cripple some major cities. You're probably going to target DC, to be quite honest, and New York and LA and places like that. There's so much empty space in America. Maybe you come down through Canada. If you, again, this would mean the Canadian military is crippled to the point where you are able to get troops into the this would be a calamity. Like, this is existential fucking crisis. That means that the military.
Black, I was gonna say, Black, I'm with you. Once you get ground troops, foreign ground troops in the United States, the United States has already fallen.
It's over.
That's like doomsday scenario.
It's over. It's over. I mean, at that point, you know what I'm saying? Because what ends up happening.
Right, you guys, that is far from the truth. I'm trying to tell you guys, we got more weapons. Our civilians are more weaponized than any country in the world. So if America is invaded, right, our civilians alone can protect the United States.
Yeah, but a civilian isn't a professional soldier. That's like a kindergartner versus a kindergartner versus a 12th grader in a fist fight. It's not good. You're not going to have a chance against a professional soldier.
Look, if I'm not a professional soldier, but if I'm fighting to protect my property and my kids and my wife and my children, right, my family, right, I'm now a professional soldier. Cause I'm fighting to the death.
Yeah, but let's be logical, because logically they control the air, which means they got fighter jets. They're bombing everything that moves. They got tanks on the ground. I mean,
who's doing it?
The countries you said invaded.
Yeah, whoever can put troops on the ground, they're bringing their artillery. They're not just coming with assault rifles. I mean,
that's why we were saying it's doomsday, because once the ground troops come in, you've already lost. That's what me and Black are trying to say. Once ground troops get introduced into the United States soil, all your other defenses have been defeated.
It's over.
Okay, I get that. I get that. But this is what I'm trying to say. It would never happen because no country in the world has the capacity to invade the United States. Look, China is only 400 miles away from Taiwan, and they're having a hard time. They can't even invade Taiwan.
Mm-hmm. They don't have a political incentive to invade Taiwan.
Say it again?
Said they don't have a political incentive to invade Taiwan. Like how everything is going on right now with Russia. Like,
it's coming.
It wouldn't make sense for Russia to attack us because what they're essentially going to do is just wait until all the other little nations, all of these little, nations start to rise up. You see it in Africa with the Sahel states and stuff. Like, just America losing power makes everybody else stronger. So they just need to wait it out. That's what China is doing right now as well. They just we'll keep on printing you, making you cheap stuff and all of this stuff, like, because we become too top heavy. No one's recruiting because no one believes in the fight anymore. Like, hey, there's too much counter propaganda for recruitment to even work in America. So unless someone does invade ground forces, then you're really not going to see no big mobilization of people, or it's going to end up just like Vietnam, where there's a whole bunch of resentment for wherever the fuck we fighting at in the world. But yeah, I'll go ahead and land with that.
Yeah, 10-4. But to Black American Homeland's point, so the reason we talk about Black majority states is that, and I've said this, and I believe it's something that should be mandatory, is high school aged, and again, it's not going to only be Black Americans, but will be the majority. We'll get military training, ROTC, whatever we call it. They'll get some weapons instruction. They'll get a basis line of what military defense looks like. And then that could be a pipeline into the state military defense forces, if not the federal system. And they could get these skills that do transfer over into corporate America. That's one of their selling points, recruitment points. But that our state, because when I looked at the numbers, a lot of these state defense forces, you're talking about a couple hundred to a couple thousand. They're not really big, large forces. And these are the ones that are strictly under the governor, not the National Guard or whatever. So if you had this built-in population that was essentially reservist within your state, if the military was to fall, you have your state defense forces, still got all your state police, county police, local police. So you still are dealing with a significant force for some level of defense and protection and deterrent, unlike what's going on in the rest of the country. But yeah, obviously, if I'm not worried about what's going on in the Gulf of Mexico or Cuba or whatever, because that's a very small force. Russia can't sustain that. If for some reason the United States had to, essentially put those vehicles at the bottom of the ocean, it is what it is. There's not a whole lot that Russia can do. If they get a few, missiles off, there's probably unlikely anything that the U.S. can do to stop them. Hopefully they can do something, but it's unlikely. And so they're gonna touch ground wherever that may be. There's probably targeting the closest cities that they can get access to, and then it kind of is what it is. That launches us into this troop movement that's already set up. NATO a few days ago said they had 300,000 troops on active, standby. And then just a day later, they said 500,000. And they're already talking about having 5 columns of logistics routes that they can funnel U.S. troops into Ukraine and ultimately into Russia. So they're already marching towards Moscow. The question becomes, are they actually going to go all the way to that point? Because that's when nukes become very, very real. No matter what Putin warns, they've already struck inside of Russia. They struck an airfield that's got some next generation fighter jets that Russia recently, let the world know they have, and they caused some damage. So that blow to U.S. armaments being dropped inside of Russia has already occurred. We've already crossed that line, right? So what's the next thing? I think they do plan on going into Russia, and I think NATO is going to be a part of it. But I think Russia will target NATO. And that matter of fact, they're already out there saying, if there are planes, because this was the strategy. Okay, we're going to hide our planes in these NATO countries as reserve planes, and then if whatever reason we need them, we'll get them. Well, that's an escalation of the war. Russia says wherever these planes are, doesn't matter, we're going to target those planes, which means they're going to be targeting in Poland and all these other countries. So we're already in that. The question is, can they contain it to Europe like the other world wars? I believe they will. Personally, that's where I'm at.
Okay, here's the deal, y'all. I think now we're going to see a change of the guard. Black majority just said, can they contain it to Europe like they have done with the previous wars? No. This is going to change because they know America has always been able to maintain a sense of security of not being invaded. That's going to change, y'all, because these countries now want to aim for the United States. They want to get into the United States, and here's how they're doing it now. Black homeland, black majority. China is already invading when they sending all them Chinamen through the Mexican border. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, see, they already doing that. And I'm trying to tell y'all, it's about to go down. So be prepared, be ready. I'm telling Black America, be prepared, be ready, because it's about to go down.
Hey, let me say this, brother. I didn't get a chance to I want to do it in front of everybody. I appreciate that conversation that you and I had, was it a few days ago, about the same conversation. I appreciate that. You kept me on my toes. I rarely get to have conversations like that, so I appreciate you. We do disagree. We ultimately ended up disagreeing on the fate of the United States. I know your position. You know my position. I definitely think the United States, if not in my natural lifetime, I'm in my mid-40s. So if not in my natural lifetime, I think it'll be soon after, my physical body is in. I do think the United States is in trouble, but I think when the United States meets its demise, I know a couple of the brothers brought it up earlier, and then now this is where me and Black majority agree. There is no nation on the earth that can stand up to the United States. The United States military force one-on-one. It is really the United States militarily has no match. I think the demise of the United States would be like what Professor said, and like I shared this with Black already. It's going to be a joining of forces with different nations that's going to lead to the fall of the United States. That's like I say, from my self-education and from what I'm passionate about, that's what I see. But I'm going to bring this up too, and then I'm going to shut up and then let everybody jump on. This is not going to be popular, what I'm about to say. I know probably most people will disagree, but I'm always going to never afraid to be the villain. I'm going to take the name of the room, the first name of the first sentence, I guess I'll say. Nothing is fair in America, and I'll open my narrative with that. Like I'll take myself. There's a contingency of Black people in America that think like me. And and happy birthday to the brother who has the birthday coming up.
I guess it was a weekend or whatever. Happy birthday to you, brother. But I'll steal his. Yes, sir. I'll steal his scenario. And I'm just gonna take his carbon copy and paste his scenario. If the United States does get invaded, and you saw this too, Black majority, you saw this in the World War II, where Hitler was just scared shitless of fighting a war on two different fronts. He didn't want to fight a war on the West Coast and the East Coast. But like I said, I'm just going to copy and paste the brother scenario. Say you got two foreign countries that invade the United States from both coasts, East and the West Coast, right? I'm going to use myself for an example. And like I say, let's take the first thing that's in the room. Nothing is fair in America. If that happens and those two countries invade, you know what I do? I wake up in the morning, turn my TV on and watch TV because, you know, nothing is fair. You know what wasn't fair? The transatlantic slave trade, that wasn't fair. Us getting our, excuse me, the 100-year epidemic of lynching Black people, that wasn't fair. Denying Black people access to medicine for literally 200 years, that wasn't fair. So, and I could keep going. We get the gist of what I'm saying. So I can look at it like this. One of the things I think that will contribute to the literal, the fall of America is going to be the contingent of Black people that think like me and say, man, look how you treated us. Man, why the fuck I'm going to raise a finger to fight for this place? I literally would not give two pieces of damn if this place got invaded, because I'm not trying to disrespect anybody in the room. A lot of Black people don't care about the condition of our people in the past. That means something to me. Me not knowing what my last name is, that means something to me. Me being ripped from my homeland, that means something to me. Me only being able to go so far back into, you know, to the people that were responsible for making me, that means something to me. I'm ultimately saying, hey, the United States, one day you gotta pay. It's just what it is. One day you have to pay for the shit you did to my people. And if it takes an invasion by a foreign country, like I said earlier, going back to the name of the room, nothing is fair in America. And I'll mute up and listen.
Right. Look, if we are invaded by China or Russia, right, we have to care as Black people, because they're gonna kill. They're not just gonna say, "Hey, okay, you're a Black American, right? We're gonna spare you." They're not gonna spare us. They're gonna kill everybody, man.
White people did that without a foreign invasion. White people did that on their own.
Hey, I would like to caveat that you know, Black people have fought on both sides of almost every war. You know, when you go ahead and look at it, Black people fought, you know, on the British side and on the American side, the civil rights side, Confederate side, and the you know,
there are a lot of us were in Canada, like during the Revolutionary War.
Right. Yeah, that's all I was gonna add to that. So there is history behind it too.
Right. Look, the way I see it, right, I believe if Black Americans had their own region or states, right, then we will be in full. What's that word? It will be our responsibility to take care of our region, right? That we will protect. We can protect our region better than anybody else, right? And our people will be patriots and of that region, and you know, look, when your family, when you have to protect your family and your property, you're going to fight. You're going to fight to the death. So I can't see, I can't see us just hanging around, let other people invade our country and just sit around not doing anything. I don't see that at all.
Check this out. When Black people, the Black men and women, when they returned from World War II, tell me about how their condition was in the country they went and fought, died for.
Well, I understand that. Yeah, I see. I understand all that, right? But that's why I say that we need our own region. If we can have our own region of states, right, where we make and enforce the laws, right, and we are responsible for protecting our region with our own military, our own state defense forces, right, then we'll be okay. You know, we don't have to be patriots to the whole country. Just be loyal to our own region of states, and to me that'd be enough.
But I say that's true in a parallel universe. I agree with you, but you know what the fact is? Black people don't have their own military. So we get invaded by another country that has a military. You cannot stand up to that country. That's not gonna happen.
Black family, hold on 1 second. Black majority, do you see that one down in the corner at the bottom by the name of Pro 105?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, that's the white supremacists, man. Yeah, please keep that one out.
Who that, Professor?
That Pro, the one down at the bottom of the group right there, the page, the Pro 105. Yeah, that's a white supremacist sitting down at the bottom.
All right.
Hey, actually, let's bring him up. Let's see if he wanna speak. What if he has anything to that he would like to bring forth to us?
That profile is weak. I wouldn't bother. He only got like 10 followers, 5 something. It looks fake and phony.
No, that's all he was doing, just recording his face as a burner account. He probably procreating with his grandmother right now. He's not even at his phone.
Y'all see, he just set that account of April, and he only got like about 10 followers, I think,
God.
maybe.
5 followers.
Yeah,
11 people.
So you know, we've been doing this space for almost 2.5 years now.
Yeah.
Black. So we had all kinds of people in that space. I'm pretty sure the FBI, all these alphabet agencies has been in our spaces.
Yeah,
so,
bro. They watch.
It is what it is.
Yeah, like when you go to any space, especially like ones with a large following, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, it literally be like 600 burner accounts. I guarantee you they all white supremacists and they the alphabet boys, all of them. Right?
You can spot these jokers so easy, man. They be sitting down there just listening in our spaces and shit. And see, I know that's what he's doing. He's recording everything that we're saying so they can go back and do whatever they got to do. But hey, it's all good. I'm letting you know, Pro, whatever your name is down there, that we know who you are, okay? So just so you know, we know who you are.
Yeah, so we were talking about state defense forces. So I did find News Nation did a little small report on that. And this is the governors. I don't know why they say lawmakers, but they say lawmakers push back against plan to move members of Air National Guard to Space Force. This is about 3 minutes long. Let's run this joint real quick. I got to get the volume up, of course. Okay, here we go.
Well, meantime, a battle is brewing between the Pentagon and all of our nation's governors over an Air Force proposal to realign more than a dozen Air National Guard units into the Space Force. Governors say such a unilateral move is illegal and threatens the ability of Guardsmen and women to quickly respond to natural disasters and other emergencies. So let's bring in News Nation's Evan Lambert, who was live for us there in Washington. And Evan, there are real questions as to whether this idea will even get off the ground.
Nicole, and just today, the Pentagon responded to some of those concerns expressed by a group of bipartisan members of Congress, also those governors that you mentioned. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin speaking to senators earlier today in a hearing saying that the Pentagon is reaching out to the governors that expressed frustration over this plan that would take those Air National Guard members and put them under the purview of the Space Force. But he did not say whether or not this policy will ultimately survive or be rescinded if it passes in this latest round of considering the National Defense Authorization Act. Take a listen to the Secretary of Defense.
This measure will affect, I believe, a small number of people, but certainly, I understand the governor's concerns, and we owe it to the governors to engage them on it, and that's why Secretary of the Air Force has recently engaged them personally on this issue.
So the Department of Defense first announced this proposal in March, but just over the last week or so, you saw these letters trickle in. One of them, 85 members of Congress from both parties expressing frustration with the Pentagon over the policy. And so have governors from all 50 states who activate the National Guard. This is a wrinkle for the Biden White House, with members of his own party questioning a policy. In the letter from members of Congress, those members say, quote, "To be clear, when individuals sign up for the National Guard, they are serving their country and their community. Congress shouldn't abandon this model." They also asked the Armed Services committees to reject this proposal as they consider the National Defense Authorization Act. One of those governors who is speaking out is Texas Governor Greg Abbott, saying in his own letter that this proposal, quote, "poses an intolerable threat to the Texas National Guard. That proposal would give the Secretary of the Air Force unilateral authority to transfer Air National Guard units to the Space Force without first obtaining gubernatorial consent." Now, the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, in this hearing earlier today, did say that this policy is not dissimilar to what happened when the Space Force was first stood up. What they did was take members of other branches of the military who focused on space and move them over to the Space Force as it was created. Nicole.
All right, Evan Lambert, line for us. Thank you.
You know, that little thing at the end, and this is where we, because we really on the state authority, where he talks about them taking members of the federal military and moving them over to another federal organization that they created out of thin air. That's a lateral move, federal to federal. When you're talking about the states and state authority and what states got going on and separation of powers, it's not the same at all. It's completely different. And, this is why we try to really explain the difference and how important the difference is and how important it is for us to get this authority, because our governor would also be out there railing against any type of proposals where the federal government is going to come in and take authority away from the states and try to take control over anything that our state has. In this graphic, it says Army and National Air Guard, 430,000 personnel nationwide, hundreds of units in every state and territory, 14 units, 1,000 personnel could be impacted by this proposal. So, in keeping with the conversation about this war and everything else that's going on, whatever they're trying to do, where they're trying to say this Secretary of the Space Force, whatever, is going to be able to commandeer, these state National Guardsmen whenever they choose, is just utterly absurd. This new NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, is really overstepping a lot of boundaries. It's kind of unfortunate. I think these things are passing with the Democrat majority, is what it sounds like to me. And so the question becomes, why are we voting for Democrats if they're pro-war, if they're the war hawks, if they're the reason that the country keeps going to war? Why are people voting for these people? Because they're supposed to be anti-gun. They're supposed to even be quote unquote anti-war. But in that other clip, we heard that, it's always when Democrats are in power that we end up in these wars or whatever. The other thing I wanted to touch on was, Reconstruction came out of the Civil War, but there was these revolts and rebellions and this political energy that was building up to that. Black America. During civil rights, there were these other world wars. As a matter of fact, shout out to Brother New Negro and Sister Aeon in spaces that they've held where they're talking about how Vietnam, almost without coincidence, seemingly was kicked off because of the civil rights movement, and how that would essentially take all of the air out of it. And MLK, Dr. MLK Jr., was really making that very, very clear at the time. And so he started railing against the war because it was taking all the energy out of the civil rights movement. That's the reason why he kind of pivoted to start talking about the war, because it was taking all the attention away from the civil rights movement. It was certainly taking all the funding and money away from it. So it's like now we're in this reparations movement that is really gaining traction in the country, in the states, in the cities, and they're kind of dog walking us, to be quite honest, to another war, a major conflict, with all of this infrastructure about automatically signing up men and requiring women to sign up. Now I saw a post where some woman is like, no, it was already required, it was already mandatory, but technically not really. You couldn't get student loan. There's some things that you wouldn't have access to, like student loans, any type of federal funding, you couldn't get that. But you weren't arrested because you didn't sign up for Secret Service. You just couldn't participate in some areas of society that involved the federal government. That's not automatically signing you up for a draft. That's totally different. So I don't know what that person was talking about. Sometimes people make these posts and they have these narratives and these hot takes that really don't really they're not in reality. They're in some sort of twilight zone. An automatic registration is automatic registration, meaning you can't get out of it. You don't have a choice. You can't decide. You're in, period. And at any moment that they decide to pull a draft, your number gets called, your name gets called. You're either going into the service or you're going to prison, period. And they will be looking for you. You can't get a job. You can't sign up for shit. You can't get out. You can't participate in society. That's totally different. Now, having women more on the volunteer requiring to sign up means that women won't be able to have access to these federal programs. So for whatever those programs are, that might include, food assistance, housing assistance, education assistance. Like, so this is where women, again, quote unquote, we talked about the feminist movement earlier. This is where you got to kind of start questioning whether or not that was fruitful. The return on investment, was it really, really worth it at the end of the day, if this is where it ends up, if this is the final ultimate result? Yeah, because with no genders, then nobody's special, nobody gets special treatment, and everybody gets treated the same. You got it, Professor.
Hey, bro, you already know my take on the feminist movement. This is where it's going to end up at, because the feminist movement pushed for this. So women understand that they can now say, hey, because of it being a genderless movement, we can push your daughters out there on that front line. Benefits will be ended unless they do go out there. Whatever the case, whatever they got to do, they will push your daughter out there, including my daughter, which I don't want my daughter out there. And I hope that most of you don't want your daughter out on the front line. I just don't think women should be out there on that front line. As we know, everybody, throughout history, women have never been on the front line of any war or battlefield. It's always been men. Now, that's not to say that women don't have their roles to serve,
towards the military or towards any type of cause. But when it comes down to getting out there on the front line to fight a battle, do we really want women to do this? Do you, as ladies, think that women should be out there doing this? Do we think of women as being warriors? I don't see women as being warriors. Women, to me, I see as nurturers. Men are warriors. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. If you disagree with me, let's invite Mark Carter up into this space, and he's going to tell you the same thing I just said. Men are the ones that will be on the front line, and women are supposed to be at home guiding the kids. Your trusted source. And serving a role to support the man as he is on the front line to lead, to take care of a situation such as if, like, we get into a war with Russia or maybe China or who else? North Korea. We need you women in that support role to support the men. But this feminist movement is pushing women to be genderless. Okay? To the point that they have even made men who want to be women, women. See, all this stuff is crazy, y'all. This transgender stuff, man, this stuff is crazy. I'm sorry, I'm 48 years old. I would never be down with this transgender movement. I would never be down with the LGBTQ, whatever they call it. I'd never be down with this rainbow shit, okay? Rainbow movement, I'm not down. I'm only down with rainbows if there's some gold money at the end of it. Can y'all get me some gold coins? That's all I need y'all to know. Tell me if there's some gold coins at the end of a rainbow. Man, you can tell me that, then hey, I'm happy. That, you know, I'm gay then, right? I'm happy gay. You call me some gold coins at the end of a rainbow.
Oh God.
Then I'm gay. Right? See, cause gay can mean happy too, y'all. But here's the thing. This shit that they pushing out on folks, man, it's crazy. They got people all confused on what they want to be. So you got people now come up in here, well, I'm a trans and you put the pronoun is they and what is it? They and she, he, or he, or he, or we, he, or see he, or don't see he, whatever. This is what I'm talking about. This shit is crazy. Men are supposed to be men on the front line. Women are supposed to be women supporting their men who be on the front line. That's it. That's it. And I just want to say to everybody in space, if we get invaded, all I can say is be ready. Know that you should have your guns to defend your families at all times. But remember, when you're facing an
breaking news coming out today that major
these
attacks
folks that are coming in are trained soldiers. And I know Black Homeland was talking about how everybody in the United States has a gun, right? But that don't mean shit when you're going up against trained soldiers, people that have been trained to fight, people that have been trained to shoot these guns, to blow up things and all this stuff. It don't mean anything, Black Homeland. See, that's why you got to have trained soldiers on in this fight. People that have been trained to fight with these folks that's going to come up in and invade, like these Chinamen that's coming across this border right now. That's what we got to be concerned about, man. What are these Chinamen doing coming up in this border right now? What are we going to do about those folks? See, and they coming in with military haircuts, by the way. So they military Chinamen, by the way. So they about to do something.
I don't know if the United States government is watching them. Maybe they are. I don't know. But they're just letting all kinds of folks up in here. And maybe it's because Biden is still trying to figure out where he's supposed to be shaking hands at. You know, like when he turns around, he's trying to shake hands with somebody that's not there.
That's not
so
there.
He's still trying to understand where people are. Or he don't know where people are. Or I guess maybe that's the dementia that's kicking in. So he forgets.
Damn. This nigga crazy.
I don't know, y'all. The country's in trouble. This country is in trouble. And then you got, of course, you know, people talking about Trump. But Trump is how old now? Trump is, I think they said Trump just turned 78 today,
78,
y'all.
Yeah.
I think this is his birthday month.
Yeah, 78.
I think this is his birthday month. He just turned 78. So that tells you we got a 78-year-old man that's running for president.
Or 81.
Then we got an 81-year-old who is the incumbent.
Terrible.
So where do we win here? We got two white men, both, as far as I'm concerned, are racist.
Yeah.
Both, I'm pretty sure, could be suffering from dementia, but we know one is. The other one could be too. We don't know. He could be suffering from it too. So where do we win at, y'all? Who do we really vote for in all this crap that's going on? And look at the stuff that's going on within the country where we got people blowing up houses. Did y'all? I don't know. I know I text, or I should say I tagged a few of the brothers and the sisters in the post where somebody went on a shooting spree, y'all, last night. This was early, well, I should say early in the morning. Somebody went on a shooting spree. And they blowed up houses while they were shooting at people. Or shooting at houses or something. And then you had another mass shooting today. And then you had mass shootings the previous day. The day before that. The day before that. So the country is going through all of these changes and all these issues on top of what we have going on in the foreign sector. So do you think America can really keep surviving all of this? I mean, that's for you to decide, family. Do you think we can survive with our old 81-year-old leader and some guy that's coming in that's going to be 78 if he's elected? And he's a felon, by the way. See, that's how fucked up America is. But anyway, I'm going to leave it right there.
Hey, Black, you know what I look, this is what I look at, like, when is America in trouble, right? Okay, because I'm an investor, right? You know, I invest in the stock market, you know, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the treasuries, the Forex. You know, I invest in all these different vehicles, right? Now, all these countries, right, they have trillions of dollars invested in the United States, right? Okay. When I see all these international investors and companies, when I see these people divesting from the United States, then that triggers me that there's something going on, right? We haven't seen that yet, right? Japan still has, you know, 700 billions in treasury. China owns several hundred billion in treasury. Great Britain, you know, all these countries, they have billions of dollars in treasuries, and they're in our stock market. They own a lot of real estate in the United States, right? So I don't see these people doing anything, because if they do, right, they're going to destroy their own investments. So that's what I look at, right? And so I don't see a invasion. I don't see other countries trying to destroy America, right? I think it's going to take 20, 30, 40 years, right? If for America to go down, I think it has to be a internal thing, right? In my book, I talk about Civil War II. I think it's going to be a civil war, and you know, you're going to have the big political parties
fighting each other, right? I think that's the only way the United States going to go down, right? I do not see countries invading the United States. It has to be an internal type of conflict, and I think that's the only way that that these countries going to be able to take over the United States if that happens. I land there.
Okay, so you gave some economic news. Let me drop this economic news, and then I got a video after this where the Forbes, who I believe ran for president during one of the, I can't remember which election cycle, maybe when Obama was running, but this guy has a prediction for Biden. We've been hearing this for a while, but he kind of just dropped this, and this thing is heating up a little bit. But let's play this economic news real quick.
Welcome back to Altima News, your trusted source for in-depth financial insights. Today, we're diving into a pressing issue in the U.S. banking sector. Buckle up, because this news affects us all. Hello, everyone. Today's top story is about the U.S. banking sector teetering on the edge. According to the latest FDIC report, U.S. banks have reported a staggering $517 billion in unrealized losses and identified 63 troubled institutions at risk of failure in the first quarter of 2024. Let's break down what this means and how it impacts you. The FDIC, or Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, has flagged these concerning numbers. Despite assurances of resilience from the Federal Reserve and the Biden administration, the financial strain on the sector is evident. Unrealized losses on securities have ballooned by $39 billion from the previous quarter. This brings the total to a jaw-dropping $517 billion. The primary culprit: depreciations in residential mortgage-backed securities, driven by rising mortgage rates. These numbers mark the 9th consecutive quarter of substantial unrealized losses, a trend that started with the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes back in early 2022. It's a clear sign of the ongoing financial challenges. The FDIC's problem bank list has also grown significantly. The number of banks on this list has jumped from 52 to 63 in just one quarter. These banks, with a Camel's composite rating of 4 or 5, indicate severe financial, operational, or managerial weaknesses. To put it in perspective, the total assets of these at-risk banks have surged by $15.8 billion. This signals potential vulnerabilities in the broader banking ecosystem, raising concerns about the stability of the financial sector. Following the dramatic failures of 3 of the largest financial institutions in American history last year, Philadelphia's Republic First Bank also collapsed this year. The ripple effects of these failures are still being felt. Adding to the alarm, a recent study from Claros Group, published in May 2024, suggests that hundreds of U.S. banks are at risk of failure. This points to a banking crisis that began in 2023 and continues to challenge the sector. So, what does this mean for you? The instability in the banking sector could impact everything from loan availability to interest rates on savings accounts. It's crucial to stay informed and understand how these developments might affect your financial decisions. That's all for today's deep dive into the U.S.
Yeah, so they identified this in the first quarter. 63 banks are teetering on the brink. This is after several collapses last year and this one this year that they mentioned. Now, banks collapsing is kind of a normal thing. I think when those first ones were popping off a year ago, I did a post about it because you could go back and see, like, there is this kind of thing where every year some banks do end up filing for bankruptcy. However, they're not. This is not reversing. In other words, it's accelerating. Whatever's going on now. They talked about Fed interest rates, etc., yada yada. But there's likely more going on than just that. So this is something that people should be aware of, because this is a sign of some real turmoil within the American economic system, which means the federal government would have to bail these banks out, and you know, and so essentially print more paper, which means increase the debt, and then that spooks investors, and so that's something to just be aware of.
Hey, Noah Black, right now, right, since 2021, right? Like well, I'm gonna talk about the Philippine peso, right? The Philippine peso was 49 peso to a dollar back in November 2021. Today, it lost 20% of its value, right? Now it's like 58.5 or 58.3 pesos to a dollar. So not only the Philippines, right? Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, I think South Korea, Japan, China, their fiat money has lost value against the United States dollar, right? So the fact that, and because of, America's high, the Fed's, the high interest rates, right? The higher the interest rate, that means that money from foreign countries, right? They're going to put their money in the dollar because of, they can get a higher interest rate. Right now, their country, like the Philippines, right, their interest rate is low. So there's no need to put your money in pesos because your money is losing value every single day. So yeah, that's what I see. I just see, maybe in 2025, maybe it can change, but right now the dollar is pretty strong right now, and I really don't see any changes to maybe in the next 6 months. That's when we can see changes.
The dollar's going to fall. It's going to fall faster than you think.
Wow.
But the thing is, when the dollar falls, right, all the other countries, their money going to fall too, right?
The last thing that's holding the dollar up is that petrol oil that's signed with Saudi Arabia. That Saudi Arabia is buying it in the dollar, but they should stop that. That's going to stop in July. Our gas prices are going to go up. Our food prices are going to go up. Everything's going to go up even more. So the dollar.
But see, the thing is, that's happening in other countries.
That's happening in other countries. That's the alternative. The BRICS.
We're trying to get out of this central banking system anyway. So it needs to fall. It's a good thing and a bad thing at the same damn time.
Right. Well, the thing is, wow. I mean, people in America that doesn't own anything, right? They're going to get hit. But if you have property, if you have stocks, you have treasuries, you should be okay. But if you don't own anything, you're going to be hit hard. Inflation going to be out. It's going to be crazy. So, I mean.
Yeah, and believe it or not, and I'll try to find a post, the central banks are behind BRICS. The central banks are behind whatever this CBDC is going to be. Just because you convert from paper to digital, the banks, the central banks, the global network of central banks are actively
is supported by gold,
involved.
So that ain't the BRICS.
What's that?
BRICS is supported by gold and silver. They're going to back that up with gold and silver.
There's not enough gold to back up the money in any.
Oh, it's a lot of that. They're trying to do commodities. So
the gold different is commodities. The paper is not important. The paper is a note of the gold.
There's not enough gold on the planet to support the monetary value of these countries, is what I'm telling you.
There's plenty of gold on the planet to support everything and more.
Okay.
Well, gold right now is 10 trillion, right? We got 10 trillion in gold, right? And the world economy is in the hundreds of trillions.
Exactly. There's not enough gold. There's not enough gold to cover the currency.
If I'm not mistaken, there was 13 stories worth of gold found in the Vatican. And they had that transported to Fort Bennett or somewhere out here in Texas. And they had to have like 60 B-52s to transport that shit. It's plenty of gold.
What they're moving to is a basket, like baskets of commodities, gold, again, like Bitcoin may be in there. They haven't determined on like what the baskets is going to be, but it's going to essentially be like maybe oil, like energy, like different sectors that you know, a lot of countries utilize and stuff. From my understanding, at least.
Okay. From my understanding, I forgot the price of gold right now. Let's see.
Family, let me break in for just a second. Okay, so this is what I was talking about when I was talking about the country itself imploding, right? All right, so I put in a tweet earlier, a post earlier about a mass shooting going on in Rochester Hills, Michigan. So they announced who the suspect is in that shooting, in that mass shooting. 42-year-old white male who went on a shooting spree. And he used the AR-15, from what I'm seeing here, to shoot up at least 10 people. I don't list any of these people as being dead, but he shot 10 people, 2 are being children, okay, at a park. So I want you to understand that these folks are on the loose. They're everywhere. And so this is what I'm talking about when I say the country is self-imploding. So when Black Homeland is talking about the country would never be invaded, the country is being invaded, but it's being invaded within. Okay? The country is going to fall within. And that's what I've been speaking about. I've been speaking about what's going on within the country that's going to tear the country down. I don't per se seeing a foreign entity coming into this country to do anything to us or damage to us. But what's going to happen with us is what's going to happen with them. So that's my take on this. Now, some of y'all, I'm sure you're going to have a different take on that. But that's what's going to make America fall right there, is what's going on within. And part of that is because of what Joe Biden is doing right now. We're bringing all these different groups up in here, and we don't know who they are. And Black Homeland, I know you probably think that's not really of a major concern, but I think it is, because we don't know who the people are that's coming up in here.
OnlyFans was banned from using banks because the banks didn't agree with their business. This happens at a large scale too, as Russia has found out over the last year.
No, I believe it's a major concern.
Okay, I want to play this Steve Forbes video, which is about Biden, and then I was actually trying to find the value of gold and explaining why that does not work for the amount of currency. There was a time when the planet had, let's say, 1 billion people or even 500 million, and it made sense because the transactions through gold or through using gold as what's backing currency was in relatively connected in real time to the value of the gold that they had in storage. The problem became when you grow the population, which were over 8 billion at this point, and to Black American Homeland's point, if it's 100 trillion, I've never even been able to calculate the entire value of the currency on the planet. But I know for a fact that there's not enough gold to cover it. So even if you're trying to back it, and you're talking about a commodity where the value fluctuates, since I've been driving trucks for the past 25 plus years, they were talking about buy gold in the 90s on right-wing talk show, radio. They were pitching it and pushing it and selling it, and some of it wasn't even actual real gold, but it was almost like a certificate of gold, where you would have a certificate that was supposed to be backed by some real gold sitting somewhere else. At different levels of this attempt to attach money to something tangible, you're dealing with a Ponzi scheme at every level of it. And then when you start getting into how these banks have set up the way that they can lend out 10 times more than they actually hold on deposit, you're talking about a system that is requiring the ability to have currency that is not attached to something physical. Because if you, when you do that, you eliminate everything in the society, because you cannot function as a society when you're attaching currency to something physical at every aspect of the society. So I know people, have this idea that we're going to, have whatever gold, yada yada, whatever it is, doesn't really matter. It's not functional at the level that's required in a world where you have 8 billion and we're headed to 9 billion or whatever the number is going to be. And then after that, there's supposedly a decline coming after you hit 9 or 10 billion, but you're not going to be able to effectively, have currency attached to something that is a physical thing. It's just not possible. And that's just the reality of it. You could take all of the precious metals on the planet Earth and you could store them in banks and vaults and yada, yada, yada. And you still won't get there. To be quite honest, it's just not realistic. So here's this Steve Forbes video.
Just how will Joe Biden pull out of the presidential race? Hello, I'm Steve Forbes, and this is What's Ahead, where you get the insights you need to navigate these turbulent times. President Biden's supercharged State of the Union address a few months ago quieted talk among Democrats about forcing him to drop his bid for a second term. But the quieting was only temporary. The continued, painfully obvious mental decline of our commander-in-chief has revived widespread public speculation of his withdrawing. A few observers think that this might be the political equivalent of a head fake, lowering expectations for his upcoming debate performance against Donald Trump. That highly anticipated verbal slugfest is barely 3 weeks away. After all, there are rumblings of pushing Biden out before his Buffalo State of the Union triumph. But the volume this time is more extensive and the tone more anxious. The fact that several Democrats, almost always off the record, are whispering concerns to the media reveals growing worries about this president's fitness to stay the course for this campaign. Hardly anyone believes he can navigate the rigors of a second term. This, of course, leads to basic questions. Will Biden bow out before the June 27 debate with Trump? Unlike his appearances these days, the president won't be aided by teleprompters. His unscripted remarks are routinely and embarrassingly confused and garbled. Would a combination of anger, which might fuel a temporary clarity of mind, extensive rehearsals, and some exotic elixirs enable Biden to complete a 90-minute debate, especially since the likely moderators would be on his side and former President Trump might overplay his hand? Perhaps this is what certain White House aides and the powerful, highly influential First Lady are counting on. It's a high risk, however. A fumbling performance would make a subsequent pullout particularly humiliating. Even if Biden makes it through the June 27 challenge, his continuing decline in public and private meetings will fire up ever-deepening misgivings among voters, knowing a ballot cast for Biden would be a ballot cast for Kamala Harris, sooner rather than later for her to sit in the Oval Office. When Biden steps down, who would replace him and how? He would likely quit the campaign, but not the presidency. Harris would remain vice president. Fevered meetings would follow among Democrats as party leaders would try to orchestrate the anointment of a candidate the way they did in 2020 with Joe Biden to block frontrunner Bernie Sanders. The frontrunner here would be California Governor Gavin Newsom, who's never made secret his lust for the nation's top job. but Democrats may conclude his record makes him too vulnerable and instead would go for an unknown candidate with a cleaner slate, particularly one of their governors, like Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Wesley Moore of Maryland, or Jared Polis of Colorado. A big international financial or military crisis may force Biden out, as he does not have the mental agility to handle such a situation the way John Kennedy did during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Kamala Harris may yet get to sit in the big chair. Either way, Joe Biden will not be the head of the Democratic ticket this November. I'm Steve Forbes. Thanks for listening. Do send in your comments and suggestions. I look forward to being with you soon again.
Okay, so this has been a talking point that's been around. I kind of thought after the midterms, he would step to the side and give Kamala a full year in that seat. And then if she did amazingly or whatever, that it would lead to her possibly winning in an election. And then she would have 2 full terms after that. He's saying, and every time I see this now, lately, they've been saying that no, they have no plans of moving Kamala up, that someone's going to take Biden's place, whether it's Gavin Newsom, Elizabeth Warren, or whoever, and that they're either going to keep Kamala in the vice presidency seat, or they're just going to create a whole new ticket. It seems very odd that we're this late in the cycle. It's June, and they only got a couple more months to make that type of switch and expect to win. But this is something
Black,
It's gotta be somebody bigger than that.
Black, his health is gonna make him have to change it, man. He's deteriorating right before everybody's eyes, man. You see what's going on over there in France. He shitted on himself over there in France. So this is what I'm saying, man. When you see something like this before the international community, you basically got to make a change. You have to make a change. You don't really have much of a choice. You can see the guy deteriorating.
What would be the best way to pull in what you're losing?
Hey, look, here's what I say. Get rid of both of these guys. I'm talking about get rid of man. These guys are old, man. These guys are old. That guy Trump, if you look at him, he's looking really frail himself. I don't know if anybody's really looked at it, but he's looking frail.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. He is.
He's not.
But I would vote for that motherfucker anyway. I would vote for him. And then
That's your problem.
And I'm not voting for the other one either. I'm not voting for neither one of these motherfuckers.
Well, your opinion don't really matter then. You shouldn't even be in this conversation, or your opinion don't matter. This is a conversation. Your opinion does not matter. If you don't vote, your opinion does not fucking matter. You don't give a shit. My opinion give a shit about what you say. If your opinion don't matter, it don't matter. So my opinion, move yourself right on off the stage and let someone that does matter speak.
My opinion does matter, brother, because for one,
it don't matter.
Building your online business?
It doesn't matter. You're not voting. You're not going to vote for anyone. So look out the way,
motherfuckers. I said I'm not voting for these 2 motherfuckers. That don't mean I'm not going to vote.
Ain't nobody else really going to run. And the next person that step up and run, you probably ain't going to vote for that one either.
I'm going to write in somebody, brother. You can write in somebody. You can do that.
That ain't going to matter. Okay. Yes, you can write.
Yeah, exactly.
But you said, but you didn't say. I'm not gonna vote for neither one of these motherfuckers.
I don't vote.
I'm not gonna vote for neither one of these motherfuckers.
I don't vote, period. I don't vote, period. Not that nigga to tell me that my opinion don't matter. I don't vote and never will goddamn vote. I don't vote and I never will. As long as the fuck I live, I never will vote. My opinion matters.
How does it matter when you're not facing down a strike?
I'm gonna tell you how it matters. Tell you how it matters.
Tell me how it matters.
Okay. So you're not backing. You had Obama in 08. You had
he shamed us
the first time. Let me get done.
Fucked us over so bad.
I don't disagree.
You had a first term Obama, you had second term Obama, and then you had first term Biden. All of these elections, black people showed up in record numbers to vote. Every last one of them. Record numbers. I seen no more black people voting. Let me get done. Let me interrupt you. No, sir, you cut me off in mid-sentence. I know, because right now you're not making any sense. No, it don't matter if I'm not making sense. You cut me off in mid-sentence. Excuse me, sir. You cut me off in mid-sentence. Been since Bush, Clinton, Reagan. Excuse me. Maybe you didn't hear what I said. I said you cut me off in mid-sentence. What you about to say? It doesn't matter what you don't like.
Okay. All right. Okay. I wanted to let that kind of go a little bit because this is, and I want to bring us into a bit of reality here. We had an entire space, multiple spaces, and I got the posts, I can put them up there, where we explain how this African American think tank in DC essentially said that Black Americans were 22% of Biden's election in 2020. 22% out of 81 million, that gets you to about 18 million votes, is what they claim Black Americans gave to the Biden election win. 18 million Black votes. Now, the reality is that there are 20 million registered Black voters in the country out of roughly 30 plus million, 32 million, whatever the number is. 20 million are registered. A fraction of that are Republicans, another fraction of that are independents. There is no way that the Biden campaign got 18 million Black votes out of 20 million registered Black voters. It's a mathematical impossibility because that is nearly 90%. And even when Obama was running for election, and those are the highest Black voter totals in the history of Black people voting, it had only got to 65 or 67% of the registered Democrats. Okay. The numbers within the electorate on the presidential election are completely fabricated. They're completely false. I don't waste time arguing about voting in any of that because it's all bullshit. They just, the Supreme Court just like within weeks, essentially said these Black majority voter districts, which we did an entire space on that, they don't exist at all. They're all on paper. They're all fabricated. It's all a figment of your imagination. They just said, fuck that too, because we're not doing that anymore. Period. It's over. Okay. So we're not going to waste time talking about voting. The only way the Black American vote has power is when it's concentrated at the local level, at the county level, and at the state level, and then you'll get federal power. Outside of that, the way we are scattered across the country, it's a figment of your imagination. It does not exist. They tell you it is what they want to tell you it is, and that's the end of it. When I looked at the Biden battleground states, because yesterday I was listening to some report where they're like, oh, Biden won the popular vote by 6 million votes. Bullshit. He won the election with less than 200,000 votes in about 4 states because they know how to manipulate the system. And it's easy to throw in 20,000 extra votes here, 20,000, 100,000 extra votes there, and blame it on the Black people. That's the reality of the situation that we live in. And there's really no need for Black people, Black Americans, to be having these Democrat, Republican, vote this, vote that arguments, conversations, because it's a fantasy. I mean, I'm just telling you, the numbers tell you it doesn't exist. It's not real. It's like arguing about Peter Pan and whoever else, little Muffet sitting on her tuffet. Like literally, the shit is not real. So I'm unmute. You guys do what you want to do, and then we're gonna get to the next video.
Yeah, before I was interrupted, I was going to say something along those lines. That, like you say, whatever you think about voting, I wouldn't debate you. I don't vote, not something I care about. But what I'm saying is, whatever numbers the black people voted in, whatever the manipulated numbers were, whatever the tangible numbers were, whatever if it was pixie dust, whatever it was, what I was going to get to before I was interrupted is how did black people's condition change in America, no matter who you voted for? That is what I was ultimately going to get to. You could vote till you blew in the face. You could stand in line in the cold, in the heat, rain, sleet, snow, hurricane, tornado. You can vote till your arms fall off. You will not escape white supremacy by casting a vote. And I'll mute up and listen.
Black pressure, you just said it, bro. No matter how you vote, it ain't gonna matter in this country, and black majority just said it. And that's what I was just saying. That's why I said you better off just writing somebody in, like Daffy Duck. If you black in America.
Shit, Daffy Duck might change your condition. God damn it, he might could do something for you.
He might do something, because damn, he is a nigga. I mean, Daffy Duck.
There you go.
But look, y'all, the only way Biden can win this thing right now, and I spoke about this in a previous space, I think it was in News Total space the other night, and it might have been in BJ's space, because those are the 3 spaces I go to, by the way. Okay, so y'all know, family, when you talking about information and getting what's newsworthy, it's going to be Black Majority, News Total, and Brother DJ that you see down at WPI. That's where you're going to get your true information from. These are the 3 brothers that I have connected with over a period of time now. And, of course, you know, my brother Black Prince right there, you know, he going to always bring the truth. It's just like he broke it down there. I don't give a damn what nobody thinks. Hey, I ain't going to vote.
That's what you didn't do, Professor. One of my heroes, Malcolm X, he didn't vote. Did his opinion matter about black people?
Exactly. But see, look, y'all, family, this is it. My thing is, Joe Biden, he might win, and I'm going to tell you how he's going to win, on this whole student loan thing. Because for anybody that might have gotten emails here recently, because I was one of them, he's been getting his U.S. Department of Education to basically forgive the loans. And they've been really busy, y'all, sending out emails, telling everybody, hey, we recently have forgiven all your loans. So he might escape based off of that right there, because that was a campaign promise that he ran off, that I was going to, you know, basically cancel student loans. So I'm saying to you, family, that might be how this motherfucker gets back in there. He'll slip back in there by that. And
I can go with that.
Okay, see, you see what I'm saying? And see, that's what the Republicans are saying right now. He's actually buying votes, which he is, technically speaking. He's buying votes right now. Because as he going through and having his U.S. Department of Education to forgive these loans, that's exactly what he's doing. He's buying these votes. But yeah, I was one of them that just got an email. I got an email here about 3 weeks ago. He forgave all my loans. It said, if you look at the email, it said the Biden-Harris administration has just forgiven all your loans. Now notice how they did that, y'all. The Biden-Harris administration, that's political. That means in political talk, they trying to find a way to make sure they get your vote.
I wish I'd have got that text. I would, because I'd have texted them back. I'd have said, now, what about black women having the highest infant mortality rate? How's voting going to fix that? And I'd have said, I'll wait for that answer.
Exactly. There you go, Black. There you go, Black Pressure. Because there's a lot of issues that we still need fixed. The black women's immortality, black women's mortality rate. What else? What is the hate crime with the anti-black hate crime bill? What else? We need reparations. We need
the prison pipeline, police terrorism. I can keep going. I can keep voting on. I can keep going on this shit. Voting will never fix. I can keep going.
Exactly. There's so many issues, y'all, that we need them to do. But see, the only thing that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to run on is, hey, look what we did. We canceled all y'all student loans. And guess what? Is that something for Black America? Well, partial, because it does help Black America. Yeah, it helps us, but it's also helping everybody else. So it don't. Also, to look at the rate. If anybody cares, there is a rate in the justice system where Black and white people get convicted of the same crime, and the chances of white people get the plea down, and the chances, the same chance the white dudes get the plea down, that's the same chances we get denied to plead down to a lesser charge. Go look that up and see if voting fixed that in the last 60 years.
Every time.
Hey, black pressure called it, man. Voting hasn't fixed none of that shit. Now, Zaire, my brother, hey, look, you my brother, man. Now, look, you trying to argue with us up in this space, but hey, look, you my brother still. I don't care what your big ass say. But it's...
Hey, so the title of the space is Nothing is Fair in America.
For a long time. It's past Obama, it's past Reagan. All these guys have been selected. And the things you guys are mentioning and naming are all symptoms of the problem, because we don't vote for the right people. We don't overload the vote so they can't cheat.
Okay. So let me say what I was
interested in who that right person would be. I'm sorry, Black.
No, it's cool. So the title is Nothing is Fair in America. Stop trying to be fair. And I spelled it fear because there is this embedded fear in trying to be fair. We got to get off of trying to be fair, trying to be just, thinking that this, I mean, what it doesn't, I mean, you could apply it anywhere because Black pressure really went through the injustices that are baked into the system. They are they are institutionalized within the system. Voting alone is not going to change that. 100 million people did not vote in the 2020 election. 100 million people, if they had voted, they could have decided the election, and wouldn't even take 100 million. All it would take is 20 million. 20 million votes out of the 100 million that didn't vote would negate Black America's vote. And let me say that again so that we really understand what we're dealing with when it comes to this majority population, this collective of everyone else outside of Black America. Okay, you had 150 million plus people vote, and you had 100 million people who were eligible to vote who did not vote. They claim 18 million voted for Biden. Again, I'm telling you, that's statistically, mathematically impossible. Based on their own information, it's impossible. However, if 20 million of the people who did not vote went up and voted opposite of Black America, which means they would have had to vote against the Democrat, their vote would have nullified all of Black America. And that's only 20% of the people who don't vote. It's been propaganda that the Democrat Party, and for whatever reason, the Republican Party goes along with it because it benefits them too, to make Black people believe, Black Americans believe, that they have this power through the vote that doesn't actually exist. This is a psychological operation, because coming out of the civil rights movement, when we were primed to get physical against this country and against whatever oppressive regime was going to hold us back, what did they do? They gave us fictional civil rights that they've been working to dismantle over the last 13 years. And they gave us the Voting Rights Act, because when they gave you the vote, it crippled the part of your brain that tells you you are oppressed, because as long as you go out and participate in the ritual of voting, that you can use that to change something that you cannot change, because the system is designed to make sure that you cannot change it. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And it's time, as we grow politically and we mature politically, that we no longer participate in the rituals that they've given us.
Is that system not falling right now?
What's that?
Is that system not falling right now? As
white supremacy is global. No, it's not falling.
It is falling right now.
White supremacy once again controls the globe.
Right.
It controls the globe, and black people are at the bottom. That's how it's falling.
We will no longer be at the bottom.
All right, well, show some vote, man. Sure, tomorrow you'll be in a utopia the next day.
What's the I'm gonna go Pan-African a little bit. There's a saying where they say we had the land and they had the Bible. They gave us the Bible and they took the land. Well,
Dr. John Henry Clark.
Yeah, so it's very similar in that, you know, we had the will to fight, we had the mentality to fight, and they gave us the vote, and they took away our mentality and our will to fight, and we just started voting. That's really what happened. Black politics became establishment politics. It went from revolutionary Black agenda politics to establishment. What's the word people say that we're no longer doing? Oh man.
Like me the other day, I couldn't think of shit.
What is it? Respectability. Yeah, we're no longer doing respectability politics. That's what everybody likes to say. We're not doing respectability politics, but we are. That's all we're doing, to be quite honest. That's all we're doing.
Even like our brother Malcolm said, and he didn't vote. Malcolm talked about the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments. He was like, why do we need those when the Constitution states you can't treat people like that anyway? He said, why did we need those amendments? You know why? Because white supremacy doesn't enforce the Constitution. It doesn't matter to them when it comes to us.
Remember, y'all, that was in that speech that he gave called The Bullet and the Ballot.
Yep.
And he spoke about that, the bullet and the ballot. He's telling you right there, the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, because the country is controlled by them. They're not going to enforce the rules that's supposed to protect us because they control everything. But yet they'll tell us that white supremacy don't exist, right? Man, they're going to tell us that because they want everybody to believe where just people are griping and complaining about everything. They don't do anything about their circumstances, and we just like this group that always have a handout, right? We always reaching for our handout. That's not true. The fact is,
hey, Professor, look at it like this. Let's just take voting. Yeah. Say, like Black was saying, every person that every Black person that qualified to stand up and vote, we got out and voted. And we voted whoever we wanted to in office. Just pick a candidate. Whoever you thought was going to run the United States, we all got him in office, right? You think white supremacy going to say, man, y'all got us. Y'all voted us out. Man, I'm going home. You think that's going to happen? Hey, bro, you already know, man. White supremacy is all about doing what they can to battle against us and to make sure they take us out of the vote. Like I said before, yeah, these people will never give up their power seat. These people will nuke the globe before they let Black people take control. They will nuke themselves.
Yes. They don't want us to have no kind of power. That's why they don't want us to get reparations, because they worry that if we get reparations, that means we'll gain power. They don't want us to get other things because that means we'll also be equal or getting more power. They don't want to have all that. Y'all, let's just break it down like this. The reason for Black Americans to be over here in this country was to serve white people, and that was to be enslaved by white people to do their bidding. Okay? And when that was undone back in 1865,
Hold on, Professor. Just real quick. It was undone on paper.
Yes, there you go, bro. On paper, it was undone. And that was a special order 15 put in place that was supposed to have been ours that President Andrew Johnson reneged on, okay? He reneged on that order, okay? He decided, well, I'm going to give land and money to the plantation owners instead of giving this to the slaves, or I should say the free people. This tells you right here, white supremacy would never respect or enforce anything that belongs to us. So Zaire, when you talk about voting, they're not going to respect your damn voting anyway, bro. Never. That's why I say you become better off putting duck down on the ballot.
Professor, do you think when black people got the right to vote in America, you think we got the right to vote by voting? Or did you have to die? You eaten by dogs, blasted by water hoses, hung from a tree, buried in a shallow grave, thrown in a river. How did we get the right to vote?
Man, we was shot, we was hung from trees, we was fed to alligators, crocodiles. We had our penises cut off. No, they didn't.
I didn't go that graphic, but you're right. Anything that black people ever get in America, we have to fight for it. We're not going to get that shit by voting. You have to fight and take it.
Fight for it, man. You have to fight for every damn thing, man. This is crazy. My grandmother, y'all, I have told y'all many times in these spaces, my grandmother left this earth 2 years ago at the age of 93. And that woman was one of the ones that worked in white people's homes. She worked as a sharecropper. They were still sharecropping black people back in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. We were still out there as slaves, technically speaking. Now, they were paying you a little something, but you still was a slave, even in the 30s, 40s, and the 50s, and the 60s. They had you out there. And my grandmother had to put her, which was my mom and my mom's siblings, she had to get them out there in the fields. That's right, y'all. My mom told me about it. My mom said she was a baby. She was 5, well, let me see, I think she was about 4 or 5. She said that her oldest brother, which was my Uncle Johnson, who just died last year. See, I just lost an uncle last year at the age of 71. See, he was one of the ones that had to be out there in the fields. But he was carrying my mom, who was his baby sister. Yeah, he would put my mom on his shoulders to carry out there in the damn cotton fields. See, this is what white folks have done to us. Yeah, my mom told me about it. She told me,
Professor, let me tell you about the slavery I live in. And next time we in News Face, I'm going to post a picture. I got a check. My last paycheck, at my job, we just went from getting paid every 2 weeks, every week. But my last paycheck was like $2,500, right? You know how much them people took out in taxes? I'm going to show you the picture next time we in News 5. The people took $1,100 in taxes out of my check before I touched the motherfucker. Is that not slavery?
Man, they killed you, bro. They took all your damn money.
Yeah. Then I work outside. I work in a refinery. I go to work. I work at a job where if someone does something wrong, the whole shit will blow up and kill. You'll kill the whole block.
Bro, you know what they doing with our money, man. They giving out taxes to these fucking migrants, man. They giving it to the other group that's coming in here getting citizenship and getting other shit that we supposed to be getting. See, all this supposed to be going to us, man. And it pisses me off. I'm working in this damn country to be giving money to damn migrants. People who coming in here that are MS-13s and cartel people and what else they are, man? Shit, we got Chinese people coming up in here. I mean, we got all these motherfuckers coming up in here.
Let me tell you part 2. I wasn't even done. I'm cutting some sausage. So look, I got a call from my bank. Guy gave me a courtesy call. He didn't have to call me. This was a white dude. White dude said, Mr. Adams, like, what's going on? Say, look, we got a problem. I was like, what's going on? He's telling me, I want to give you this courtesy call. I had X amount of dollars in one of my accounts, right? He said, you can't, he said, I wouldn't recommend you holding over 50 grand in this account. We're going to have to start double taxing you. Ooh. He said, take $50,000, go put it in another bank, or I'm going to have to tax you this X amount more because of the amount you got in the bank.
Wow.
No bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, it's getting crazy. So someone back channel me a couple of videos. I'm gonna play those, and then we'll go talk about BRICS and the dollar and things of that nature. So yeah, I think. Oh no, there was one last thing I wanted to say. So it was the last one, but now it's not. This is where I broke down the 4 battleground states where Biden won in 2020. In Georgia, it was a 12,000 vote margin. Pennsylvania, 81,000 vote margin. That's the largest. Wisconsin, 21,000 vote margin. And Arizona, 11,000 vote margin. That's all it took for the Democrats to effectively steal that election. Those 4 states, it's 132,000, 34,000 votes, roughly. That's all it took. That's all it takes to become the president of the United States, because they know in advance which states are going to be blue, which states are going to be red. And it just comes down to 4, 5, or 6 battleground states. And effectively, if you are whatever party that is able to manipulate the vote, you can manipulate the vote in those battleground states, and that's all it takes, and that's how you win the presidency. Biden did not get 18 million Black American votes. I don't give a fuck what planet he's on. I don't care if he stares out in space, if he jumps off the Air Force One. That didn't happen because it's impossible for it to happen. Outside of that, hey, do what you do. If you want to vote, vote. If you don't want to vote, don't vote. That's a part of the First Amendment right, which is the first right, which is your freedom of expression, however you choose to express your freedom of expression. I know from looking at the structure of the system, the way the system is put together, the way Black American Homeland understands the structure of the system of the United States of America, not the United Territories of America, not the United Colonies of America, but the United States of America, that if you don't control a state, you don't have any power in America, period. Everything else is fictional, it's an illusion, and it leads to delusional thoughts. And if Brother Mocha was in the space, he probably would talk about Millie Fuller and the thoughts of Millie Fuller. So shout out to Brother Mocha. Let me play these clips, and then we'll get on to the BRICS conversation real quick.
Breaking news coming out today that major attacks against 3 U.S. cities, Los Angeles, New York, and Philadelphia, have been stopped as 8 individuals that crossed from the southern border into the U.S. that were planning these coordinated bombing attacks, they have been arrested.
Officials tell CBS News the individuals were from Tajikistan and were arrested in New York, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. They allegedly crossed the U.S.-Mexico border last year and this year.
Now, I'm going to share with you the video footage and the articles so that way you can see it for yourself. And in addition to that, stick around because I've shared with you the list of cities on the watch list coming from the FBI where they know there are sleeper cell groups there that are planning coordinated attacks. They're keeping an eye on them, and hopefully we're going to be seeing more arrests taking place so that way we can thwart any potential attacks that we've heard will be coming. And these warnings coming out from the FBI for the last several months, and the most recent one you're going to see just 8 days ago. So let's go ahead and dive right in and share with you the latest. But before we do, if you appreciate the updates, keeping you up to speed, don't forget, take a quick second, hit the like button for me, helps spread this information out, even though it's not what we want to hear. It's good for us to stay informed and share this information. Also, to stay up to date, it's totally free. Why not hit the subscribe button, turn on that notification bell, and also additional resources linked in the description below so that way you can stay connected and ready. But with that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at the latest information so you can see it for yourself.
We've seen the threat from foreign terrorists rise to a whole nother level. This is by no means a time to let up or dial back. Now, on top of that, increasingly concerning is the potential for a coordinated attack here in the homeland.
So that was 8 days ago, and that was Chris Wray, head of the FBI, warning us, and now it's happened. 8 migrants with ties to ISIS arrested in a sting operation. All 8 of them crossed the border illegally. That's where we start. Good morning, everybody. On this midweek Wednesday, I'm Bill Hemmer. Hello to you.
Good morning. It's good to be here with you. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. The migrants came here from Tajikistan, and a source tells Fox they were, quote, fully vetted at the southern border, and yet nothing was flagged.
So ICE then later caught up with them in Philadelphia, New York, and Los Angeles.
Okay, this is a two-parter. So for those who may not be aware, Tajikistan is the place that the ISIS that just popped up out of nowhere that did the massacre in that Russian theater that the FBI also warned them about. I believe they killed like 138 people over there. I think it was like 138 some odd, an insane amount of people. There's videos all over online about it. It was insane, man. That was just horrible. But these are the same people, essentially. This is the second part.
The migrants came here from Tajikistan, and a source tells Fox they were, quote, fully vetted at the southern border, and yet nothing was flagged.
So ICE then later caught up with them in Philadelphia, New York, and Los Angeles, and that begs the question, who else is coming across that border?
We have Team Fox coverage. Paul Morrow is here with us, and we want to go first to Alexis McAdams. She is on the streets of New York with more. Hi, Alexis.
Dana, Bill, good morning. Right now, we know that those 8 Tajik nationals are in ICE custody this morning after they were arrested. A source telling me that a majority were arrested right here in New York City. Exactly where in the city, we're still trying to figure that out. This morning, a Democratic councilman here says this is another example of a broken southern border that he says the president needs to fix quickly because he says he doesn't know what's going to happen next in New York City. Listen.
Yeah, it's frightening, and we're headed for another 9/11. I predicted that. I think we should have a secure border. We should know who's coming into our country. We don't, and millions of migrants and illegal aliens have gotten through. So it's a situation that we're just, really rolling the dice here.
So in just the last few days, a group of Tajik nationals who investigators tell us have ties to ISIS were taken into custody. The 8 men all...
Now, Tajikistan, I've never fucking heard of that country. Who knows, man?
It's a former Russian USSR.
Yeah, but when were they established? When did they actually establish? When
Hey, Black Majority, I got a question for you whenever you get done. Let me tell you something, Black Majority. That particular Russian state or former Russian state is filled with terrorists. That's what it's known for. It's filled with a lot of terrorists. They are connected to a lot of terrorists out of Iran and Iraq. They do have a lot of people that move from Iraq to there, and as well as Turkey too. It was the home base of ISIS, wasn't it? Yes, that's correct. They do connect with those people there. Let me say this, y'all. When it comes to Russia, Russia is a country that is filled with a lot of different ethnic minorities. So you're going to have Asians mixed in with Russians. You're going to have Middle Easterns mixed in with Russians. You're going to have Slavic mixed in with Russians. So the Russian people are mixed with so many different people. And they fight all the time. Yes, they fight all the time. That's why the United States needs to stay the fuck out of that shit over there, because all they do is fight over there anyway. But anyway, needless to say, the United States has involved themselves in this situation with Ukraine. And as I stated before, they fight all the time. They're Slavic people. So we shouldn't involve ourselves in it. We shouldn't concern ourselves with that. And so what Black Majority said about when those terrorists went into that theater,
those folks, they went into that theater in Russia and killed like 180, between 130 to 180 people, I think. So that's how bad it was.
Mike Press, you had a question?
I was going to ask you Black majority. Who else want to take the question on? But I was going to ask a Black majority. If you look at just like modern war, so in the United States, and the pride that America took on just the money and the effort and the energy and the like I say, the money they invested in espionage and counter-espionage and intelligence. All this stuff that you just played in this video about all these people coming in, I don't think nobody in this space is stupid enough to believe that the United States does not know what's going on. I say the U.S. is complicit in it. There's no way. Look at all the surveillance these people did on all the black organizations and the Black Panthers and Martin Luther King and the Black Liberation Army and the Nation of Islam. And when you went to war overseas, the Cold War with Russia and all the spies the U.S. had placed out there. All of this stuff, you really think that we hearing this and these white people think we just walked out of cotton field yesterday and we think the U.S. is just, oh, shucks, they got us. These people know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, not only that, but the fact that he compared it to 9/11. So I know Professor mentioned that earlier. So 9/11 was an inside job. There's no question about it. There's way too much information online where they go through it. They had an art installation weeks before in the exact areas that match up where the planes, quote unquote, hit. There's just too many factors to go through it. That was an inside job by the Israeli Mossad. Let's keep it a buck, and the United States government. And they blamed it on Saudi airline pilots, and then somehow connected it to fucking Osama bin Laden and some terror network and on the other side of the fucking planet. And so what this does by them mentioning another 9/11 is it already pre-programs people's minds to believe whatever the fuck they tell them. And then it'll be, oh, the Russians did it, the Chinese did, whoever the fuck they want to target will be the reason that this attack occurred on U.S. soil, and then everybody's got to be a patriot and get behind it. So they'll use an event, whatever that may be. Unfortunately, I say, avoid crowds at all costs. Like that's my. Please take that advice if you can. Avoid crowds at all costs because they are prepping for some major event. And they're going to use that event to spark whatever it is that they want to do on the other side of the planet.
Absolutely. 100.
Yeah.
Dead on. I agree to that. They're trying to get us into World War III. And the best place to blame it on is Russia.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Because they were already attacked. And they'll figure, well, since the United States paid those people to go into Russia, they just turned around and did the same fucking thing, like literally. You know what I'm saying?
I believe they're having a hard time paying some Russian spies to come in here and do that. But they got every other spy they want in here to do it, though.
Man.
That's the problem. We don't know who and when and where. Because we still got enemies. We still got enemies elsewhere. We still got enemies in Iran. We still got enemies, with ISIS. ISIS is here.
Okay.
They are in America. More likely in all these black cities.
Let me tell you something. Russia, or let me say, when it turned into the Soviet Union back in the 1920s, Joseph Stalin, of course, he took power. He was a dictator. When he set everything up in that country to be under the Soviet Union, he set up what they call the KGB, which is another version of the CIA that we have here. He dispatched spies all over here in America. And I'm talking about not just the United States of America, but Canada, as well as Mexico, and on below that. So there's been spies over here in this country years. That's from that country over there, the Soviet Union / Russia. And they're going to continue to spy on us because they want to know everything about us and what we're doing over here. And then there's people, of course, that will share them information over there about what we're doing over here, which is what they call double agents, okay? So just so y'all know, that's been going on ever since Joseph Stalin, when he was the leader of Russia, and he set up a program called the KGB, which is a form of the CIA. And of course, the United States does the same thing. The United States sends out spies into all these different countries, and they've been doing it for years to disrupt everybody's government. The government, and if you ever listen to some of these other governments, they'll tell you that the United States has been doing this for a long time. They'll tell you, yeah, the United States has been coming in and disrupting our damn shit for years. So the United States is not innocent, y'all. It's not an innocent country. It's not a country that can sit up there and talk about, well, we got high morality. How you gonna call yourself a high morality country when you have had slavery over here, and you have also disrespected the Black American people for years over here, and did all kinds of evil shit to Black Americans? So how can you call yourself a high morality country? You can't do that. And guess what? The other countries call America out on that. They'll say, hey, look, America, y'all are hypocrites. Y'all can't tell us nothing. Y'all been over there disrespecting Black Americans for years over there.
Man.
Doing all kinds of stuff to them. Russia is one of the ones that do that, by the way. Russia will tell them, hey, man, how y'all gonna tell us something when y'all been over there doing that to them Black American people over there?
Mm-hmm.
See, China just did it. China just did it. Now, look, the Chinese are not our friends, right? But the Chinese just told America here recently, y'all can't say anything about human rights to us when y'all been over there doing what you've been doing to Black Americans. See? So when is America going to finally wake up and say, hey, look, you know what? We do need to address our human rights issues over here with Black Americans, and we need to fix the issues that we have done when it comes to Black America. Because every country knows what America has done to Black America. Every country knows it.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, Black Majority, man. Go ahead, man. I know you said you wanted to play those videos.
Yeah, I pulled up the Russian video. Now I got to do a trigger warning for those who, there's a lot of sounds. You're not going to see it, but this is a trigger warning. So people, you may want to turn the phone down or do whatever you got to do. This only lasts for a couple minutes, and then we're going to run right into chapter 6, which is about state defense forces from Black American Homelands, Black Paper. I bought a copy off of Amazon, the ebook, which plays on the Kindle. And so I was able to download it. And so now I'm able to grab entire chapters and copy and paste without too much of an issue. So I'd encourage folks to go to Black American Homelands page, find the link, download the book, get yourself a hardback copy, because they can clear digital information whenever they decide, so that you have a physical copy and, go from there. And if you like doing audio, if you have an app that'll read an ebook, you can do it that way too. But we've covered the first 5 chapters, and we covered the, I guess, what is that? The table of contents and the introduction. And so we're at chapter 6. So I'm going to play this quick video. These are these Tajikistan folks who are connected to ISIS. I don't know why we didn't go in there, whatever, but that's another story, I guess. now they're here. So here we go. This one is trigger warning.
Стреляют в толпе. Какие-то люди стреляют. Мы находимся на концерте в Крокус-Сити. Здесь происходит какая-то стрельба. Куча народу бежит. Все орут. Кто-то стреляет здесь. Подожгли зал. Зал горит. Подожгли нас. Нас подожгли.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna turn the volume down. I'm gonna try to read it as it's going. I'm gonna do the see if I can slow it down so that I can keep up with it. One thing that I don't appreciate after seeing this again is that the theater turned all the lights on in the main theater. I think that was a mistake. Because even though these people are sociopaths and they're doing whatever they're doing, if it's a dark hall, a dark auditorium, it makes it more difficult, in my opinion, for them to do what they were able to do when they turned the fucking bright ass lights on. People didn't have a chance to hide or do anything. They couldn't even fucking escape. So I don't believe that. I think the theater is kind of not complicit, not like they had something to do with it, but I just don't think that's the smartest thing to do. So I'm going to try to read along with it because they're talking in Russian, but there is a lot of text. Because they are firing from a machine gun. They are shooting the crowd. Some people are shooting. See people ducking down. Eyewitness footage shows inside a concert hall during a deadly shooting attack in Moscow. People can be seen ducking for cover behind seats while gunshots are fired. And yeah, they're in that auditorium. We are at the concert in Crocus City. There's some kind of shooting going on here. See nothing but just people. A lot of people are running. Everyone is yelling. Someone is shooting here. They've set the hall on fire. The hall is burning. They set us on fire. Video shows a young woman hiding behind a wall in the Crocus City foyer. These foyer videos are the worst because they're right out in the open, and you just see these people walking up to people just indiscriminately, like slaughtering people like it's nothing. Broad, in this theater is so lit up, it's just like broad daylight. People started running as gunshots were heard inside the venue. You just see people running. You hear the gunshots. Gunmen dressed in camouflage uniforms opened fire at the Crocus City Concert Hall in Moscow. You just see women, men running. The Islamic State group have claimed responsibility for the attack. More people running. People got their cell phones. They're running. There's no security anywhere that I can tell. No police. It's unfortunate. Yeah, people just running. This video is not showing the actual killings. Eyewitness footage shows people running out of the concert hall. Now these people are outside. They are some of the lucky ones that got out. The death toll of the Moscow concert hall attack has risen to at least 115 people at this particular moment in time. Terror investigation is underway, and 11 people have been detained in connection with the assault. I know those 4 guys that they beat up, which they should have just killed them. I don't even see why they would take them to court, but they did plead guilty. I don't just fucking like when something like this happens, it is my opinion that if you catch the people who did it, just kill them. I just don't even like whatever you got to do. Put it gun. They already done murdered hundreds of fucking people. Just say they fucking resisted. They had guns. They were shooting, and they fucking didn't make it. I mean, what's the point? So that's that. You know, that's a theater. They were warned. The American intelligence agencies warned them this was coming. Now they've been putting these warnings in America, like they said in that report, for months. They've been saying for months, something's coming, something's coming. So when it comes and it happens, you know, and I'm somebody who goes to the theater every weekend for the most part. Some not every weekend, but most of them. And yesterday was the first time I went at night. Now at night, it was a
going in the Matrix, right? Going in the Matrix.
Okay, I'll jump out and jump back in. Thank you very much. I gotta find this room before the room dovetails, I guess, because they're not letting me keep it at the top no more.
My boy WPI right there. Shout out to everybody in space. That's Blackie back up in here.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So I was saying I tend to go to the movies just about every weekend, some weekends not, just to see what the latest blockbuster is, but I don't go on the first night because that's usually when it's going to be packed. We all remember, you know, years ago when people were shooting up these theaters. So I try to go like on the second or third weekend. And last night was the first time I went at night, and it was packed full of people. Now, normally the past few weeks, there's been like 3 or 4 people in a huge theater. Like I'm talking about, this is like their main one where they got 300, 400 seats, maybe even 500. And so it was like really different being in there with a bunch of people. But I try to avoid those you know, the first night, the first weekend, because that's usually when the sociopaths are going to show up, to be quite honest. So I'm not going to any of these large outdoor events for what it's worth. I mean, people got to do what they got to do. 2A, 14A over 2A, pray with 2A, stay with 2A, Black Guns Matter. Shout out to Maj. Shout out to the black man who is the one who went to the Supreme Court to keep the bump stocks legal. A conservative court agreed with him 6-3 that these bump stocks are legal. Trump is the one who essentially tried to ban them. And this black gun shop owner in Texas is the one who actually took it all the way to the Supreme Court. And so now gun owners, I think he estimated 500,000 gun owners had them. Essentially, you can, the rear of the gun, if it's a rifle, you can press it into your chest and it allows you to keep firing. So it essentially turns, it's almost like a Glock switch. I'm gonna keep it a buck. It essentially turns a semi-automatic rifle into something that's going to shoot more rapidly. Whether it's fully auto, that probably remains to be seen, but it certainly allows you to shoot a lot quicker. And so the Supreme Court decided that that is protected by the Second Amendment. So that's another thing that people need to be aware of. These assault rifles, I've been watching these videos of people that make homemade chest plates, body armor. I've been posting them on Fun and Socially. And you see people shooting through chickens, like little Cornish hens, people shooting through whatever, different types of material. And you just see the devastating impact that these assault rifles have on physical things. They move at a much higher velocity, and they do a lot of damage. And so, you know, if someone is sociopathic, there was just another old white guy that story's been going around where he was planning to start a race war. I think he wanted to drive to Atlanta, if I remember correctly, and he wanted to spark off this race war, and they caught up with him. He's an older looking white dude. Let me see if I can find that story, because like, again, all we can do is tell people, hey, keep your head on the swivel, know your surroundings. Yeah, I found it real quick. So he's from Arizona, and he was planning to go to Atlanta to spark a race war. Another sociopath with a bunch of assault rifles, and it was going to be at an Atlanta concert. Again, this is why I say, for me, for my health, for my well-being, I'm choosing to stay away from large events, simply because I just don't really get it. Now, this says he was plotting on the Bad Bunny concert. Now, for what it's worth, Bad Bunny's some Hispanic whatever guy. His fan base.
Spanish dude, that didn't make no damn sense. He was gonna be shooting a lot of Hispanics.
Now, again, so psychopaths, sociopaths, none of this shit is logical. You know what I'm saying? Like, none of this shit they do is logical. Yeah. So, I mean, in Bad Bunny, I think he's married to a white woman. He kind of borderline white Hispanic, to be real. If he wanted to stop tanning and portray himself as a white Hispanic, I don't think it would be that hard. So, the brother of Dr. Rashid goes into it, so I guess we can play this thing. Because now I don't know why they keep saying a rap concert if it was Bad Bunny, that's not that's not rap music, man. He does some weird shit, so whatever. But let's run this one down.
What's the number one secret to making
a hit? Of course, there's going to be a little bit of a commercial there. Okay, here we go.
Wanted to start a race war.
My bad. I gotta get the settings. Now, normally when I do that, when I do them settings, it'll break once I go to a different video, but it didn't do that here. So let me start it back over. Okay, here we go.
A man wanted to start a race war, connected it to the presidential election, needed to make sure he did it before the general presidential election in order to make it, successful. Put up a picture full of masks. Hell of a background, a lot of twists and turns. This is the reality that we're in. An Arizona man was arrested in May for planning a mass shooting in Atlanta, targeting African Americans in the city. He did this. He wanted to start a race war, according to the allegation. Mark Adams Prieto is accused of selling rifles to people to provide weapons to begin a race war ahead of the 2024 presidential election cycle. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, he was indicted Tuesday by a federal grand jury. They looked at the evidence and said indict, following a months-long investigation by the FBI, and his arrest in mid-May. An affidavit submitted in court by members of the task force led by the FBI in Phoenix, Arizona, detailed how the investigation began in October of 2023. Let me give you the background. According to the affidavit, a reliable source reported that a man later identified as Prieto, quote, expressed a desire to incite a race war prior to the 2024 United States presidential election, end quote. The affidavit says the source told FBI agents that they'd spoken to Prieto at various gun shows over 3 years, eventually including political conversations. During the past year, his comments became, quote, suspicious and alarming, according to the affidavit, quote, including advocating for a mass shooting and specifically targeting Blacks, Jews, or Muslims. Source told the FBI agents that Prieto believes that martial law will be implemented shortly after the 2024 election, and that a mass shooting should occur prior to the implementation of martial law. And asked the source in late 2023 if they were ready to kill a bunch of people, end quote. Now, there's a lot more to this story. I'm going to give you all of it. It's difficult to listen to, especially when you realize the measured calculation, the coordinated plan, the strategic context of this entire ordeal. Where would he get the idea that a president would declare martial law? Where does that come from? That has been considered unconstitutional in many frameworks and decisions, but he believes this will happen. Why? Because martial law, in its purest form, is simply a suspension of the Constitution. You see, Donald Trump already said he was going to suspend the Constitution. He did not say it as diplomatic as I just did. This is where he gets the idea from. There's a direct radicalization permeating from Trump. Once again, I bring that to your attention because here are some guarantees, some assumptions you can make. This individual is a Trump supporter. This individual self-identifies as a Christian evangelical. This individual has been a conservative for many decades. This individual probably says he believes in Jesus. This person is part of MAGA. There's more. With millions watching and many people benefiting from this.
Okay, he's going into a quick little commercial mode here. So I'm going to try to blink that out. MAGA sociopath is what we got here.
In the affidavit that this showed Prieto's desire to recruit people to help him carry out an attack. The investigation by federal agents found that Prieto worked as a gun show vendor. This part is important because all of it was legal at this point. A gun show vendor in Prescott, Arizona, where he sold numerous firearms from his personal collection, which, by the way, is allowed at these gun shows routinely. The source told the FBI that Prieto also likes to conduct trades off book through cash or trade to avoid possible issues or interactions with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Once again, these off-book trades are not necessarily illegal. As a matter of fact, in the state of Georgia, one of the last data sets we have about firearm sales in the state of Georgia, they are sold without the need of any paperwork, person to person. You can do that based on the current laws that exist primarily in conservative states. Now, if you sell a car, well, the car is regulated. You cannot simply sell a car with no paperwork. It's not allowed. But you can sell a gun, no problem. No paperwork, no issue. There's more. At the end of 2023.
Most of my technical aptitude was just playing video games.
Okay, another quick commercial. I'll try to skim through it.
Experience. Pursue a few. Agents contacted the person running the Arizona-based Crossroads of the West gun shows, where Prieto was a vendor, who confirmed his status there, matching a description given to agents by their confidential source. The FBI put Prieto under surveillance from January to March. At a gun show in mid-January, undercover agents met with Prieto and their confidential source. While Prieto only made small talk with the source and the undercover agents on the first day of the gun show, the next day was a different story. Prieto spoke about his plans for an attack. The affidavit says, Prieto divulged his plan to commit crimes of violence against African Americans in Atlanta, Georgia, specifically. Prieto told the source and undercover agents that he wanted to help to carry out a mass shooting at a yet-to-be-determined rap concert in the city, according to court documents. There's more. According to court documents That was when Puerto also explained why he wanted to carry out the proposed attack in Atlanta, saying, quote, "The reason I say Atlanta, why is Georgia such a blank up state now? When I was a kid, that was one of the most conservative states in the country. Why is it not now? Because as the crime got worse in LA, St. Louis, and all these other cities, all the blanks moved out of those places and moved to Atlanta. That's why it isn't so great anymore. They've been there several years," end quote. The coldness of this. I have a question for conservatives. If your fight is so righteous, if you are on the right side of ethics and morality, let me ask you a question. Why do you produce so many mass shooters? Why is it that mass shooters in America are typically white males who identify as Christian evangelicals, conservative voters, Christian values? He also wanted to perform the proposed attack at a rap concert because, quote, "there will be a high concentration of African Americans at the event." Part of the plan included leaving Confederate flags to send a message, quote, "that we're going to fight back now, and every whitey will be the enemy across the whole country," according to the affidavit. Puerto also told the confidential source and undercover agents that he would show no mercy, no quarter, telling them that they could not have any feeling. They're not people, excuse me, they're monsters as far as I'm concerned, end quote. While under surveillance in February, the FBI saw Prieto go to a gun show in Phoenix, Arizona. While there, he was seen going into the gun show with 2 rifles and walking to the confidential informant's vendor booth. When he got to the booth, he immediately asked if the source and the undercover agent were still planning to participate in his attack, the affidavit says. On multiple occasions, the affidavit notes that Prieto made it clear the attack was racially motivated and that he wanted it to be explicitly not a gang-related thing, saying he planned to shout, quote, "KKK all the way," among other slogans, and emphasizing that having a high body count of victims was the most important part of his plan. According to court documents, in February, he sold a firearm to the undercover agent for $2,000. Now, there's more to this story. But understand, he's saying he wants it to be crystal clear. This was not some random attack. This was not some kind of retaliation. This was not gang-related. He wants it to be clear that it's from the KKK, which ironically is a gang also. He wants to litter the scene with Confederate flags. He wants to yell racial slurs during the attack in order to create a race war in the United States of America prior to the presidential election. Why? According to his logic, it would give a Donald Trump presidential administration, if Trump wins, everything they need in order to enact martial law and do as they please. There's more. Later, in March, undercover agents spoke to Puerto at his vendor table at a gun show, where he told them he still planned to commit the attack in Atlanta, saying that if they waited until after the presidential election, they might have everything in place. You can't even drive. You'll be stopped. the documents say. He later told the undercover agents that the targeted event will likely be a rap concert scheduled for State Farm Arena in Midtown Atlanta for May 14th and 15th. He did his research. Later, plans involved pushing the attack back sometime in June, according to the Department of Justice. While traveling to Florida to visit his mother, the DOJ said officers stopped Prieto on Interstate 40 in mid-May. Quote, Prieto was stopped by law enforcement driving east from Arizona through New Mexico alongside Interstate 40. Prieto was in possession of seven firearms. Why do you need 7 guns to see your mom? He was in possession of 7 firearms and was taken into federal custody. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at his home in Prescott. Law enforcement found more firearms in his residence, including an unregistered short barrel rifle. United States Department of Justice said in a statement, now indicted, Prieto faces charges for firearms trafficking, transfer of a firearm for use in a hate crime, and possession of an unregistered firearm. Justice officials said each conviction for trafficking firearms and transfer of firearms or a hate crime carries a maximum penalty of 15 years in prison, a fine of $250,000 or both. A conviction for possession of an unregistered firearm carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison, a fine of $250,000 or both. Separately, each charge could also result in a maximum of 15 years in federal prison. Being convicted of possessing an unregistered firearm carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison, $250,000 fine. The trial date has not been determined.
When these Supreme Court justices stood before the Senate to get...
Okay, another quick commercial. It's got just a little bit more to go.
You have a mentality. Don't think this is a one-off. Don't think he's the only person thinking this way. As a matter of fact, we've covered other individuals who attempted things like this coming out of the state of Florida. I remember vividly reporting on a group of individuals who coordinated in order to start a race war by way of a unified attack at various locations at the same time. That operation was also stopped by law enforcement. Now, the charges that he currently has, some of them may actually get dropped. You see, the way the laws work, the states, conservative states in particular, they've gone out of their way to make sure it's very difficult to prosecute individuals on gun laws. It's clear what he was trying to do. If the narrative is correct, if the words and terminologies that he used are accurate, he wanted to start a race war. He wanted to kill a lot of people. But you know what charge is not here? Criminal conspiracy. You know why? Well, I believe the Justice Department had to make a decision. When he was traveling to go see his mother, what was to stop him from deciding on the way to Florida to stop by Atlanta? Nothing. You have to effect an arrest. You effect an arrest now, you get him off the street, you get him indicted for what you can, but you lose your grand slam charge, which is criminal conspiracy. You don't have that on the docket because you would have to have a meeting of minds for the criminal conspiracy charge to fit, which also means he gets lawyered up, he gets a conservative judge, he may get to go home. I'm telling you the truth, reality of what is before us. These individuals are terrorists. Donald Trump is in charge of the largest modern day cult we've ever seen. Without his say-so, without his approval, without him telling them to storm the Capitol, they're already willing to kill human beings. Jasmine Doss here.
Yeah, so I was curious as to why this Arizona man wanted to start a race war on the other side of the country from where he was. So I started wondering if maybe there just weren't enough Black people where he lived to go to war against. So I looked into it. As of just a few years ago, there was not a huge Black population in Arizona. They made up only 4 or 5% of the population in that state, according to the 2020 census. But since the pandemic, a lot more Black people have been moving to the state, specifically to Phoenix, which is Maricopa County, which is the state's largest county. And that could help to explain why Maricopa County has split from red to blue in recent years. And it could also help to explain why election officials in Arizona have tried so hard to invalidate election results from that specific county. So, one of the nation's most problematic counties has been seeing an influx of Black people over the past few years, and the MAGA Republicans in that state are also perhaps disproportionately worried about the U.S.-Mexico border. We know that Arizona has some of the most vocal MAGA advocates in the country, but the numbers don't really show a large Republican majority in that state. Republicans in Arizona only have a slight lead over registered Democrats in that state. Remember, they elected a Democratic governor in Arizona. They also sent what they thought was a progressive Democrat to the Senate. She turned out not to be, but that's who they thought they were getting. So if this guy is trying to start a race war, I guarantee you it's because he believes in things like the Great Replacement Theory. He was spouting QAnon talking points. He even admitted that he doesn't see Black people as actual human beings. I guarantee you that he saw the demographics in his state shift and that he found all kinds of reasons to believe what he already wanted to believe, that a race war was coming. So he might as well be on the offensive line instead of playing defense against it. But also he probably didn't want a race war where he lived because that would be very inconvenient. So he targeted a place where he knew a lot of Black people would live. It's unheard of.
It's quite insane. It is sick. It is our reality today. Man.
Okay. Man, that is very sobering. The detail, the fact that this has been going on for a few years, it seems, the investigation, that's, and earlier I didn't really get to interject this part, but, and I said the Civil War movie, because that kind of explains some of it, but whenever if ever the country was to collapse to the point of some invading force, I need our people to understand this. If you don't know who the white person is or the white people are, if you don't know them, they are your enemy as well as whoever the fuck is invading. Because the reality of the situation is they're going to look at you as an enemy, period. When civilization crumbles to the point of lawlessness, you're going to be looked at as the threat that's in front of them. That's just like giving people some really sober advice. Do with it what you will. Take it how you want to take it. But don't expect these people to be inviting you into their bunkers unless they plan on harming you in some way, shape, or form. To be quite honest, that's just what you're dealing with. So that's why, earlier when we we're talking about the country possibly facing some ground war invasion, I don't think that bodes well for Black Americans, in a sense of us being scattered all across the country, not being able to defend the territory together, and, kind of depending on these other people for protection, because that's where we're at today. That's the situation that we are currently in today. Now, the difference between what that whole situation would be that our senators would get some type of briefing, and then our state would be made aware. We would our law enforcement agencies would be made aware of this individual, their vehicle, description, the whole everything, all of it. so that they could be on alert. And if that person was to enter into the jurisdiction and was by the grace of God was found, they could be dealt with within the jurisdiction of the Black majority state.
Hey, Black.
Yeah.
It's that chapter 6, right? That's a really short chapter. I think that's only like 5 to 8 minutes to give people an understanding of the different agencies that we can take control of.
Yeah.
You know, the state defense forces, state militias, all that. You wanna go through that chapter, or
No, that actually is next. That is absolutely next. I wanted to build up to that with the Russian and the Tajikistans and all of that, and then this, because this was kind of like, man, damn, you know what I'm saying? This is like very like damn.
Right.
But this certainly does give people a greater understanding of what you're talking about, of what I'm talking about, of what we all should be talking about, to be quite honest. You know, whatever we're doing is great. God bless everybody that's working in the movement and working in the movement. God bless that. But the movement should be moving and migrating for protection. Like that should be like the base of the movement, to be quite honest. So yeah, I got chapter 6 lined up, ready to go. So here we go. I got a little bit of feedback coming off of somebody's mic. Okay, here we go. Like the volume, and okay, I got to turn the volume up. I thought I had it all the way up. I don't know why that happened. Okay, here we go.
Chapter 6. Security. State Defense Forces, National Guards, State Militias, State Coast Guards, State Border Patrol, State Intelligence Agency, State Drug Enforcement Agency. Security is a critical aspect of building a strong and prosperous Black American homeland. The state government has a responsibility to ensure the safety and security of its citizens, and this includes the creation of a robust security infrastructure. This infrastructure includes a range of different agencies and organizations, each with their own specific responsibilities and roles to play. State Defense Forces, National Guards, and state militias are all important components of the security infrastructure in the Black American homeland. The federal government recognizes state defense forces under 32 U.S.C. Section 109, which provides that state defense forces as a whole may not be called, ordered, or drafted into the armed forces of the United States, thus preserving their separation from the National Guard. State defense forces are organized mostly as Army units, but some states have Navy and Air Force units as well. State defense forces are trained and equipped by the state government to provide a state-level military force in times of emergency or crisis. The Constitution of the United States, Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution contains a series of militia clauses outlining the state's right to create militias, National Guard and Air National Guard under the control of the individual states, with the state governor acting as commander-in-chief. However, the president can activate the National Guard and place it under federal control. National Guards are a reserve military force that can be called upon by the state government to assist in times of emergency or crisis. State militias are similar to National Guards but are typically organized and maintained by private citizens rather than the state government. The Black American homeland encouraged Black militia groups to register with the state, therefore their total existence is legal and supported by the 8 states' southern region. All of these forces provide a critical layer of security for the Black American homeland and play an important role in maintaining order and protecting citizens during times of crisis. The State Coast Guard and State Border Patrol are also important components of the security infrastructure. The State Coast Guard is in charge of protecting the coastal waters of the Black American homeland on the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico, and State Border Patrol is accountable for protecting the borders of the 8 states' southern region. Both of these agencies play an important role in preventing smuggling, illegal immigration, and other forms of criminal activity. The State Drug Agency and State Intelligence Agency are also important components of the security infrastructure in the Black American homeland.
The state drug agency is accountable for enforcing drug laws and preventing drug-related crime, while the state intelligence agency is in control of gathering and analyzing intelligence to support the state government's decision-making and security efforts. The state and local police departments will have a responsibility in maintaining public safety and order in the Black American homeland. State police departments are in charge for enforcing state laws, while local police departments, including the county sheriff departments, are responsible for enforcing local laws. These agencies are in charge of maintaining order, preventing crime, and protecting citizens. The best police reform I can prescribe is that the security agencies, state defense forces, National Guards, state militias, and police departments faculty reflect the demographics of the state. Thus, if the state is 80% Black American, 20% white, and the police departments and other agencies' personnel should be 80% Black American as well. In addition to the security agencies and organizations mentioned above, there are several other measures and policies that can be implemented to enhance security in the Black American homeland. One such measure is the development of emergency management and response plans. These plans should be developed and regularly updated to ensure that the state government is prepared to respond quickly and effectively in the event of a crisis or emergency. This includes plans for natural disasters, terrorist attacks, and other emergencies. Another important aspect of security in the Black American homeland is the development of a comprehensive surveillance and intelligence gathering system. This includes the use of advanced technologies such as CCTV cameras, license plate readers, and other surveillance devices. Furthermore, intelligence gathering agencies such as the State Intelligence Agency should be well funded and equipped with the latest technologies to ensure that they are able to gather and analyze intelligence effectively. To further enhance security, the state government should also invest in the training and equipment of its security agencies and organizations. This includes providing regular training for state defense forces, National Guards, and Black state militias, as well as providing state and local police departments with the latest equipment and technology. In closing, security is a critical aspect of building a strong and prosperous Black American homeland. The state government has a responsibility to ensure the safety and security of its Black citizens, and this includes the creation of a robust security infrastructure that includes state defense forces, National Guards, Black state militias, state Coast Guard, state Border Patrol, state drug agency, state intelligence agency, and state and local police departments. These agencies assume an important role in maintaining order and protecting citizens during times of crisis in everyday life.
Okay, that is chapter 6, and definitely hit on all the points. I think when we talked about it before, I was saying I'd like to have a space defense force, and like literally, I think that was even last week. And then within that time, you have the Pentagon trying to commandeer these at least the air I guess the Air Force section of the state National Guardsmen, and trying to federalize, which is insane, completely and utterly insane. So shout out to it was all 50 governors that are opposed to that, plus several I guess congressional members and senators that also were against it. But it sounded like from that Lloyd, the general, the black guy who runs the Pentagon, it sounded like he was essentially believing that if you just talk to them, that they'll eventually come around to their point of view. But that would set a dangerous precedent of the federal government essentially doing something that's unconstitutional. I don't see how the governors could go for that. That to me is just not smart at all. So hopefully some governors will stand up, and even if they got to sue them in federal court to make it very, very clear that they're not okay with that. The Texas governor, shout out to the Texas governor, because he seems to be very, very clear on the dividing line between the states and the federal government when it comes to the defense forces, the National Guard, and these powers. So shout out to him, because he and still is embroidered, I guess, in a federal lawsuit about the border and Biden's attempt to essentially negate state authority in that situation. So yeah, can't let that happen. Someone had asked me to discuss the situation with BRICS, and we were kind of hidden into that, and before we got into, you know, some of these very, I mean, these are sad, just tragic, very tragic. You know, thank God that the FBI in Arizona, of all places, where they say that the Arizona police officers are likely to be under FBI monitoring because they're so corrupt and so racially biased against Black Americans in Arizona, where the FBI was able to thwart this attack. Because if he was just talking to regular, you know, sociopaths, and they were all on the same page, anything could have happened. And not that it would lead to a race war, because most people are so oblivious to what's going on. They would never react or respond in the way that these mentally ill people think that we will. But nevertheless, it's very, very dangerous. It's extremely dangerous, because this is like the third or fourth story. I think it was Baltimore, where they were shooting at power, the grid. They were trying to blow up the grid so that would start a race war. Like, you know, these stories are coming really frequently in terms of these people trying to start some kind of race war. But I'm gonna do the BRICS thing, because people wanted to talk about that. And you know, initially a year or so ago, I was like, you know, this is not that big of a deal, whatever, blah blah blah. But as it turns out, this is looking like it's going to be a really big deal. A really, really big deal. I found something that said it originated in, I want to say it was 8 years ago, where they did their initial, you know, set up, look into how they would do it. I think the thing says it was 8 years ago. I got to find that link again, because I'm not logged into this account. So I've got it. So hopefully I got it on my other account where I actually looked at it. So that's what's interesting about the plan for BRICS, is that, yeah, it was 8 years ago. And
did you know it?
Let me see if I can find it in here. Yeah, BRICS establishes a development bank. Now, whether or not it's backed by gold, that's going to be up in the air. Whether or not that's real or not, because, you know, saying it's backed by gold and it actually being backed by gold, dollar for dollar, whatever they are going to call their BRICS currency, you know, is one thing and not necessarily the other thing, because China's economy is going to eclipse America's if it hasn't already. And with China and India being the largest economies in BRICS together, they're going to triple the U.S. economy in a very short period of time, based on the projections. Just those two countries alone will have GDPs that exceed the United States of America. And there was just a recent G7 meeting, and they are essentially saying that the BRICS countries, which I believe it's up to 80 countries is what I believe it is, the number. It could be less, but that's about where it's at, that they already have a GDP, and Putin's been saying this, that eclipses the G7. Some of the G20 members, like India, are a part of BRICS. So that's a whole nother thing, whether or not that G20 thing keeps going on or not. But the G7, you know, it's like it's a different world. Not that America's in trouble, not that Europe's in trouble, whatever. But it is a different reality that they have to deal with and navigate through and figure out if they can collapse their economy, because that's what America tries to do with their enemies. They try to collapse economic systems, and so they may be plotting and planning on that, you know, somehow, some way. But I'm sure they're aware of that. I don't think that's anything. I'm not giving anybody any news when I say that that's what America's does, because that's what they've done. This is from 8 years ago, and BRICS establishes a development bank. Get the volume up here.
Welcome to the Bond Report on the Real News Network. I'm Shamini Perez, coming to you from Baltimore. BRICS, the economic bloc made up of Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, met in Ufa, Russia this week. One of its key objectives is to form a new development bank considered an alternative to the World Bank and the IMF. The bank will be located in Shanghai and chaired by Indian banker KV Kamath for the first 6 years. Then Brazil and Russia will take their respective terms. Each country is expected to contribute its lion's share to the bank. The upper house of Russia just allocated $100 billion in foreign reserves for the bank. The pool is intended to protect national currencies from the volatility of global markets. The idea is that in the event of a financial emergency, like that of Greece at the moment, the BRICS countries would no longer have to depend on the likes of a troika. But will the BRICS Development Bank be any different? Will this new formation be able to address the issues faced by struggling and ailing economies of China and Russia, India, Brazil, and South Africa? Here to discuss all of this with me is Patrick Bond. He is joining us from Durban, South Africa. He has recently edited a book on BRICS with Ana Garcia titled BRICS, an Anti-Capitalist Critique. Patrick, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Great to be back with you, Shamini.
So, Patrick, in the past 2 years, the Russian economy has tanked. The stock markets in China was in a free fall on the eve of this meeting. Are these large economies now looking to BRICS alliance to reinvigorate their economies?
Well, that would be a mistake because, in fact, all the BRICS, especially now with China's $3 trillion crash of the two main stock markets from the peak just about 3 weeks ago to today, and the 20% crash over the last year of its property market, the sort of horrible potential of a hard landing that would send the world economy into a tailspin. That now is certainly possible. And certainly the Brazilian economy is very, very weak at about 1%. South Africa will grow 1% or go into recession. India has not been as strong as past years. And the currencies of all of the BRICS also under great threat, because as the United States begins to move towards higher interest rates, that'll take liquid capital out. So I think the broader macroeconomic perspective for BRICS as a potential backstop for world economic growth that we had seen the last 15, 20 years, that potentially is now over. That would be very sad because certainly Europe's in a deep depression and the US economy is not doing very well either. However, the merits of a slower growth might be more balancing because we've seen such extraordinary uneven development, extreme differentiation, inequality, and ecological destruction. So whether the period ahead can be managed now is a question. Maybe the BRICS financial institutions will be part of that management.
Which reminds me of the main purpose of the meeting itself was to form a development bank. What of any significance came out of it?
Yes, well, you're right. The 2015 BRICS summit in Ufa had as its centerpiece the actual naming of the directors of the bank and more of the details, and promised that by April 2016, the BRICS New Development Bank, the NDB, will be up and running and making project loans. Now, that's different than the other function, the Contingent Reserve Arrangement, CRA. The CRA, a strange name for what is in effect a short-term financial monetary emergency fund of $100 billion. That's probably going to be important for at least one of the BRICS, South Africa, as we move into potential debt crisis. Our debt is at the 40% of GDP level, our foreign debt, and that is the same level in 1985, about 30 years ago, where we suffered a default and a run that even put enough pressure on the white minority government, the apartheid regime, that forced it to make concessions and 9 years later to agree to democracy. So these financial moments in a country's political life can be important, as we're certainly seeing with Greece. But the other four countries have enough reserves that I don't think the contingent reserve arrangement is going to be used anytime soon. It's really a notional reserve. And if it were to take the currency that China is now spending on buying U.S. Treasury bills, that would be a terribly important step. However, all the indications are that China is continuing to buy T-bills and maintains a record holding, and that's very unfortunate. It basically locks China into a buying relationship with the U.S. in terms of T-bills, the Treasury bills, at which point the U.S. has enough debt that it can allow its consumers to borrow and then to buy Chinese goods. And that's a sort of death grip of the world economy that locks in these extreme imbalances that we've been having.
Now, Patrick, you just edited a book with a number of your colleagues on the BRICS. And what are some of the pros and cons you saw coming forth?
Well, we've really heard from progressive analysts a mixed message, and there is especially third worldist, if I may say, a sort of pro-South position that is welcoming the BRICS. And you see it on a number of the e-zines, and some important writers have been welcoming BRICS as a potential alternative to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and maybe a geopolitical power relationship. However, our careful study shows a couple of things that I think the book, which is being published in the US by Haymarket, in Britain by Pluto, here in South Africa by Jacana, and in India by Akar. The book, with about 25 key authors from many of the BRICS countries and international experts, does a couple of things. One is to show that internally the BRICS are extremely uneven, and the balance of forces largely favors neoliberal or market-oriented pro-corporate figures, and that is very much shown today by the new BRICS directors of the New Development Bank from South Africa, who are two of the most extreme neoliberals we've had in economic policy. The new vice president of the BRICS, Leslie Masdorp, previously in charge of the privatization of South Africa's state assets, and the former central bank governor is now a director of the New Development Bank, is named Tito Mboweni, and he's really known as one of the most austerity-oriented governors that the central bank here has ever had. And that means the second part of what we're arguing, which is that there's a tendency to fit in rather than oppose the world financial elites. That is to say, it's not going to be against world finance, but accompanying world finance that the New Development Bank lends, project loans. It'll be picking up some of the worst loans that even the World Bank won't do, dirty energy loans, mega dams, maybe land grabbing, especially here in Africa. That's one concern. And especially a concern, secondly, that the International Monetary Fund will be actually empowered by the contingent reserve arrangement. And the reason is that the CRA is set up that after you borrow 30% of what you can legitimately borrow from that CRA, 30% of your quota, before you get the next 70%, you have to go to the IMF to get a standby agreement, a structural adjustment austerity policy. So one of the great hopes we've had in this, Sharmini, as you know, is that the Greeks would say, we don't like the IMF, we're in a default. We might exit the euro so that we aren't under the same sort of pressure from European Union and the European Central Bank to basically be part of a German bank-centric model. And then we're going to borrow from a foreign power, maybe Russia, there was some talk, and maybe China with all the money they have, and be able to keep afloat while we default and arrange a default, much like Argentina did, and therefore not go into complete panic crisis, bank closures and all the rest of it. Now, that probably isn't going to happen. That was our big hope that the BRICS would be an alternative geopolitical arrangement. But I think it would be wishful thinking for progressive analysts now that they know much more about the details of the BRICS New Development Bank to actually argue that Greece has any hope there. Greece is going to have to take this very strong, courageous stand that's so overdue to introduce its own currency and not hope that it can just borrow from a BRICS bank and therefore pay off the IMF. And the reason is that the BRICS bank will make project loans in April 2016 only. It's not ready to do anything yet. And that would mean the kinds of loans that what would be bankable in Greece, something like port privatization of the Chinese, that's strongly opposed by the dock workers in Greece. And I don't think then there's any scope for the contingent reserve arrangement to fund Greece because you have to be a member of BRICS. And they really have limited membership to just the 5 main countries. So all of those together, Sharmini, mean if you're still arguing and hoping that the BRICS will be some sort of anti-imperialist answer, you should look more closely. Our sense, using Rai Marini, the great Brazilian dependency theorist argument, is that instead of anti-imperialist, we are looking at sub-imperialist relationships.
Patrick Bond, thank you so much for your take on BRICS, and we look forward to having you back on and perhaps debating somebody that is pro-BRICS.
Thank you very much. Great, Sharmini.
And thank you for joining us on the Real News Network.
Okay, so that was 2016. They said it started in 2015 because this is 8 years ago. And almost everything this guy said was not right. I think it was propaganda. I think it was hope. They were hoping that this thing would not take off. People wouldn't want to join it. But you had COVID, which shut down the whole planet, and people had a chance to really reassess everything. You had this Ukraine war situation that really kind of pushed Russia into a situation where this was a way out, for a lot of different reasons, for what they got going on. And so, you know, this guy obviously is just giving his assessment based on what was going on 8 years ago, but oh goodness, things have changed dramatically since then, you know, in a major way. I'm trying to, you know, I'm going through YouTube trying to figure out how many members there are in, because it started with those 5, but I'm seeing one thing that says 59 members want to sign up, and I'm seeing another one that's saying 97. I'm seeing Turkey wants to sign up. I think we know Saudi Arabia, which that's a whole nother thing that I do want to actually play, is saying that they're going to sign up. And I'm starting to think that quite possibly there may be countries that participate in, they try to double dip a little bit, where they don't go full BRICS, they don't go full US dollar or petrodollar, but they kind of hedge their bets and do a little bit of both. So let me see. This one says G7, G20 crashing as BRICS reports these 59 nations. So this thing is this thing called We Love Africa. I don't know if that's going to be. It sounds like it's going to be super biased towards Africa, but they seem to be really tapped into this whole information here. So let's see what they're talking about, because they're probably,
we are dealing with human animals. And we are not going to spare.
Yeah, I think that guy was talking about the small hats. So you got G7 and G20 crashing as BRICS reports these 59 nations want to join. BRICS makes de-dollarization announcement. So this is the most latest one, which is the 59 nations. So I'll play this one, see what they're talking about.
You're going to have to get used to.
A quick commercial. I'm going to skip through that.
A multipolar in October 2024. The 16th BRICS Summit is set for October 2024, with 59 nations expressing interest in joining. Their motivation? The aspiration for a multipolar world. As the summit draws near, the increasing interest from these countries shows the urgency of their desire for a more balanced global power structure. So, will BRICS be the organization to turn this dream into reality? Let's find out. As the world anticipates the 16th BRICS summit, scheduled for October 2024 in the Kazan region of Russia, the geopolitical landscape is toward significant change. This year's summit is particularly notable as it will see the induction of 4 new member countries: the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Iran, Ethiopia, and many others, totaling 59 nations. But what to expect from this summit? The forthcoming BRICS summit is set to be a pivotal event, not merely a routine diplomatic gathering. The addition of the UAE, Egypt, Iran, and Ethiopia is a strategic move that enhances the bloc's diversity and economic strength. The summit's agenda will likely focus on deepening economic cooperation, fostering innovation, and addressing global challenges such as climate change and sustainable development. For the host nation, Russia, the summit represents more than just a diplomatic occasion. It is a golden opportunity to showcase its leadership within BRICS and to solidify its position as a key player in this emerging global alliance. Hosting the summit allows Russia to emphasize its role as a bridge between Europe and Asia and as a champion of multipolarity in global affairs. Russia's efforts to strengthen ties with both new and existing BRICS members are part of a broader geopolitical strategy aimed at creating a counterbalance to Western alliances, particularly NATO and the European Union. By fostering closer economic and political ties with countries outside the Western sphere, Russia seeks to diminish the influence of Western sanctions and economic policies that have often targeted its economy. And the inclusion of the UAE, Egypt, Iran, and Ethiopia into BRICS brings significant resources and strategic advantages to the alliance. Each of these countries contributes unique strengths that enhance the bloc's global standing. With its vast oil reserves and status as a major financial hub, the UAE adds substantial economic clout to BRICS. The UAE's advanced infrastructure and investment capabilities provide new opportunities for economic cooperation and development within the bloc. Furthermore, the UAE's strategic location as a gateway between the Middle East and Asia enhances BRICS connectivity and trade routes. As a pivotal player in both Africa and the Arab world, Egypt's inclusion in BRICS strengthens the bloc's influence on the African continent and in the Middle Eastern political arena. Egypt's control of the Suez Canal, one of the world's most crucial maritime choke points, adds strategic significance to BRICS, potentially enhancing trade and economic integration within the bloc. Here's a reminder to please like and share the video and subscribe to our channel to watch more videos on Africa's geopolitics, economy, and changing landscape. Let's continue now. Iran's significant energy resources, including some of the largest oil and natural gas reserves in the world, are a major asset for BRICS. Despite facing international sanctions, Iran's inclusion in BRICS offers the bloc a new dimension of energy security and economic partnership. Iran's geopolitical position as a bridge between Central Asia and the Middle East also enhances BRICS' strategic reach. With its rapidly growing economy and large population, Ethiopia represents a dynamic addition to BRICS. Ethiopia's strategic location in the Horn of Africa provides a critical link to East African markets and maritime routes in the Indian Ocean. The country's ambitious infrastructure projects, such as the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, reflect its potential to be a key player in regional economic development. While these nations are confirmed to join, 59 more showed interest. And why is there such a massive number of countries interested in joining BRICS? The burgeoning interest from 59 countries in joining BRICS by 2024 highlights a global shift towards seeking alternatives to Western-dominated economic frameworks. These nations, predominantly from Asia, Africa, Eastern Europe, and Latin America, see BRICS as a gateway to more equitable economic opportunities. The growing appeal of BRICS can be attributed to several factors, including its advocacy for a multipolar world order and its emphasis on local currencies over the US dollar. The attraction to BRICS lies in its foundational principles that challenge the traditional global economic order. By promoting the use of local currencies for cross-border transactions, BRICS presents a practical solution to reduce dependency on the US dollar, which has long dominated international trade and finance. This approach not only offers economic sovereignty, but also provides a buffer against the volatility often associated with dollar fluctuations.
Commercial. Man, this looks like you got the UAE, you got Egypt, the Suez Canal, Ethiopia, and like the shit looks bad. I mean, it looks bad. It looks so bad that it's almost like some rival gang is coming into your territory, or you open up a grocery store and then Walmart opens up across the street. Yeah, this does not look good.
I really don't see it as a bad thing. I mean, like they said, a balance of power. They want to see a balance of superpower. They don't want Europe and the United States like the supreme power of the world. You know, they want a balance.
It's definitely bad for the United States. It may not be bad for the world, but it's bad for the United States. There's no question about that.
Right. Man, look, now the Southeast Asia, Philippines, I think they mentioned Indonesia. I think Indonesia is probably the only Southeast Asian country to join BRICS, but I can't see Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, and the Philippines joining BRICS.
Yeah, but I would have said that about the UAE. Didn't we go to war for the fucking UAE? Like what? Man, matter of fact, even Egypt is really mind-boggling to me. That is kind of, I mean, that's not just a big deal. That's a huge fucking deal. Oh shit! Did they glitch me out? They glitched me out of the space. See if I can get back in it, man. They're tripping. They tripping. Twitter tripping, bro. Twitter tripping, man. Not now. So they trying to get me in other spaces. Glitching me out of this damn space.
When you have an extradition treaty, there's so many people in the UAE that are wanted by the Europe or United States, but they're hiding in the UAE.
Interesting. Oh yeah, that's interesting. But they still were aligned with the United States, right?
Well, let's see. I think they have military. The UAE is sort of like Saudi Arabia, where United States do have a military installation in the UAE.
Right,
However,
right. So here's the thing: Saudi Arabia. That's the next video. They just ended their 50-year petrodollar agreement with the United States just last week. Now they're saying, "Fuck the U.S. We're going with the BRICS." This is what I'm saying. These are chess. These are not pawns. These are fucking your main chess power players that are falling off the fucking board.
but guess what?
Holy shit!
For the king to do that, right? Because it's only, Saudi Arabia is not a democracy. It's a monarchy, right? Monarchy. And that king, he is totally dependent on the United States. So that means I believe that he asked the United States, is it possible that he can join BRICS? That's what I think. I think he asked for permission.
So it appears as though, and this is the way I'm gonna look at it, people are gonna play both sides as long as they can.
That's what Saudi Arabia is doing. They're playing both sides, correct?
Yeah. Because I mean, because you know how the U.S. is, and at some point, if the United States and Russia goes to war, then it may be people got to pick a side, all that, whatever, yada yada, because these economic agreements eventually lead into military agreements. That's essentially what NATO is. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's really early, too early to make predictions, yada yada. But it is looking on the outside like the U.S. is diminished globally in a way that no one would have expected. Even again, the guy who was talking about 8 years ago, yada yada, this BRICS thing ain't going to work. It's not going to amount to nothing. Their economies are, you know, it was nothing but doom and gloom. But you go through a pandemic, global shutdown. You have a couple wars going on at the same time. And you got a fucking dementia patient as the president, poopy pants and pedophile in chief, and it looks totally different. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Trump could. I mean, in 4 years, I don't think Trump can reverse all of this. If these people are signing up and lining up to sign up, that says to me that they feel safer now, because there was a time when they would have felt safer under the U.S. protection, right? Because this is really, in my opinion, these militaries are like mafia. I just try to boil it down to like the mafia mentality. So they would, in the past, they would think, well, I got to have the U.S. protection from all these other people. Now they're saying, nah, fuck the United States, fuck that mafia, fuck that family, the Cabrinis or whatever. I'm feeling safer with these other people, the Russian mafia. Now that's more than just, you know, a slight change. That's like a 180-degree shift in geopolitics. So, will the United States be good? Yeah, probably, likely. I don't think it's gonna collapse the U.S. economy, but as we were prior to slavery, when the U.S. was kind of climbing up the global economic chart, and then we eventually got to number one. India and China were the top two economies on the planet Earth, and all things are projected that they will once again be the top two economies on the planet Earth. Now, the problem is we're not aligned with China, but we did have some type of thing with India up until, I don't even know what's going on. I think India is another one that's playing both parts, but they're a founding member of BRICS. So it's not like they're someone who's just jumped in. They were planning this shit 8 years ago, when things seemingly were, you know, all good for America, and there was no pandemic, no wars or whatever. You know, I don't know.
You said something very interesting. You said that America is not aligned with China, but America has more money invested in China than any other country in the world.
Interesting.
We got hundreds of billions invested in China. Many of the American manufacturers, they have their manufacturing plants in China. You know, there's an economic alignment and not a political alignment, but there is some type of alignment between the United States and China.
Let me ask you this, because we're talking about consumer goods for the most part, right? How long would it take for the DNA, the Declaration of North America, Canada, United States, and Mexico to essentially or effectively be able to produce those products here? It's certainly not going to be at the cheap price that, you know, they're getting it from China now. But I mean, would that take a year or two? I mean, we can build these factories really, really quickly. You know, so
but they invested hundreds of millions of dollars to open up these manufacturing plants in China. So that means in the short term they're going to lose money,
and then they just build more plants in North America, and then then they divest from China. So I mean, they're gonna lose a lot of money. But look, this is the thing, right? China. If you see what China is doing, they learn from what America is doing. Now, China, they can build anything that American can build. They can build anything. China basically copied everything what the United States have done, and now they can make it better.
Yeah. Yeah, their claim is they're claiming that their claim is that their technology is going to be so far advanced that America will not be able to catch up. That is the one of the most recent claims that China is making. Now we know they stole all the tech because they got all the blueprints, every fucking thing, because we're making it all over there. But if they're able to level up and leave America behind. Now, me personally, I don't buy that because of the innovative nature of who we are as a people, and how that intellectual property is filtered up to corporations and they just basically walk away with it and profit off of it. But they seem to believe they're on the path of this hyper technological advancement that, again, whatever, they got the population, they got the ability, whatever it is, that they're going to be able to blow past the United States. And part of it, and here's the secret sauce, and all of it is America's racism is so baked into what happens here, it cripples America's ability to do things. The duopoly, political theater, theatrics that go on here, it slows everything down. The only time things really, really accelerate is during war times, and that's essentially how America's operated. I read a quote that said, "America is not a country with a warring machine. It's a war machine that happens to be a part of a country," or words to that effect. So that the war machine is what actually drives the country, and that is true. I've said that before. It is a warring nation. It's an empire that can't. I believe the country would collapse if not for war. And so there's always going to be this desire for war. Now, in a perfect world, in China's eyes, they can defend themselves or they can avert a war. I think at some point you put the United States into a position where they see it as they don't have any choice but to go to war. And I think Ukraine and Russia is a part of that ideology that they've. I'm gonna go into this Tucker Carlson video where this guy lays it out. He says the Serbia war is where this war started. The plans were being laid during the Serbian war. That's how far ahead these people have been essentially planning to go to the Ukraine into Russia situation. So who knows what the Pentagon has planned out and all of that and contingencies. But if we go to war in China, all that equipment is gone anyway. All that infrastructure is gone anyway. It is what it is. But they would calculate that if they can decimate China and Russia's ability to produce, then it would be worth it because they would be back on top. And that's just where I think we got to keep that in that is a real possibility, that they calculate that it's worth whatever damage comes through it. And that at the end of the day, the apex predator has to rule the planet. I don't know if the United States can function being the third largest economy in the world. And I don't think they can do that for a very long time. I don't know. Based on the history, it doesn't sound like something where they're going to be, they walk into a room and people don't even shake the fucking US president's hand, or they, turn their nose up. You see what I'm like, shit like that, where people are just disrespecting the flag and all kind of shit like that, like, not that that's anybody's fault, but the people who have been, running the shit show, for the last 50 to 100 years or whatever. But I just don't know if the ego of America can handle being in third place for a very long time. Okay, let me finish this one up here. G7
strategic move to secure economic stability and growth. BRICS' commitment to reducing reliance on the US dollar resonates strongly with countries seeking to assert their economic independence. The bloc's strategy involves promoting the use of local currencies for international trade among its members, thereby diminishing the overarching influence of the US dollar. This policy is particularly appealing in light of recent economic sanctions and trade tensions involving the US, which have highlighted the vulnerabilities of being overly dependent on a single currency. For many nations, joining BRICS represents an opportunity to participate in a more balanced and inclusive global economic system. This system promises to be less susceptible to the political and economic whims of any single superpower. By fostering an environment where local currencies hold significant sway, BRICS offers a practical framework for nations to achieve greater economic resilience and autonomy. This proves that there is an appeal for a multipolar world in all nations. And why is that? The interest in BRICS also signifies a broader aspiration for a multipolar world, where power is distributed more evenly among various global players, rather than being concentrated in a single country or bloc. This shift towards multipolarity is appealing to many nations, as it allows for more balanced economic partnerships and reduces the risks associated with dependency on a single dominant power. A multipolar world offers several advantages. It fosters a competitive environment where nations can engage with multiple economic partners, reducing the risks of economic coercion and political pressure. For developing countries, in particular, this means more opportunities to diversify their economic ties and access a wider range of markets and resources. The rise of BRICS as a champion of this multipolar vision aligns with the goals of many nations, striving for more equitable and sustainable economic development. Anyways, being the host, what are Russian officials saying about this shift? Russian officials have been vocal about the significance of this shift towards a more multipolar world. Anton Kobiakov, Russia's presidential advisor, has confirmed the interest of 59 countries in joining BRICS and emphasized the importance of this development. According to Kobiakov, the growing interest in BRICS and other regional organizations like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO) and the Eurasian Economic Union (EAEU) indicate a broader move towards new centers of economic power. Kobiakov highlighted that BRICS and the SCO are becoming pivotal in the global economic landscape. These organizations are not only attracting new members, but also gaining influence as alternative platforms for economic cooperation and development. This trend marks a significant departure from the unipolar world order dominated by the West, suggesting a profound shift in global economic dynamics. By expanding its membership and fostering stronger economic ties, BRICS is positioning itself as a cornerstone of this new multipolar world order. The inclusion of 59 new countries into BRICS is poised to greatly enhance the bloc's economic and geopolitical clout. This significant expansion could alter the global power structure, fostering a multipolar world where influence is more evenly distributed. By diminishing the dominance of traditional Western alliances, this shift can lead to a more balanced and inclusive international system. The diverse economic strengths and strategic positions of the new members will enable BRICS to better tackle global challenges and promote sustainable development. As the summit approaches, there is widespread anticipation among non-Western nations for a profound transformation in global dynamics. Do you think the dream of a multipolar world is becoming a reality? Do we actually need a multipolar world? Let us know in the comments section. If you were to pick a system, would it be the West monopoly or the multipolar world? Do you want to watch more videos like this one? If yes, subscribe to our channel.
Okay, that's the end of that one. So, oh man, yeah. So let's flip over to this. Jeffrey Sachs, who is interviewed by Tucker Carlson, he kind of gives some breakdown as to what this whole Ukraine situation is about. Which, to be quite honest, this is what. See, had the United States, and it's really Biden had oh my God, you know, it's kind of like you got to say, well, this is what the universe wanted, I guess. But had Biden lost and Trump stayed in there, you know, and essentially carried us through the pandemic, it's very possible that Russia would have moved in and took over the Donbass region or whatever it is that they were gonna do, and then nothing really would have came out of it, you know, because they took over Crimea under Obama, nothing really happened. You know, they probably did some sanctions or whatever, something minor, and you know, life was good essentially. But this BRICS thing probably would not have popped off to the level it's popping off now. It likely would not have popped off like this, and so blame Biden. And I'm saying hashtag blame Biden on all the shit that Biden's responsible for. Someone on Funded Socially, shout out to the Funded Socially folks, sent me this, or actually posted it, and explained it as this guy Jeffrey Sachs. I'm not sure who or what he is. I know he was in some administration at some level. I'll try to look him up real fast, but he basically breaks down the white supremacist ideology in this excuse me, in this interview. Let me look up who he was. He's an American economist and public policy analyst, professor at Columbia University, where he was a former director of the Earth Institute. Now, he probably was some type of CIA asset. Let me just put that into this conversation, just to keep it a buck, man. You know, some of these people are kind of off the books, consultants or whatever. But he has a lot of information. Like that description right there doesn't match the information that he has about what's going on in fucking Ukraine. And so that's why I say he probably was some type of CIA asset or something like that. But we'll probably listen to a little bit of this because he kind of gets into it. We're not going to listen to the whole thing. If you get a chance to listen to it, you know, take it in chunks or whatever, definitely go for it. But like the first 20 minutes or so really kind of gets into this Ukraine situation and where it came from and why it is what it is and all of that. I did want to do BRICS, is it backed by gold? And then I want to do the Saudis, you know, basically getting off the petrodollar. You know, a lot of these initial movements in this country, assassinations and other things, were based around going from gold-backed currency to paper-backed currency, the central banking system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. People were again assassinated because of that, and now here we are about to go into the brave new world of digital currency and digital currencies around the planet. That whole thing about diversification and decentralization in that last video sounded really, 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 really good. Sounds really, really good. the question is are they going to be converting their local currency over to this BRICS currency during every transaction? Or, I mean, I guess we live in a system now where you could do that in real time, where it shouldn't make a huge difference in terms of convenience, but it'd be nice to know how that's going to work. But let's get into this, and then we'll jump into some more. If anybody would like to come up and speak, please feel free. You know, try to figure out where BRICS plays a role in all of this that's going on. And again, blame Biden, because if not for NATO, Biden going into Ukraine, backing them, making this into a much larger conflict, putting all this pressure on Putin, this likely would not, this BRICS thing likely would have just kind of sat in the back shelf and not really turned into anything significant. Now it's like 59 countries. I think there's only a couple hundred countries on the planet, so that's about a third, maybe 20, maybe 30% roughly. And that 60 plus could easily double if things are successful. So, you know, that's crazy. All right, here we go.
Stop. Me too. Nonstop. 9 or 10 cups a day. Yeah, it's good. I like coffee. And I drink it straight until minutes before bed. I do too. Oh, do you? Yes. Yeah. My
and
wife.
We will never drink as much as Voltaire drank.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, is that right?
Like 40 cups. Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah. And it worked. Okay, so the one thing that we heard about the movement of Russian troops into eastern Ukraine in February of 2022 was it was unprovoked. Here's a selection of what we know about that.
The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine without provocation, without justification, without necessity. This is a premeditated attack.
Russia's unprovoked and cruel invasion has galvanized countries from around the world.
Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine.
Russia conducted an unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine.
This unprovoked Russian war of aggression has got to be met with strength.
Vladimir Putin decided, unprovoked, to start this war.
So, was it unprovoked?
Well, we did hear that a lot of times. I actually asked a research assistant of mine to count how many times we heard that in the New York Times in that first year from February 2022 to February 2023 in their opinion columns. It was 26 times unprovoked. Of course, things aren't unprovoked.
It's almost a brand name. The unprovoked invasion.
It's the lazy person's dodge for actually trying to think through what's going on.
Yes.
And it's very dangerous because it's wrong. It gets the whole story completely wrong. And it misunderstands the trap that we set for ourselves as the United States to push Ukraine deeper and deeper and deeper into this hopeless mess that they're in right now.
So in what sense was it provoked? Like, what started this?
Basically, it started very simply, which is that the United States government, let's not call it the U.S. people, they had nothing to do with this, but the U.S. government said, we're going to put Ukraine on our side, and we're going to go right up to that 2,100 kilometer border with Russia. We're going to put our troops and NATO and maybe missiles, whatever we want, because we are the sole superpower of the world and we do what we want. And it goes back actually a long way. It goes back 170 years. The Brits had this idea first, surround Russia in the Black Sea region, and Russia's not a great power anymore. And that was Lord Palmerston's idea in the Crimean War, 1853 to 1856. And the Brits taught us what we know about empire. And they basically taught us the idea, you know, Russia, it needs an outlet. It needs an outlet to the Middle East. It needs an outlet to the Mediterranean. You surround Russia in the Black Sea. you have rendered Russia a second or third rate country. And Zbig Brzezinski, one of our lead geostrategists of the current era, wrote in 1997, let's do this. Let's make sure that we basically surround Russia in the Black Sea region. They got this idea that we'll expand NATO so that every country in the Black Sea around Russia is a NATO country. Right now, back then, Turkey was a NATO country. But we said, okay, we'll get Romania and Bulgaria, and we'll get Ukraine, and we'll get Georgia. Now, Georgia, not our Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, Georgia of the Black Sea.
We used to call it Soviet Georgia.
Yes, Soviet Georgia, if you want to call it that.
Home of Stalin.
It's not NATO North Atlantic. It's way out there on the eastern edge of the Black Sea region. People can look at a map. But we said, yeah, we'll make Georgia part of NATO too. And the reason was very clear, and Zbig was very explicit about it, that this is our way to basically dominate Eurasia. If we can dominate the Black Sea region, then Russia's nothing. If we make Russia nothing, then we can basically control Eurasia, meaning all the way from Europe to Central Asia, and through our influence in East Asia, do the same thing. And that's American unipolarity. We run the world. We are the hegemon. We are the sole superpower. We are unchallenged. So that's the idea.
But why would you want that? Why would the Brits want that? Why does the U.S. State Department want that? What about Russia, which is not actually much of an expansionist power, is so threatening? Like
it's not about Russia. It's about the U.S. It's about Britain before that. I think it's a little bit like that old game of Risk. I don't know if you played that as a kid, but the idea was have your piece on every place in the world. That was the game. And you read the American strategists, whether it's Zbig Brzezinski, although he was a very moderate, or the neocons who have run U.S. foreign policy for the last 30 years, the neocons are very explicit. The U.S. must be the unchallenged superpower in every place in the world, in every region. We must dominate. It's quite a load for us American people. What they say is we are going to be the constabulary duty holder. What a fancy word for saying we'll be the world's policeman. They say it explicitly. They say that's lots of wars. We have to be ready for all these wars. To my mind, it's a little crazy. But their idea was, after the end of the Soviet Union, well, now we run the world. And to come back to Russia, the idea was, well, Russia's weak, it's down, we're the sole superpower, they're on their back or on their knees, whatever it is. And now we can move NATO where we want, and we can surround them. And the Russians said, please don't do that. Don't bring your troops, your weapons, your missiles right up to our border. It's not a good idea. And the U.S., I was around in those years, involved in Russia and in Central Europe. The U.S. was, we don't hear you. We don't hear you. We do what we want. They kept pushing inside the U.S. government in the 1990s when this debate was going, should NATO expand? Some people said, yeah, but we told Gorbachev and we told Yeltsin we weren't going to expand at all. No, come on. The Soviet Union's done. We can do what we want. We're the sole superpower. Clinton bought into that. That was Madeleine Albright's line. NATO enlargement started. And our most sophisticated diplomats, we used to have diplomats at the time, we don't have them anymore, but we used to have diplomats like George Kennan, said this is the greatest mistake we could possibly make. We had a defense secretary, Bill Perry, who was Clinton's defense secretary, who acted.
Hey, I'm gonna do a quick sound check. Is the sound okay? For those who have a mic, or we'll do a 100 if the sound is good. Quick sound check. Someone said I might be in the Matrix. There's a no 100s. It's good. It's good. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, here we go. I'll go back maybe like 5 seconds or something. Here we go. All right.
Diplomats at the time, we don't have them anymore, but we used to have diplomats like George Kennan, said this is the greatest mistake we could possibly make. We had a defense secretary, Bill Perry, who was Clinton's defense secretary, who agonized, God, I should resign over this. This is terrible. What's going on? But he was outmaneuvered diplomatically by Richard Holbrooke and by Madeleine Albright, and Clinton never thought through anything systematically, in my opinion. And so they decided, okay, Hungary, Poland, Czech Republic, first round. And then Brzezinski, in a 1997 article in Foreign Affairs magazine, which is kind of the bellwether of foreign policy, wrote a strategy for Eurasia where he laid out exactly the timeline for this U.S. expansion of power. And he said late 1990s, we'll take in Central Europe, Hungary, Poland, Czech Republic. By the early 2000s, we'll take in the Baltic states. Now that's getting close to Russia. By 2005 to 2010, we'll invite Ukraine to become part of NATO. So this wasn't some flippant thing. This was a long-term plan, and it was based on a long-term geostrategy. Now the Russians are saying, are you kidding? We wanted peace. We ended the Cold War too. You didn't just defeat us. We said no more. We disbanded the Warsaw Pact. We wanted peace. We wanted cooperation. You call it victory. We just wanted to cooperate. I know that for a fact because I was there in those years. What Gorbachev wanted, what Yeltsin wanted. They didn't want war with the United States, nor were they saying we're defeated. They were saying we just want to cooperate. We want to stop the Cold War. We want to become part of a world economy. We want to be a normal economy. We want to be normal society, connected with you, connected with Europe, connected with Asia. And the U.S. said, we get it, we won, you do everything we say, and we determine how the pieces are going to go. So in the early 2000s, Putin comes in. First business for Putin was good cooperation with Europe. Yes. You go back to the early 2000s. Again, I know the people. I watched closely. I was a participant in some of it. Putin was completely pro-Europe. Yes. And pro-U.S., by the way. I know. And we don't want to talk about this. We don't want to admit it because we don't want anything other than unprovoked. So everything is phony, what we say. Everything is a lie. But just to say, the U.S. kept doing unilateral things that were really outrageous. In 1999, we bombed Belgrade for 78 days. Bad move. Absolutely. We bombed a capital of Europe for 78 days.
Looking back, what was the point of that?
The point of that was to break Serbia in two, create a new state, Kosovo, where we have the largest NATO military base in Southeast Europe. We put Bondesteel base there because we wanted a base in Southeastern Europe. And again, you look at the neocons, it's nice of them. They actually describe all of this in various documents. You have to make the links, but in a document called Rebuilding America's Defenses in the year 2000, they say, the Balkans is a new strategic area for the U.S., so we have to move large troops to the Balkans because their idea is literally the game of risk, not just you need good relations or peace. We need our pieces on the board. We need military bases with the advanced positioning of our military everywhere in the world. So they wanted a big base in Southeastern Europe. They didn't like Serbia. Serbia was close to Russia. Anyway, we're the sole superpower. We do what we want. So they divided the country, which they now claim that you never do. You never change borders. We broke apart Serbia, established by our declaration a new country, Kosovo. We put a huge NATO base there, and that was the goal. So that was 1999.
So it wasn't to save the oppressed Muslim population?
Excuse me?
It wasn't to save the oppressed Muslim population?
It was very, very much to save the military-industrial complex to have a nice location in southeastern Europe.
It killed all those people, wrecked the city.
You know, it was a little bit sad, but we do lots of sad things and lots of destructive things, lots of wars. We're the country of perpetual war. We don't look back. We're not even supposed to talk about this because this was unprovoked, remember? So in 2002, the U.S. unilaterally pulled out of the anti-ballistic missile treaty. Unilaterally. Well, that was one of the stabilizers of the relationship with Russia, and it was one of the stabilizers of the global nuclear situation, which is absolutely dangerous. And the U.S. unilaterally started putting Aegis missiles into first Poland, then Romania. And the Russians are saying, wait a minute, what do we know you're putting in this? You're a few minutes from Moscow. This is completely destabilizing. Do you think you might want to talk to us? So then comes 2004, 7 more countries in NATO, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, and Slovenia. Now, filling in the Black Sea, Romania and Bulgaria. Suddenly, they're now North Atlantic countries, but it's all part of this design, all spelled out, all quite explicit. We're surrounding Russia. In 2007, President Putin gave a very clear speech at the Munich Security Conference. Very powerful, very correct, very frustrated, where he said, gentlemen, you told us in 1990 NATO would never enlarge. That was the promise made to President Gorbachev, and it was the promise made to President Yeltsin. And you cheated. And you repeatedly cheated. And you don't even admit that you said this, but it's all plainly documented, by the way, and as you know, in 1,000 archival sites, so it's easy to verify all of this. James Baker III, our Secretary of State, said that NATO would not move 1 inch eastward. And it wasn't a flippant statement. It was a statement repeated and repeated and repeated. Hans Dietrich Genscher, the foreign minister of Germany, same story. The Germans wanted reunification. Gorbachev said, we'll support that, but we don't want that to come at our expense. No, it won't come at your expense. NATO won't move 1 inch eastward, Mr. President. Repeated so many times in many documents, many statements by the NATO Secretary General, by the U.S. Secretary of State, by the German Chancellor. Now, of course, all denied by our foreign policy blob, because we're not supposed to remember anything. Remember, this was all unprovoked. So back to 2007, Putin gives this speech and he says, stop. Don't even think about Ukraine. This is our 2,100 kilometer border. This is absolutely part of the integrated economy of this region. Don't even think about it. Now, I know from insiders, from all the diplomatic work that I do, that Europe was saying to the U.S., European leaders, don't think about Ukraine, please. This is not a good idea. Just stop. We know from our current CIA director, Bill Burns, that he wrote a very eloquent, impassioned, articulate, clear, secret, as usual, memo, which we only got to see because WikiLeaks showed to the American people what maybe we would like to know once in a while, but we're never
like
told.
what our government's doing.
What they're doing and how they're putting us at nuclear risk and other things. Okay, this one did get out. And it's called Niet means Niet, no means no. And what Bill Burns very perceptively, articulately conveys to Condoleezza Rice and back to the White House in 2008 is Ukraine is really a red line. Don't do it. It's not just Putin. It's not just Putin's government. It's the entire political class of Russia. And just to help all of us as we think about it, it is exactly as if Mexico said, We think it would be great to have Chinese military bases on the Rio Grande. We can't see why the U.S. would have any problem with that. Of course, we would go completely insane, but we should. And we should, of course. It's the whole idea is so absurdly dangerous and reckless that you can't even imagine grown-ups doing this. So what happens is, for what I'm told by European leaders, and by long, detailed discussion, Bush Jr. says to them, "No, it's okay. Don't worry. I hear you about Ukraine." And then he goes off for the Christmas holidays and comes back, whether it's Cheney, whether it's Bush, whatever it is, says, NATO's going to enlarge to Ukraine. And the Europeans are shocked, pissed. What are you doing?
You may have come to the obvious conclusion that the real debate is not between Republican.
Yeah, so as this commercial goes, America been lying, lying before their inception. They're liars. All they do is lie. You can never trust these people at all, ever. And we got to get in a position to where not only do we have some state power and we can protect ourselves, but we need to be able to explain to our children and future generations who these people are. They are deceptive fucking gons, literally. And okay, it looks like they're back. Let me pause it real quick. Ironically, when he talked about the British encircling Russia way back in the 1800s, and he talked about a war, Crimea War, 1853 to 1856. That's right before the Civil War, not too far before that. And the Russian Navy, this is a little bit of history that a lot of people don't know, but the Russian Navy actually helped the Union defend its coastline from the Confederates. Because the Confederates were traveling back and forth over to England, trying to get credit, trying to get arms, trying to get, trying to sell their quote unquote goods, and trying to get support from Great Britain as well. And the Russian Navy came to the aid of the Union during the Civil War. 150 years later, and it's not really 150 years later, because even in the world wars, Russia was on the United States side, which is another thing that most people don't necessarily realize. And we just keep stabbing these motherfuckers in the back. Let me play this.
Hey, Black, I got a provocative statement, right? People mention about white supremacy, right? But do you think really it's about U.S. supremacy? It's about the United States dominating the world, and this is the most provocative part. Do you think Black Americans benefit from the United States dominating the world over the past, you can say over the past 100 years?
So it is, and I do post this often, it is Eastern Europeans versus Western Europeans. And that you could probably go back, 3,000 or 4,000 years. They've always been against each other. They've always been fighting against, and then fighting meaning killing and slaughtering each other. And so that's what's historical, and that's what's going on now. Even though, again, Russia has come to the aid of the United States in some of these conflicts. When it comes to
me, Western Europe wasn't united until World War II. You still had Germany, fighting France, Germany fighting Great Britain. Even Italy was on the side of Great Britain. So really, even Western Europe wasn't united during World War II.
Yeah, that Italy one is a little, that's one of those outliers because they were on the side of the Germans as well. But again, that to me is still East versus West, and even Germany was split East and West.
Right.
I'm a still kind of put that in the realm of East versus West.
Okay.
But when it comes to Black Americans benefiting from the United States, it's a multi-layered answer. Ultimately, I will fall back to the fact that if we don't have full equity in everything that we should have, there's ultimately no benefit. While the argument can be made that, whatever, the system, we benefit from the system. That's the whole argument that these Black conservatives make, where they say slavery benefited Black Americans, which is utterly insane. The fact of the matter is that we literally injected our intellectual and physical, as well as other tangible assets into the system itself, including in all these wars. A lot of these wars were won because of us. Like, we were the tip of the spear. We were the tipping point in a lot of U.S. wars. So it's more of a symbiotic relationship where we have not gotten the equity that we are owed and overdue. And this has nothing to do with reparations. This is simply, if we go into business together and that business becomes successful, I deserve my portion. I deserve my share. And because we have never gotten our fair, and this to the title of the space, we have never gotten our fair share, FAIR. And unfortunately, with this establishment politics, we have been kind of converted into this fear-based existence where we don't even want to fight. We just want to fight to get to the polls. We want to fight to get to the voting booth, even though that shit's all fucking rigged. And they keep telling you over and over and over again how these electronic voting booths are rigged. These mail-in ballots are rigged. They keep telling, like, literally, it's everywhere. You almost have to be blind not to see it. But outside of all of that, if we had the full equity and we were where we should be, is the richest population in the country, then I would say yes, because we would own all of our intellectual property. We would have been invested in all the corporations that came out of all of that intellectual property. We would have been invested heavily in the what is it, the 500 top corporations in the country, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We would have full equity across the board, including politically. We wouldn't have these disturbing, destructive, representatives in Congress or in the Senate. We would have authentic, loyal Black agenda representation, and they would actually not just be fighting for us, but they would be representing us to the same level that everyone else gets represented. And I'm really focusing on the Europeans. And so I can't say that we've gotten the benefit, because we haven't really truly gotten the full equitable benefit out of the system. We survive in spite of the system that is really trying to destroy us in this country. And that's a testament to, who we are as a people. And but I, even when I say that, because some people seem to think because we've survived this long that we'll just continue surviving. I don't believe that. I believe that as time goes on, our ability to survive is going to become less and less and less and less and less. And so that's why I think we're at this this really important crossroads where we've got to make a radical decision to come together and not depend on the theory that we can just survive whatever they throw at us, because the shit that they're coming up with in laboratories, whether it's a organic biological laboratory or a technologically advanced laboratory, is all death and destruction and doom and gloom. None of it's positive for us. You know, they, like, I watched a video where they cut some fucking man's head off and switched it to another body, and then they did a facelift to make the person look younger so that this wealthy, rich white person could effectively transfer his brain and his head to a new young body. Like, that's demonic. But this is what these people are planning to be able to do. The babies being born in these pods, you know, where they can have 10,000 babies being born at a time in these fucking pods. Like, there's really not the future where we're in it in their minds. And so, you know, we can't just keep surviving. We gotta radically change the way we think about our existence here. And the way that they've planned this shit out since 1999 or 1997, I think 1997 is when he said the person wrote some report somewhere, and they've strategically, methodically made their way to Russia. This is how we have got to be thinking, and it can't be spontaneous disruption, protest, Black Lives Matter, you know, whatever. It's got to be methodical planning and movement over time. Otherwise, this whole survival thing that we've been able to do, again, in my opinion, it's not going to serve us over time, because the history of the world is populations go extinct. They're genocided out of existence either through physical violence or sexual genetic violence, and sometimes that is consensual, unfortunately.
Hey, Black, I'm sorry. Look, man, I have to go. I'm going to take my family out to dinner. You know, it's Father's Day over here, and my birthday is tomorrow.
Ooh.
So we're just having a little birthday party at this restaurant. And happy Father's Day to all the guys out there, and I appreciate everybody, and I'll see you guys next week.
Okay, man. Happy Father's Day, happy birthday, happy Juneteenth. You know, and man, enjoy your time with your family, and definitely see you next week.
All right, guys. I appreciate it.
Peace. Okie dokie. If this thing will give me the mic. Okay, so we'll play a little bit more of this. Like I said, I want to.
Happy Father's Day.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Hey, thanks, DJ.
Yeah, I'm a do a swap out if that's okay. If DJ's up here ready to grab the co-host, play a little bit more of this. Play the Saudi Arabia dropping the petrodollar, because that guy seems to be panicking. And this is where your foreign exchange skills and investing in global markets is going to become very valuable if you haven't. And I don't invest in shit, but we might all need to start figuring that part out in some way, shape, or form, to be quite honest, because this is where we're going. If India and China are the number one and number two economies, you know, if they got a global market exchange, you can invest in it. You just got to educate yourself and don't gamble, you know, try to get some expert advice and try to make some safe. Okay, cool. All right, I'll bounce in and out. Stay in the motherfucking matrix, man. What is that about, bro? Why do they keep me in the motherfucking matrix, man? They keep me in the matrix.
Got up in the jungle prison, yeah. 400 to 600 million gun owners in America. Okay, yeah, I heard y'all talking about that before. Do not give.
I don't know what the hell happened with old chicky bang bang. Okay, all right. So yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit of this. Try to do the petrodollar one, because that is actually really important. A lot of lives were lost over that petrodollar situation, and then I'll see where we're at after that. Okay, boom.
Carlson.com/podcast. Our entire archive is there. A lot of behind the scenes footage.
Yeah, he's still talking. I didn't really want to get his commercial in here.
Carlson.com.
Of course. They got to do something with that, man.
Bush did not make that decision.
Bush did not make the decision.
Right. I mean, it sounds, if I'm hearing what you're saying.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, Bush did make the decision.
Okay. But
no, what I'm saying is he had told the Europeans, I hear you, I'm not going to do it.
But it sounds like he was influenced by the people around him.
Oh, no, that could be. Yeah, I don't know whether it was CIA or whether someone explained to him or whether someone said, George, Mr. President, this is a long-standing project. It's not something for a European country to object to. I don't know what happened there, but what I do know is that he came back and told the European leaders, no, we're doing it. They said, no, we're not doing it. And then they had the NATO summit in Bucharest, and this was 2008. And the Europeans, Chancellor Merkel, the French president, all of them, George, don't do this. Don't do this. This is extraordinarily dangerous. This is really provocative. We don't really need or want NATO right up to the Russian border. Bush pushed. This is a U.S. alliance fundamentally, and they made the commitment. Ukraine will become a member of NATO. The dodge was, okay, we won't give them exactly the roadmap right now, but Ukraine will become a member of NATO. Because in those days, the U.S. and Russia met in a NATO partnership, even then, Putin was there the next day in Bucharest saying, don't do this. This is completely reckless. Essentially, this is our fundamental red line. Do not do this. The U.S. can't hear any of this. This is our biggest problem of all, because the neocons who have run the show for 30 years believe the U.S. can do whatever it wants. This is the most fundamental point to understand about U.S. foreign policy. They're wrong. They keep screwing up. They keep getting us into $1 trillion plus wars. They keep killing a lot of people. But their basic belief is the U.S. is the only superpower. It's the unipolar power, and we can do what we want. So they could not hear Putin. Even that moment, they couldn't hear the rest of the Europeans. And by the way, they said Georgia would become part of NATO. Again, the only way to understand that is in this long-standing Palmerston-Brzezinski theory. This isn't just haphazard. Oh, why don't we take Georgia? This is a plan. Okay, the Russians understand every single step of this. So another thing goes awry. What goes awry? The Ukrainians don't want NATO enlargement. The Ukrainians don't want it. They're against it. The public opinion said, no, this is very dangerous. Neutrality, it's safer. We're in between East and West. We don't want this. So they elect Viktor Yanukovych, a president that says, we'll just be neutral. And that's absolutely the U.S.'s, oh, what the hell is this? Ukraine? They don't have any choice either. So Yanukovych becomes the enemy of the neocons, obviously. So they start working, of course, the way that the U.S. does. We got to get rid of this guy. Maybe we'll elect his opponent afterwards. Maybe we'll catch him in a crisis and so forth. And indeed, at the end of 2013, the U.S. absolutely stokes a crisis that becomes an insurrection and then becomes a coup. And I know, again, from firsthand experience, the U.S. was profoundly implicated in that. But you can see our senators standing up in the crowd, like if Chinese officials came to January 6th and said, yes, yes, go. You know, how would we like it if Chinese leaders came and said, yeah, we're with you 100%. American senators standing up in Kiev saying to the demonstrators, we're with you 100%. Victoria Nuland famously passing around the cookies, but it was much, much more than the cookies, I can tell you. And so the U.S. conspired with a Ukrainian right to overthrow Yanukovych, and there was a violent overthrow in the third week of February of 2014. That's when this war started. This war didn't even start in 2022. It started in 2014. That was the outbreak of the war, was a violent coup that overthrew a Ukrainian president that wanted neutrality. When he was violently overthrown and his security people told him, you're going to get killed. And so he flew to Kharkiv and then flew onward to Russia that day. The U.S. immediately, in a nanosecond, recognized the new government. Oh, this is a coup. This is how the CIA does its regime change operations. So this is when the war starts. Putin's understanding, completely correct in this moment, was, I'm not letting NATO take my naval fleet and my naval base in Crimea. Are you kidding? The Russian naval base in the Black Sea, which was the object of the Crimean War, and yes, in its way is the object of this war, in Sevastopol, has been there since 1783. And now Putin's saying, oh, NATO's going to walk in? Hell no. And so they organize this referendum of this is a Russian region and there's an overwhelming support. We'll stay with Russia, thank you, not with this new post-coup government. An outbreak breaks out in the eastern provinces, which are the ethnic Russian provinces in the Donbass and Lugansk and Donetsk. And there's a lot of violence. So the war starts in 2014. So saying something's unprovoked in 2022 is a little bizarre for anyone that actually reads a normal newspaper to begin with. But in any event, the war starts then. And within a year, the Russians are saying very wisely, we actually don't want this war. We don't want to own Ukraine. We don't want problems on our border. We would like peace based on respect for the ethnic Russians in the East and political autonomy, because you, the coup government, tried to close down all Russian language, culture, and rights of these people after having made a violent coup. So we don't accept that. So what came out of that was two agreements called the Minsk I and the Minsk II agreement. The Minsk II agreement was backed by the UN Security Council, and it said that we'll make peace based on autonomy of the Donbass region. Now, very interesting. The Russians were not saying that's ours, we want that, all the things that are claimed every day that Putin just wants to recreate. You know, he thinks he's Peter the Great. He wants to recreate the Russian Empire. He wants to grab territory. Nothing like that. The opposite. We don't want the territory. We actually just want autonomy based on an agreement reached with the Ukrainian government. So what was the U.S. attitude towards that? U.S. government attitude. U.S. government attitude was to say to the Ukrainians, don't worry about it. Come on, don't worry about it. You keep your central state. We don't want to see Ukraine weakened at all. We just want a NATO in a unified Ukraine. Don't go for decentralization. We tell them to blow off the very treaty that they've signed. Then we accuse Russia of not having diplomacy, by the way, which is, par for the course. Oh, you can't trust them. We blow off every single agreement. We blow off not moving 1 inch eastward. We blow off the anti-ballistic missile treaty. We have so many NATO-led wars of choice in between. I didn't even mention in Syria, CIA attempt to overthrow Assad, in Libya, and so forth. And we blow off the Minsk agreements. And actually, Angela Merkel explained in a rather shockingly frank interview that she gave last year, when asked why Germany didn't help to enforce the Minsk agreement, because Germany and France were the guarantors of the Minsk agreement under something called the Normandy process. She said, well, we just thought this was to give some time to the Ukrainians to build up their strength. In other words, they were guarantors of something in a phony way, and the U.S. was absolutely lying about this. And I know senior Ukrainians who were in government and who were around the government who said to me, Jeff, we're not going to do that. Anyway, that was at gunpoint. We don't have to agree with that. So all that diplomacy was blown off. The war continued. The U.S. pumped in arms, built up armaments, was building up what would be the biggest army of Europe, actually, a huge army that Russia was watching. What are you doing? You know, you're not honoring Minsk. You're building up this huge Ukrainian army.
Paid for by NATO.
Paid for by the United States, basically, yes. And in 2021, Putin met with Biden. And then after the meeting, he put on the table a draft Russia-U.S. security agreement. He put it on the table on December 15th, 2021. It's worth reading. Very plausible document. I don't agree with some of it. It's a negotiable document.
Okay, I'm gonna pause right there, because if you do the timeline, you got Clinton, you got Bush, you got Democrat, Republican, you got Obama, Democrat, you got Trump. So while Trump was in office, while we weren't going to war, they were definitely Ukraine. They were definitely training those troops up. All of that shit was going on. Trump dropped the mother of all bombs in the Syrian conflict. So just so we're all keeping score here, Democrat, Republican, back to Democrat. The shit kept moving as if the train was on fucking autopilot. No diversion. No one pulled the fucking whistle to stop the train. They just kept moving forward. This is the problem with America and the political theatrics on these social issues when it comes to voting red or blue, because they only play these games, mental gymnastics on social issues, while everything else is moving in the same direction. You got to be a little bit clear about that when it comes to foreign policy, at least. Some of these domestic issues, maybe they're on opposite ends of the table when it comes to abortion or some other issue, immigration, not really. And even the Republicans are softening on abortion because they can't win elections where they're too hard on it. The shit keeps moving. So it's not two different parties doing two different things on the left and the right going in opposite directions. It's the uniparty, it's the duopoly, where they do the same thing, slightly different, but the train tracks are always moving in the same direction. This guy, shout out to this guy, he breaks the shit down, he brings all the fucking receipts, and this is just off the top of this guy's head. That's why I say there's no way whatever they said he was, some fucking, I don't even know what they said. It's ridiculous. Whatever his education is, public policy analyst or something like that, whatever it was, it didn't match up to all the experience that he says he has in foreign policy when it comes to these wars. So that's pretty good. Again, if you want to watch that Jeffrey Sachs on Tucker Carlson, his latest interview is with a black gentleman who I believe, as a matter of fact, I did look him up. He's a Republican. His name is Vince Everett Ellison. Vince Ellison. And it's titled Exposes Lies Sold to Black America, MLK, Hip Hop Culture, and Democrats. So he is a Republican. I looked at his bio. He grew up somewhere in the South, if I remember correctly. His father was a sharecropper. I believe he was a correctional officer at some point in his life. May have had some military service. I can't really remember that well, but he's from the lineage. He's from the soil, you know. But he is aligned with the Republicans and seems to be very anti-democrat. I'm assuming this hip hop culture is going to be about the degeneracy in the hip hop culture, and his MLK thing seems to be based on communism. Just looking at the chapters, he talks about Barack Obama, talks about how to be successful, talks about government programs likely hurting Black Americans instead of helping them. He talks about fatherless homes. His family had a gospel band. I do remember that a little bit in his bio. He's getting into something about police shootings, lies told about police shootings. So this guy's going to be all over the fucking map. The difference between men and women. So this is what you get with these Black Republicans. Some of this shit you're going to agree with wholeheartedly. Some of it you're going to be like, damn, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? And that's the problem with these diehard Black Republicans. Some of the information I align with, to Second Amendment rights, whatever. Genders do exist, stuff like that. Just basic common sense stuff. But they do kind of go off the rails in other areas. You're talking about George Floyd. When they got a Black Republican talking about George Floyd, that's never going to be in a positive way. He's talking about Al Sharpton in that thing. Democrats controlling preachers. That's interesting. Not him calling Donald Trump the true first Black president. I don't know what see what I'm saying? Like they one minute you're like, yay, we on the same team, and then they say some shit that's so fucking off the rails. You can't even. Oh my God. Oh, they tap into slavery, freedom, or slavery or freedom is a choice. Oh God. It's the Black vote leaving the Democrat Party is likely what that is. So this would be this would be like a roller coaster of a fucking interview right there. But you're gonna get all the things you like about Black Republicans at least, and you're gonna get all the things you hate about them in that interview. Because
will the world become
a lot of that shit is just insane. Let's see, petrodollar and the Saudis. See why these people are giving up on the petrodollar. Okay, here we go.
Harbor Freight.
We got a 5-second commercial. Excuse me. All right.
Quickly for the US dollar. And this past week, we've seen two major events that are going to completely change the future of our world. The first event was the announcement of a new BRICS payment system that will in fact challenge the status of the US dollar in international transactions. But what's even bigger is the shocking announcement that after a 50-year run, the agreement between the United States and Saudi Arabia to export oil exclusively in US dollars has officially ended on June 9th, 2024. And guess what? The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has decided to not renew its partnership with the US and instead will open up the Saudis' lucrative oil trade to other countries and currencies. Trust me, this is a massive blow to the status of the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. For the past 50 years, the US government has mandated that oil must be sold exclusively in US dollars, elevating the dollar status as the world's reserve currency. It was honestly one of the most lucrative decisions the US government has ever made. But a world in where America is the sole superpower is officially over. Earlier this week, Reuters reported that Saudi Arabia has now joined a China-led central bank digital currency project in what could be another step towards less of the world's oil trade being done in US dollars. Last week, US Congressman Thomas...
So I'm pausing so I can point out the fact that he said it's a China-led central bank digital currency. Keyword being central bank, because they created a central bank in order to put up this BRICS currency. So you're not out of the central bank system because you got BRICS. It's still a central bank, just so people understand that.
Made an appearance on Tucker Carlson's podcast and gave one of the most authentic breakdowns of what's happening with the US dollar. Trust me, there are very few politicians in Washington who are actually worth listening to, but Congressman Macy doesn't sugarcoat what is really happening.
And we can do that as long as they use our currency. But I think it's going to end at some point. They're going to quit using our dollars as reserve currency. I mean, I watched your interview with Putin. One of the things he said that is true is when we sanctioned him, before we sanctioned Russia, 70% of their transactions were in US dollars. And after the sanctions, it's less than 20% of their transactions are in US dollars.
Ironically, every time the US government introduces a new economic sanction, it moves the world one step closer to de-dollarization. To be honest, the exact same thing is happening with the US government's microchip battle against China. The US doesn't want China to have access to America's best microchips. So in turn, they sanction China. But what does China do as a result? They invest in their domestic microchip industry, and within a few years are quickly closing the innovation gap. The best thing to ever happen to the Chinese semiconductor industry was getting sanctioned by the US government. This forced China to change and get stronger. If the US government continues to weaponize the US dollar and enforce sanctions, it opens the door for much larger problems.
And we're also sending a really clear signal, which is the dollar's not safe for you.
Right.
It's the reserve currency because it's a safe haven, because it's a stable country. It's the most stable country in the world, and we're not going to weaponize the dollar because that would be shooting ourselves. But suddenly we are.
Of course, we can see this unfolding in real time as well. Earlier this week, Joe Biden and French President Macron reached an agreement to use the profits of frozen Russian assets to send additional funding to Ukraine. This is a dangerous move from the US and French governments because it not only violates international law, but it exposes how much at odds Western leaders are with their populations on Ukraine. Last week, the Institute of Global Affairs published this groundbreaking study, which reveals 94% of Americans and 88% of Western Europeans believe that NATO member countries should push for a negotiated settlement for the war in Ukraine. Literally 9 out of 10 citizens in both Western Europe and the US want this war in Ukraine to end. But our democratically elected officials, who are supposed to represent the people they serve, have other plans. Once again, this strategy will be a disaster for Western governments over the long term.
But one of the things we recently did in Congress, we passed something called the Repo Act, where we said we're just going to seize all of Russia's sovereign assets in the United States. Well, it turns out a lot of that is treasury debt that they've agreed to buy so that they can hold dollars. When people see that we've seized their money that they gave us in exchange for these treasury notes, then other countries won't want to buy our debt.
As I mentioned before, the US government has weaponized the dollar to the point where other countries are watching and are concerned about the long-term effects of holding too much dollars. One of those countries is, of course, China, who was once the largest holder of US Treasury bonds. At its peak, China held over $1 trillion worth of Treasury bonds. But after the US launched a trade war against China, China has shifted their strategy. They no longer want to hold excessive amounts of US Treasury debt and are now offloading these debts in exchange for gold. China is not stupid, and it knows it could be a future victim of US sanctions itself.
You know, we probably wouldn't seize Great Britain's assets, but I could see us seizing China's assets.
Why would, I mean, that seems like theft. Just like take a country's assets. I mean, that belongs to the people of the country, right? It's not just Putin.
It is theft. Like, it's immoral, but even if you're okay with the amorality or immorality of it, it's short-sighted. because eventually it'll catch up with us.
As you can see, this interview with Congressman Macy exposes a lot of truth, and it's why the other leading headline that BRICS is launching its own payment system was also significant this week. Here's a clip of Vladimir Putin speaking at the 2024 St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, which was held in Russia just last week. Pay attention to these words as he reveals the future of global trade.
По 23 год доля рубля в расчетах за российский экспорт выросла почти в 3 раза, до 39%. В 3 раза. И вместе с зарубежными партнерами будем наращивать применение национальных валют во внешнеторговых расчетах, повышать безопасность и эффективность таких операций, в том числе по линии БРИКС.
I'm going to slow this down and then try to read what he's saying because it's in Russian. Of course, nobody here speaks Russian, I'm sure. So I'll try to turn it down and read it because Putin been saying a lot of shit lately. He's talking a lot. He's all over the fucking place.
Of global trade.
By 2023, the share of the ruble in settlements for Russian exports had almost tripled to 39%, 3 times. Together with our foreign partners, we will increase the use of national currencies in foreign trade settlements and improve the security and efficiencies of such transactions. We are also working on the formation of independent payment system within the framework of BRICS, which will be immune to political pressure, abuse, and external sanctions, interference.
Exclusively to Western media, you probably will believe that Russia has been cut off from the outside world and that their economy is finished. But over 17,000 participants from over 130 countries attended this economic forum in Russia as Putin laid out the future of the BRICS plan for global trade. Remarkably, just a few days after this economic summit, Russia held another meeting, which brought together the foreign ministers of each BRICS nation to outline the future goals of the organization. In total, there were 54 points addressed during this meeting, and I've read the entire report, so you don't have to. Here are the top 3 most important takeaways.
If you have a 700 plus credit score,
okay, that's a quick commercial there.
Access up to 150.
Number 1, a new financial system. The BRICS organization wants to reform the entire global financial system to enhance the voice of developing nations and improve their access to international financial institutions. Under the current US dollar system, every country is under the mercy of the US government, and this remains the biggest motivation for BRICS. Create an independent payment system that uses local currencies in trade and one that is free from US sanctions and outside political pressure. Number 2, Israel-Palestine. I want you to look at this map, which shows the countries who recognize Palestinian statehood. Around 88% of the world's population lives inside these green countries, and this map is almost identical to the countries who also support de-dollarization and the rise of BRICS. The war in Gaza has become the latest political issue separating BRICS and the United States. The US will, of course, always support Israel, and quite frankly has proved useless in ending.
Okay, I'm stopping it again because that map, my God, it's not how many countries are wanting to be in BRICS or how many countries want to recognize Palestine. It's how many countries don't want to be a part of BRICS. Goodness gracious, it's Australia for whatever reason. The United States, Canada, Greenland, go figure. And then not even the entire Europe. It's like I see Great Britain, maybe Finland. I'd have to actually look at a map, but I mean, you're talking about half of Europe that is still not recognizing Palestine, and who he's saying would be not necessarily wanting to join BRICS. Portugal, there's some country over there in Asia, which I can't really make it out. And then just one of the African countries out of the entire continent, just one. This is probably, I'm looking at it, this has got to be 80% of the fucking planet. If 80% of the planet wants to join BRICS, I mean, and they're all doing it to punish the United States. Like, wow, that's crazy. You know, again, this is that ebb and flow. We push them, so they come up with all this shit. It looks like they're pushing the United States into a position where they're gonna have to go to war. It's gonna have to be a bloody, I mean, like, devastating. Man, this shit could get ugly. This shit could get real ugly. Looking at this map, this does not look good.
Rise of BRICS. The war in Gaza has become the latest political issue separating BRICS and the United States. The U.S. will, of course, always support Israel, and quite frankly has proved useless in ending the war in Gaza. But the BRICS alliance will fight back and pursue a path of statehood for Palestine, something that, once again, 88% of the world's population wants to see. And number 3, the end of U.S. sanctions. Now, the BRICS foreign ministers didn't specifically name the United States, but this point leaves no doubt as to who they were referring to. The ministers expressed concern about the use of unilateral coercive measures, which are incompatible with the principles of the Charter of the UN and produce negative effects on economic growth, trade, energy, health, and food security, notably in the developing world. What I want everyone to realize is that once you remove yourself from the Western media bubble and start to observe global trends, you'll notice the majority of the world are united in what they want. They want economic freedom, and this is why a shift away from the US dollar has begun. They want equal treatment, and this is why 88% of the world once again supports Palestinian statehood. Finally, they want a multipolar world where countries can do business and transact with as many nations as possible. Once again, this is why Saudi Arabia, who is also considering a full BRICS membership later this year, is opening up their oil trade to more countries and currencies around the world. But as you can see with these emerging trends, BRICS is gaining a lot of momentum. Pressure on the US dollar continues to increase, and these conditions will allow for a continued bull market for many industries, but especially the gold market. Now, as a geopolitical commentator, I'm always looking for tipping points in the market. And with that in mind, I want to introduce you to today's video sponsor.
Okay, as he goes to commercial, 88%, almost 90% of the people, he's saying, on the planet want a Palestinian nation over there in Small Hat Land. That is interesting, but he's also essentially saying they all want the freedom to use their own currency, and they don't want the U.S. interfering in their transactions or you know, playing like the bully on the fucking yard roll.
Directly in the U.S., as most of the mining companies are in fact located.
I think they're still in commercial mode. He's basically promoting some type of gold situation, but yeah, man. I mean, 90% of the planet saying we're done with this shit. We're sick of the fucking US. You got to go Darth Vader mode. You got to go fucking full Sith mode. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You need Kylo Ren. You need all them Darth Maul. You need all them motherfuckers. You talking about the Empire? Fucking Star Wars type shit.
DEFCON 3.
Man, that's the only way you gonna get these motherfuckers in line, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, cause motherfuckers is out of pocket right now, and the way the U.S. has done their business, under this dementia poopy pants patient, nobody's afraid anymore. Nobody's afraid. So imagine what type of personality is going to rise politically in America when America starts to fall economically. You're talking about a sociopath politically. Man, like you yeah, it could be like Hitler Part 3 over here in this country. Some massive sociopathic motherfucker who's like, oh my God. Ooh, yeah, that's unfortunate. Let me see where this guy's at in this video, because I don't want to hear advertisements.
Continue to skyrocket, which is exactly why we've seen the price of copper rise over.
Let me see. Maybe we got to go back just a little bit, because he got out of the gold advertisement. Because the next video, and this will be the last one I play, is where a guy is asking, is BRICS backed by gold? Because someone in the space earlier was kind of talking about that. And there's another video which explains why you can't back currency with gold, or even gold and silver. And I believe if you had all the precious metals, it still wouldn't. It wouldn't. Whether it would amount to the entire currency on the planet, that remains to be assessed. But it wouldn't be practical. It just wouldn't be practical. A lot of the gold is inside of electronics. It's a necessary component in a lot of electronics. A lot of these precious metals, to be quite honest, are used in electronics today. So you can't just store them in a vault. You got to use it. You got to utilize them. Copper's in the fucking pipes in the homes and businesses everywhere, you know. So it's like, again, some of it's just impractical. But
hey, let me speak on that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So we can get money right now, right? If someone would have, that is a chemist, you know what I'm saying, got a little chemistry information, and you willing to go mess with those type of chemicals, I'm not, even though I know how to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's not my thing. But when you think about the recycling in America does not recycle really any of its products, especially when it comes to electronics. It gets sent somewhere else. May get stripped down here, but the parts usually go somewhere else. You know, obviously they're sold off. So if you just take the time to intercept that shit, you know what I'm saying? Right. And that's really what it is. You know when bulk day is in your neighborhood, all you got to do
This
is
company has been around for many
even
years.
start a petition to ask people, hey, drop your recycling off
in the United States.
You know what I'm saying?
There are very few gold mining
some free t-shirts and
opportunities
DVDs and
directly
shit,
in the
nigga.
U.S. Most of the mining companies are in fact located
wipe your hard drive and
the
everything
U.S.
for you
Gold
too.
Corp is
We can
headquartered in
remanufacture that hard drive into a storage device. You see what I'm saying? By getting the casing to recase it. That's some simple shit that costs real cheap money too. You know what I mean? The RAM in there, that can either be resold as is, or like you said, most of the precious metals is inside of these electronic parts. RAM has a substantial amount of gold inside of it. But I'm not with the whole chemical breakdown of it. You know, knock yourself out if you like playing with chemicals. You know what I mean? That's not DJ. You know what I mean? The casing around like computers, especially these old ones that's still laying around. I got like 2 big old steel joints laying right here. I'm trying to get rid of, about to give it to some little kid that's, hey, like retro games and stuff. Go fix your own computer and get all the PlayStation 2 games on there. You know what I mean? And that way you ain't got to bother. Once this Kathy Hope said kids in the Bronx don't know what a computer is. Well, here you go, bro. You know what I mean? So it's ways we can intercept this stuff, but who's willing to do the work, bro? You know what I mean? We should have silos of black communities intercepting everyone else's garbage at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because when you look at the Mexicans, you know what I'm saying? That's something my grandfather did even after he retired from working from the sanitation department. Got a big ass Ram truck and collected cans his whole life and got paid. You know what I'm saying? Stay with money, yo. Real shit, you know what I mean? That's something we not willing to do. Why? Because black people seem to think nowadays most jobs are beneath us. Not all. I'm just saying, because I hear that from my homegirl. You know what I'm saying? I'm just repeating what she told me, you know what I mean? But I don't think it really is like that. But I just think we're not given the opportunity or even showing, hey, look, you can make money like this. Because even arguing with my aunt last night, hey, every guy on the corner, auntie, ain't a drug dealer or a bum or a crackhead. They could just be hanging out there with their friends coming from work. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if we only understood that part of the game, you know what I mean? Don't lie, bro. And as far as like the whole going to war shit, I don't think no one gonna come over here and fuck with us. No, because if they did, you already know what time it is. Shit, or at least they know. And I think Black American Homeland is right. We got all the pistols. You know what I'm saying? But I think the one thing they will have an advantage of, folks overseas know how to fight better. You know what I'm saying? And I think in this era, you know what I'm saying? Because this ain't the fight era no more over here. You know what I mean? You got to carry a pistol with your ass nowadays. So it's like Black Homeland say, jokers over there ain't got guns. Yeah, you either going to have some knife work with you, aka Rambo, Crocodile Dundee. That's not a knife. This is a knife. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or you're gonna have to have some fucking some fighting skills, and not even just fighting skills as far as like basic boxing training and martial arts. You're gonna have to understand different styles of techniques in order to know how to beat your fucking opponent nowadays. This is why all I do is look at fight videos, real shit, and gun shit. You know what I'm saying? All day. But yeah, shout out to Black Rambo. We got all the guns. Niggas ain't coming over here for that because niggas in the hood's ready to use them. We got 30 shots all day on a Glock, nigga. You know what I'm saying? 50 shots on the handheld and shit. What you want? You know what I mean? Don't lie. Don't fuck with them damn Glock switches. Your ass about to get 20 years for that shit. Just buy a full auto fucking a handheld. Yo, there you go.
Yeah, definitely. If it's illegal, I wouldn't mess with it. But again, shout out to the bump stock for those who play with them rifles. I guess the streets they call them choppers or whatever. For me, an assault rifle is not a practical weapon necessarily. A handgun, definitely gotta have at least one handgun, if not a couple. But that assault rifle, you're talking about some serious business when you're dealing with that. I know today the gun culture is off the charts. Social media has really accelerated that and elevated it. And watching those videos is very interesting, very entertaining. But just get some weapons training, get some first aid training, get tourniquet training, get CPR training, like all that good stuff. At least have some type of idea of what to do, not for strangers, but for your own family members. If for some reason you're somewhere and something happens and you're able to provide life-saving care to somebody that you care about. Yeah, that's very important. So, but yeah, shout out to the recyclers and things of that nature. Again, that's something that Black majority state, we could just implement that across the board. That it's a requirement to recycle, and we can create businesses that are processors, because they ship Christmas lights. That was one of the, and I don't know where I posted that video. It might have been back when it had Black Bar. But I remember a video of them Chinese container ships full of Christmas lights where they would bundle all them shits up, pack them all up, ship them over there. And that's kind of what's sad, is that it's cheaper for them to ship that shit all the way over there and have them process it over there. And then instead of doing it right here in America, it just seems weird, It seems.
Hey, bro, the reason for that is because of a multitude of things. Just from a retailer's perspective, I worked in retail my whole life. You will be surprised. You see how these jokers is complaining they're getting like their store stolen out of. They throw away more shit than people steal. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Returns.
Right.
Don't want to deal with it. They'd rather just give it away and give you your money back and use it as a tax write-off or whatever it's going to be. They got insurance for stuff like this, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, they don't care. You know what I'm saying? This is why, go and let them, and then you got the law kind of like working against them, I guess, where it's like, hey, if it's not a certain amount of money that you stole of face value or whatever the retail value is, it's not even worth prosecuting you. So that's the big thing you see out in California, where it's like, I think it's under $250 or whatever the case be. They won't even prosecute you. You know what I mean? Because it's not even worth it. So it's so petty. You know what I mean? So that goes to show you how minimum they really think the loss is. So now these companies are kind of feeling it, where it's like, their profits are getting pinched. Shout out to Home Depot. I hope they steal your ass out of business. You know what I'm saying? Because you got rid of a good worker. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Shout out to the jokers that's getting busy on them. You know what I mean? But for the rest of them, I guess I feel bad a little bit because I understand the process of retail. You know what I mean? I've been in any stores, bro. I've been in the warehouses. I've been in the trucks delivering. I've been everywhere. This is why I don't want to work no more, because I know if I go back, I have to deal with the tether knackers. I have to deal with the bullshit of retail. You know what I'm saying? Nobody work can speak English. They gonna be dependent on me all the time. Like, nah, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? And I know more than the manager. Hell no. But at the end of the day, like you said, Black State or bust. This is why we gotta have our own shit. But back to what Black Homeland was saying this shit, because he was arguing with y'all earlier about the guns and shit. He kind of right, man. If it's a gunfight you want, yeah, come on over. Shit, we got so many toys and shit. It's crazy, yo. I seen an automatic 50-round shotgun the other day, yo. This shit is fire. This bitch is fire. I want that motherfucker. It's a Remington too. Oh shit, nigga. I want that for Christmas, Santa. You know what I mean? But we got firing ranges everywhere across this country, bro. Indoors, outdoors. You know what I'm saying? Joker's got a little pea shooter, fake firing things where you can shoot in your house now, where it's like it ain't even gonna go off. The whole slug and all the shit. As far as like you ain't gonna be able to hear it and shit. As far as like ricochet out of the area of where you're shooting at, because you just pretty much putting it inside of a sleeve, and wherever you shoot at is just where they test guns at. They got them shit for the home now, yo. How they really test guns, like the impact of the firing, the ballistics and all that other shit. The pounds per square inch of a bullet and with the roof. You can do that shit in your house now. You know what I'm saying? Joker's got fire ranges in their basement, bro. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the man cave. This the man cave and shit. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no TVs or nothing down here. Just straight target practice, yo. It's in your house. Nigga could put a garage in your and below your concrete and like it's an underground garage. Man, you motherfuckers got everything, bro. This is why I stay on the tube, bro. They got it, bro. So if a motherfucker go in your fucking house, get ready, bro, because you're going to feel it. And I see a ton of videos of that. These migrants trying to break into people's houses, they catching it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Word up, 50 shots, bro. You know what I'm saying? See 50 cholos running and shit. You know what I'm saying? No bullshit. Keep that arm by you, man. Keep your doors locked. Fuck all that shit. You know what I mean? They starting to target the nice little areas now and shit where it's like white suburb country like. Damn, people keep their doors unlocked and all this other stuff. Matter of fact, what you know about the Wi-Fi jammer, yo? That's back in style, you know what I mean? Where they, most things are interconnected through a security system using Wi-Fi, like, your Google Home and all your security cameras. They're Wi-Fi connected nowadays. So a joker could just buy a Wi-Fi jammer for a couple $100. You could even build it because it's just a Wi-Fi chip with connected to a motherboard. You can put that shit together yourself with no bait, no casing around it. Just take the parts together and shit and jam your Wi-Fi and break right into your house and shit. You won't even know what the fuck happened and shit. You go on, what the fuck? The Wi-Fi went out, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, so what if the Wi-Fi go off and you in the house? You ain't even gonna be ready for that either. That's why they say it's best to hardwire this shit, yo. Hardwire your cameras, your fucking internet, everything, yo. And if you is gonna have Wi-Fi, just have that one box of shit. That's what I'm telling you. Get this Orbi box, bro. It's fire. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to get the one I got. Just get one. You know what I'm saying? And that way separate that T-Mobile Wi-Fi and shit. You know what I mean? Turn that bitch off. Because that's what's fucking up your internet and shit. You know what I mean? That T-Mobile box Wi-Fi, they shit trash. Get you a router, bro. You know what I'm saying? And protect your internet and shit. And hardwire your devices as much as possible. You feel what I'm saying? Real shit. But yeah, we got all the gas though. You know what I mean? We ain't trying to hear that shit. Word up. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers can't fight nowadays. That's why everybody's shooting and shit. But yeah, motherfuckers want to come over here for the gunfight. Yeah, that's all day. You know what I'm saying? And they gonna lose too, bro. You know what I'm saying? Bad. You know what I'm saying? It's like it ain't even a game out here, yo. You know what I'm saying? Real shit is definitely not. You know what I'm saying? These kids nowadays, like you said, the social media, that shit done hype the gun shit up. We was cool on the guns, but not really, you know what I mean? Because jokers, the only motherfuckers that had guns there was like the stick-up kids. That was rare, you know what I'm saying? The gangsters, obviously, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, you might have had a homie like, yo, my pops got a shotty in the house. Come look at this shit. Oh, shit, nigga, let me hold it. You know what I mean? That's all it was. But now, everybody got them, bro. You gotta have that shit, bro. It's crazy, yo. You know what I mean? Go ahead, though, man.
Okay. Yeah, they're definitely, even when I was out there and I mean, we had little gang rivalries, whatever. Up until that point, I'm gonna say after that was established, a lot more people did carry, but before that, like you said, it might have been the guy who robs people, that the guy who Tank Gervonta Tank is fighting. You know, it's funny because
Tank won. Let's go. Be more.
He won that fight. Oh wow, that's funny.
Of course, bro. Let's go.
Because they were saying they were saying Martin looked dehydrated. I guess there's some type of clause in these fights where they gotta hit a certain weight, and the only way they could do that is by you know, that shit where they take off the water weight. You know what I mean? They sweat it out or whatever. So they had him next to a picture of a Michael Jackson Thriller, you know, where his face was all sunken in his shit with the makeup on. But when I saw that, when I saw that dude, I was like, man, that dude remind me of this boxer. Because back when I was doing the thing, and this was in the beginning of it, in this little ass town, there was a local boxer dude who was on that, you know, he was on that yayo. And he was known for knocking motherfuckers out, you know, and running their pockets and shit. And man, I remember clearly being in this crib, you know, this
from The Wire.
Yeah. Oh. See, I never watched The Wire, but I've seen the little clips where he's like coming and everybody's running and shit. He was like that. This dude was, and he was a younger. I mean, I was a teenager, but he was probably in his 20s.
Hey, bro. Hey, let me break something down to you. Hold up a minute, because you know this is just brotherly love shit. Don't wait to watch The Wire, bro. Just do it. Because I'm gonna tell you why. I didn't watch it when it was out, and then one day I said, just let me watch this shit, because I'm tired of motherfuckers talking about this shit. It is the greatest shit you ever saw in your life. Yo, I swear to God, there's no show on earth like that shit, bro. And it's fucked up the way the last season ended, yo. It shouldn't have ended like that. It's true. If they bring it back, they'll have so many seasons now, because you would have to tell the story of what the fuck happened and shit. Oh, damn, yo. But yo, don't hesitate, bro. You get some time off of work, just binge watch that shit, bro. The Wire, bro. You know what I mean? Rest in peace, Michael K. Williams, Brick City niggas, nigga. Let's go,
yo. If this thing will let me, okay, yeah. So let me get back on. Yeah, that dude was so feared. I mean, even motherfuckers with guns, you know, because you would not. It was a situation where we're in somebody's house, whatever. You know how that goes. It's not a trap house, but you in a house. And you're in different houses. That's just a part of it. But we're in this house with this big ass glass window and across the front porch. And, you know, he would come and cop there, whatever. And this motherfucker be knocking on the door at like 3 a.m, banging on the window and shit. Motherfucker, like deep, it's like some real life Debo shit. But this motherfucker was a professional boxer. And, you know, you did not want to get caught with this dude. Oh my god, I could laugh at that shit now, but I swear back then, it was like that motherfucker might as well have been Jason or some shit. You know what I'm saying? With the hockey mask and all, man. That shit was crazy. But
yeah, baby terrorists, man. We had some of them. We had plenty of them. Everybody had a terrorist in their hood, or Omar and shit. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, you knew an Omar or two. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, you know what I'm
saying? Yeah. I wonder whatever happened to that dude, man. But no, that Martin in that fight, I got to watch some of those little clips to that joint, because apparently him and Mayweather was out there saying the fight was canceled, but they're completely split apart at this point. So Gervonta is doing his own thing. He got his own company, GTD or whatever that is, and Mayweather's kind of cutting ties with his situation. So that's you hate to see black men, they can't work out their issues, but you know, shout out to Tank. He's moving forward, you know, and doing his thing or whatever. But yeah, so yeah, let's finish this one. And then, like I said, the only other thing I wanted to play was whether or not this not the petrodollar, but this BRICS is connected to gold. He talks about gold a little bit here. He gets into it a little bit here.
Ability study shows there are over 1 million proven and probable ounces of gold, in addition to 480 million pounds of copper. And this is where things get very interesting. We all know that the value of gold will continue to rise with the expansion of BRICS, and more central banks around the world snapping up gold for their reserves. But with Saudi Arabia also moving away from the US dollar, this also gives a huge tailwind for the price of gold. But there's also another important geopolitical element. Last year, the U.S. Department of Energy officially added copper to its list of critical raw materials. Copper is needed for many industries, but the soaring demand of both EV vehicles and AI data storage centers have seen the demand for copper also skyrocketed. As many of my long-term followers know, I've been making several videos on both AI and the growing EV market as well. And these industries aren't slowing down anytime soon. So the demand for copper will continue to skyrocket, which is exactly why we've seen the price of copper rise over 70% the past 5 years. Number 4, location. Just like in real estate, mining is all about location, and the CK Gold Project has several unique advantages that you typically don't see in most mining companies. The actual mine is located only 20 minutes west of Cheyenne, the capital city of Wyoming. This is invaluable as the company has clear access to quality labor in the city, but it's also located just a few miles from Interstate 80, a major national highway that allows for easy transport and delivery of both machinery and materials. And the fifth and final reason is the production cost, which leads us directly to the value play here. I'm going to break this down by looking at this pre-feasibility study. And the number I want you to pay attention to the most is this $800 AISC, which stands for all-in sustaining cost. This is essentially how much money does it cost the company to produce 1 ounce of gold. The industry average is around $1,300, but because of US Gold Corp's location and access to resources, they are able to mine gold about 40% cheaper than the competition. But what's most interesting here is the prices listed during this pre-feasibility report that was done in December 2021. Look at the prices of both gold and copper. They listed the average price of gold at only $16.25 an ounce, but gold is now trading above $2,300. Same thing for copper, with an average price of $3.25, while it's now well over $4.40, meaning there is a great value play here with US Gold Corporation. Overall, I remain very bullish on the future of both gold and copper as I spend so much time analyzing the major geopolitical trends that influence financial markets. Every week, there are new storylines of countries wanting to de-dollarize, and this is why central banks have been stockpiling gold for the past 2 years.
Okay, so he basically, and he spent the whole second half of that video touting that gold company that has a mine out in Wyoming or something like that. So let me move on to the next thing that I really wanted to do. Gold is in the ground. The earth makes it. It is what it is. Getting to it is the problem. And this is BRICS currency announced is gold backed. Okay, so BRICS gold backed. I know that a lot of people, because this has been going on before the internet, this whole idea of gold-backed currency. Okay, here it goes. All right. I'm just not a huge
Home Depot hates when you
not a huge proponent of the idea that we're going to be able to back up all the currency with some type of metal or whatever, precious metal, whatever you want to call it. Now, if they make it to the moon and there's helium-3, or they make it to an asteroid where they saying one of these asteroids could have, quadrillions dollars worth of some precious metal, then that's a complete game changer. But I still think they're still going to have digital currency, even in that, because, it's just the way these systems operate. They like to control things. It's really more about control than it is about the currency itself. And so I just don't see them going away from a system where they have total control over it, to make it where people feel free. That's the whole point of everything that's going on. The prophecies, biblical or otherwise, it's all about getting us all under one control system, one government system, one global system. And maybe there will be two, maybe there'll be three, but I think increasingly things are going to keep consolidating. The thing about these other people is they fight. They're willing to fight. Like, they're not just kind of sitting around, you know. This BRICS is an economic fight where these small countries that have no fucking, they could not defend themselves against the United States. They're saying, you know what, we don't care anymore. We're gonna fight for our economic freedom, and that's almost like it's like a revolution in a sense. It's like rebellion against the empire. And so, you know, there's something inspiring about that. I hope that Black America gets that same energy, that same spirit of rebellion, so that we can, you know, do the shit that I feel like we really, really got to do in order to be in a much better position. But okay, Art, if you're gonna be really fast, because I'm gonna play this video and then you know, so yeah, you got it.
I'll let you play the video.
Okay, yeah. So this is BRICS currency announced. Is it gold backed? That's the question. Because someone earlier said it's gold backed. If you're talking about China, which is, if China is not equal to the United States, it's very close. It's going to eclipse us. India.
Fell into the matrix, bro.
Okay. God damn it. What the fuck, bros? What the fuck? Excuse me. Okay, I'm trying to get back in. Okay, I think I'm back. Sound good?
HD.
All right, cool. Okay, yeah, let's run this. Is the BRICS currency gold backed?
Today, we're talking about some eyebrow-raising headlines that further the case for de-dollarization. Driving the news is a major announcement from BRICS that they are officially launching a new common currency. We'll give you the latest details and a summary analysis of the potential impact to gold and the US dollar. Stay tuned. Before we begin, please take a moment to support the channel by liking and subscribing. Thank you. For those of you who haven't been following along, and maybe this is new to you, we'll give a very brief summary of what's been going on. The US dollar is the world's reserve currency. The benefits to this are that we can raise as much capital as we need or wield sanctions against other countries as a political tool and as an alternative to war. Supporting this is the petrodollar agreement, which essentially made it mandatory to buy oil with US dollars, and in exchange, the US would support Saudi Arabia. The world is not full of governments that are thrilled the US has this economic weapon, Russia being a chief example. Short history, Russia invades Ukraine, US hits them with sanctions and freezes their reserve dollars. The entire world sits up and takes notice. That event will be viewed by history as the beginning of the de-dollarization trend's accelerated advancement. The idea amongst adversarial governments is simple. They have to have a large amount of their country's wealth in US dollars in order to buy oil, but the US can freeze their assets. Well, what then? It puts governments around the world in a difficult position they will try to mitigate against. Deserved or not, right or wrong, this is a simple case of cause and effect. Now, the BRICS coalition is an economic alliance between several member countries. The original members are Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Although membership has recently expanded to include several oil-producing countries as well. A key goal of the alliance is de-dollarization, or in other words, reducing the world's usage and reliance on the US dollar for settling trade. So this would cripple the US economy, which has been built on unsustainable spending, and it would severely reduce the US's ability to interject in foreign policy with the threat of sanctions. Now, this is a big goal and one that cannot be achieved overnight. And a key criticism of the de-dollarization effort is that there is no alternative to the US dollar. So how could it be replaced? Well, we've discussed this in other videos, but there has been speculation for a couple of years that the BRICS coalition would create their own common currency. And spearheaded by Russia's Putin, it appears this currency is officially nearing completion in its development. A big theory has been that the currency will be backed by a basket of commodities, including gold. The BRICS nations are among the most ravenous gold buyers in the world, with China at the helm. However, with the official announcement of the currency's development in March of 2024, we have a little bit more information and a bit of a twist. The new currency will likely be blockchain-based and a digital currency. No news yet on whether it will be gold-backed. It also appears to be a common currency with goals larger than one limited to transactions between governments. Here's an official statement from the Kremlin. We believe that creating an independent BRICS payment system is an important goal for the future, which would be based on state-of-the-art tools such as digital technologies and blockchain. The main thing is to make sure it is convenient for governments, common people, and businesses, as well as cost-effective and free of politics. An independent payment system usable by common people is a bit broader than a tool being used to settle international transactions with an agnostic commodities-based currency. Remember that the BRICS coalition is formidable. Let's compare it to the G7 countries, which have been center stage in international politics for decades. The G7 countries account for about $46 trillion in GDP against the BRIC nations' $30.8 trillion. However, the population of G7 countries is about 750 to 800 million souls, whereas the BRICS nations represent over 3.3 billion people. If this common currency that's officially in development is adopted over time by over 3.3 billion people, that is going to have an undeniable impact. So the question on everyone's mind is, when is this currency launching? The short answer is we don't know. It's meaningful that we have an official announcement verifying they're working on this currency, as just a short while ago, we heard from analysts that it was unlikely, and BRICS representatives refused to make any statements. Now, the latest information we have is that the currency is nearly ready, and the remaining factor is political consent from 2 remaining BRICS nations. Now, if we had to take a guess, India is probably one of the holdouts. They've said in the past they want to improve the rupee's adoption and not launch a new currency. However, they've been unsuccessful in the last year in gaining any traction. Despite some focused effort, there was very little appetite to exchange oil for rupees. It's possible they will abandon efforts to boost their local currency in favor of creating a common currency. So what does this all mean for gold? Well, there's a well-known correlation between the US dollar and gold. If the dollar weakens, gold's price rises. If demand for the dollar weakens due to the adoption of a common currency from BRICS, we should see the dollar's value decline and gold's spot price rise in response. Now, if we assume the dollar correlation holds, this may create long-term headwinds for the US dollar and long-term tailwinds for the precious metal. Dethroning the dollar will take time, of course, and this competing currency has not launched yet. Viewers should consider this more of a long play that occurs over the span of years rather than weeks or months. We'll be keeping a sharp eye out for the official launch of the new currency. We note that when the euro launched and new notes were distributed, there was an immediate rebalancing of funds held by central banks. The dollar fell slightly, but then the euro continued to gain share over time at the expense of the US dollar. The euro now sits at about 20% of foreign exchange reserves. If history repeats, that pattern could be seen again. We'll be watching for an official launch date from BRICS in the meantime, and for any shifts in Forex reserves when it goes live. That's all we have for you today. Please remember to like, subscribe.
Yeah, so the thing that I want to say is where he talked about cause and effect, and we kind of tapped on that earlier, is that the other cause and effect is, and again, I said this earlier, but I want to really emphasize it, is when you take the United States and they don't have these sanctions, which were like to be quite honest, soft weaponization of what the U.S. power is that it projects militarily. You only leave them left with military options when you take the sanctions off. That was like the carrot and the stick, if you will. The sanctions really is the carrot, to be quite honest. Because the only thing left is the weaponry. If they can't affect you financially and kind of keep you in where they want you, they have no choice but to come with the war machine. So there's another that's the other cause and effect that these countries may or may not be really understanding and recognizing. So there's that. You got it, Art.
Yeah. Okay. I know that they said it's probably going to be blockchain.
Check out.
They don't know if it's going to be backed by gold.
And thank you, everybody.
And I told
out.
people, man,
appreciate you.
Fuck Bitcoin.
We'll probably be back
even
next Saturday.
Blockchain technology.
We'll
call it smart chain or some new shit.
But then in July,
With
we should be
the precipice of this era
things up
is that
Thank you so much.
have come with an equation that
Peace,
produced
power,
digital
reparations,
scarcity.
migration, Black and
So whether a 9-year-old 10 years from now or 20 years from now comes up with the most perfect currency, it's inevitable at this point. And so, to your point about soft weapons, even weaponry